Freedom, I never had the chance to run. Leave behind the said and done. Figure out what's to come. Reasons, all the bigger things I can't ignore. I'm not getting what I came here for. Gotta get ahead of something more. So I think I found a new way out, way beyond a shadow of doubt. 'Cause I can't breathe, and I guess I could be stronger now and leave it up to fate somehow. But I'm doing this for me. Give it up, baby, I'm not fooling anyone. Always going on and on. Can't you keep it to yourself for once? Oh, I think I found a new way out, way beyond your shadow of doubt. And I can't breathe. Oh, I hope you're keeping count of all the times you let me down, and all the things you said out loud, the bullshit I could cry about. And I know we could be stronger now and leave it up to fate somehow. But everything I do for me.
I get lost sometimes and I can't seem to find a light between the walls I built for myself right in my mind. And then you came over and you showed me love that I never had seen before. And now when I got you, it's all gonna be alright. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I, just you and I. Only you can put my fire out. You can turn it all around. You can lift me off the ground, so we can fly again, so we can fly again. Trying hard not to go out of my mind. And all I need right now is for you to stay the night. But if you keep saying that you've got to leave, then I'm gonna be alright. As long as you tell me that we ain't running out of time. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I, just you and I. Only you can put my fire out. You can turn it all around. And you can
particles. As strange and counterintuitive as it seems, time dilation is a law of nature.
Good afternoon and welcome to Simplay Motorsport, here for the second round of the World Endurance Championship. We're at the sunny Monza here in the capital of Italy for round 2 of what is set to be another enthralling 6-hour race. I'm Matthew Duffin, live in the commentary box with Dan Davis, Adam Cout, Welshie and Rabbit Joe with us as well. Interesting 6-hour race today, Monza, very historic circuit, very interesting circuit. Let's hope for no Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton's into turn 1 today, as we've got 4 GT cars and 7 LMP2 cars out there in what is set to be an absolutely fantastic battle. We'll go through the driver list as we get going in a minute. Unorthodox, currently second in the standings in LMP2 behind his rival Ben Parky. We've got Emo Guy out there in the Ford GT for today. Civic, we're joining us in the Corvette with Ben Parky leading the LMP2 category. Nicky joins us as well after his great battle with Fury. Can he keep that going once again? X-Mart in his LMP2 sat third in the standings overall. Gary 131's with us. And I'm surprised he's allowed to do a 6-hour race after just having a baby. But there we go. He's on. He's ready to go. And in his Porsche, he is absolutely raring. Welshie back once more for his LMP2 journey. Will he have the right setup loaded this time and not the hard tyres, which will make him struggle? Fury's with us as well. And let's hope Fury has a better run than what he did on Thursday night. Rabbit Joe makes his first outing of the season. And the most important thing, and I think everybody in the chat needs to give this man a round of applause. It's only took 2 years, but he's finally making his 50th appearance. Mazda, who hasn't got a championship rival today at the minute. He's currently second in the GT standings, but with Andy not here, Mazda making his 50th appearance and should take the overall lead of the standings. But guys, how are we this morning? How are we feeling for Monza?
Feeling good, boy. I'll try and get that set up right.
Yeah, Dan ought to send you one, Welsh. I know he's not doing setups this year, but Dan ought to send you one.
No. Have you? Alright.
89.
Oh, there's love there.
Check out on it.
That post, I'm not sending any more setups.
Yeah.
Well, here, mate, you can have
Yeah.
one.
I said for GT3s, not for LMPs. I'm more than welcome to help people in LMPs.
I've sent it, Sooty.
Different animal.
Sooty, you laugh. I think I actually sent your account an invite. She's joining Matt to put the AI in. There we go then.
Oh, no.
Lindsay's joining. She's going to put the AI in. I don't know if you can from the start, so she might have to drive a lap, Sooty. But yeah, let's get the AI. Let's get the AI in for 6 hours. Get the AI in. Video call her. Tell her to put the AI in, and we'll be good to go. That'll be absolutely brilliant. 6 hours, Sooty's AI. We need another Sooty. We need another GT car, so get her on it. Get her on it.
At least the wheel won't overheat.
Yeah, at least the wheel won't overheat. You won't even have to plug the wheel in, just get the pad out.
That's it, yeah.
Well, should we pad or wheel today?
Wheel, move
Wheel.
today, pal.
Oh, yeah.
Wheel most times now.
So we can't drop the pad today now, like Dan
certainly not.
kindly pulled us up to the other day.
Nope, the only thing that can happen is disconnect the wheel.
Disconnect the wheel.
God, this is horrible.
From the man who was just sat there in the lobby, just like, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I'm ready for this. I'm ready. Let's do it.
Do you need an LMP2? Can I join our Green Pies?
We do need an LMP2 actually. So yeah, there is an LMP2 seat available, Green Pies. So if you would like to be an LMP2, someone will have to return to the pits and send you an invite, and we'll have to do that sharpish. Otherwise, we won't be able to get you in, unfortunately. Sooty's on it now. So Dan, send Sooty an invite as well.
I'm on it. Jesus Christ.
Invites are coming. You have to be quick. If you're not quick, unlucky. There's no second chances at this one today. It was posted on the Discord. If you've missed your chance on the Discord, unlucky. And we've got snow.
Again, yeah, it was snowing last night. Did you see it?
No, I didn't see the snow last night.
It was snowing last night.
Well, we've got snow.
Yeah, there you go. And we've got beautiful blue skies.
It's SLP or something now, Dan.
He likes it. He comes to it. I thought he wanted to draw. He got spiders on one side. Look it out. Like, what? It's not even that all be quiet 5 minutes.
If you could appear online, Green Pies, that would probably help. Dan needs to get out there for a qualifying lap. We have got you. Did you make a new graphic for the stream? No, it's just the one we're using for the World Endurance, something a little different.
Just... Yeah, I got it, Green Pies. You should have an invite.
Yeah.
Got to be fast, though.
You've got to be quick. It was posted on the Discord about did anybody want to join at least half an hour ago. So you've had plenty of warning, and everybody's left it till last minute. Enjoy, boys. I'm at work. Only kidding. Dan, you were worried, says Sutty in the chat.
I was very worried.
You just got Gary's, Joe's, Welsh's AI to deal with, because and Civics.
Excuse me, Welsh's. Yeah.
Just if you're hurting, you're
No,
gonna need
no,
to...
no. I'm a man. I fight through it, pal.
Aye.
That's it, big man.
Hi.
I gave up my qualifying for this, so you better get in green pies.
Yeah, if green pies don't get in. Dan is currently last overall. The bonus with the game is it will not put him last. It'll put him just ahead of Mazda and Civic and Emo Guy. As we are on board the man on his 50th appearance. As here's Dan, who's had a spin at the second chicane here.
Old tyres literally just got out the pits.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, you're fine.
He says he's coming.
Well, he's got a minute to get in, so... Matt, it's snowing for you, but for me, the snow is melting. Do you get much snow in Latvia? And do you get much snow over there? Because we don't. I mean, I say it's snowing, it's sleeting. Green Pies is in the session. Hopefully he can join and get his 6-hour race underway then, which will be another appearance for Green Pies in this series as well. Well, a first appearance in this series, and like we said, a 50th appearance for Mazda. Today he's marking that special occasion. Other drivers that are on the grid, Nicky will be on to 61.
Why am I so far off?
Welsh will be into the 104 mark. With his appearance today, Unorthodox will go to 109. Gary will be on 111. Other noticeable appearances, not many really, as look at the difference. LMP2 to GT in a straight line. Fiori trying to get the toe of Unorthodox, and Fiori just having to be a little careful. They tried to pull in, but had to be aware of Civic's Corvette still there.
Somebody just lagged.
As
The
Ben
other 7 just lagged badly.
Civic.
Emo guy.
Oh, that might be because of Green Pies joining.
Alright, you just completely lagged.
Yeah, I think he's on Wi-Fi. He was on about Wi-Fi the other day or something. It was mentioned in the Discord. Dan on 30 wins, and can he make it race win 31? And Andy, obviously not here to get to the first milestone of 25 pole positions today. But there's a big gap between Andy and Jamie. That's now 5 qualified pole positions. Then it's Dan on 12. Dan, I don't think, is going to get his 13th pole position today, as I've spilt my coffee. Beth, can I have a cloth?
Yeah, considering the man that's on pole position right now currently holds the LMP2 world record in this circuit. So yeah.
Coffee, ask Beth for a cloth. No?
I didn't realise. Green Pies did get in the session. A Fiesta's engine.
Oh, look, I'm viewing 8 seconds off.
Ben's got the world record, Dan's just said, for this track.
You're not.
Lying round here, mate.
Even 5-6 seconds off the back of Rapper Joe.
Yeah, but Joe... Oh! Fury... Alright, Joe, just rub it in then. Just rub it in, Joe.
Hey, wait, is that Welsh's time?
Fury there then has just been given a 1-place grid penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So Dan has just gone P4, but will be promoted to 3rd overall.
Is that your place then, Welsh?
Well, yeah, I would guess so.
And is it game on again for a second World Endurance race in a row? Is it Welshie versus the GTEs? That was the discussion last time. And also in the chat, pineapple on a pizza and gravy on chips.
Yeah.
We'll revisit these topics. 6 hours of this.
Pineapple pizza, can't beat it.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Gravy with chips? No.
Gravy with chips, definitely not. But pineapple on a pizza. Oh, you see, we're in the same boat here.
The thing is,
Emo goes away.
my mum used to do chicken chips and gravy. Oh, no.
So, just go in the chat. Blue skies up in Jockland. Sutty, who went in the Corvette? That is Civic. And Plava. In December and January, we have snow up to my knees. Well, that's good then, isn't it? Fury back on track. Let's hope he has a better run of this one than he did last time. What is Green Pies in? Let's see the livery that he's in. He, I think, is in a similar yellow one to Welshie. No, that looks a red one. I can't see. It's got yellow on the bonnet, but his lights one. He's in an orange livery then, is Green Pies. The, I nearly said the Northern Irishman there. That would have been a bit of a mistake. The Republic of Irish Ireland driver. We've got everybody from all around the UK here today. a Welsh commentator, English drivers, some Scottish bloke that will drop his wheel in a minute, and then an Irish chap on the track as well. What topic should we discuss today? What else do we not have on pizza? We'll have to go seafood, I think, today. Seafood pizzas.
No.
As here then is Gary131 into the party. Good morning, Gary. How are you?
Morning, not too bad, lads. Yourselves?
Very good. Are you fresh and ready to go for this?
Yeah, loads of practice.
It's snowing me.
Yeah, we've banged the default setup on and we'll see what we do.
I tell you what,
Make the numbers up, mate.
I've got a picture of Gary with a papoose on. Baby strapped in papoose. Gary down the straights feeding the baby a bottle, just sat in the papoose strapped to the chest on the wheel. Do you know what I mean? I've just got this image. Yeah. Gary, I'm going out, take care at Little, and he's just gone, bang, job done. Let's fucking drive, chaps. yeah. I'll pedal and brake you to left and right. I don't know what would be worse, a newborn baby or the AI.
And this game probably AI.
Right, as we go then into qualifying, done. Ben Parkey takes pole for the GTs, and Mazda gets pole position for the Ben Parkey took pole for the LMP2s, and Mazda took pole for the GTs. Drivers then will be able to get ready up for their setups and just make some last tweaks that they may want to make, and then away we will be going.
How do you make the tweak to the default setup? Now do, let's roll.
Oh god.
AI operation unorthodox. AI operation unorthodox.
In-game, you're funny, no?
With that pole position, Mazda now has 12 pole positions and is now tied with Unorthodox and pulls himself one ahead of Gary and Mazda with of Gary and Fury. Yeah, that's he got a pole position in class. That is fair. It counts as a race win as well. So yes, he's now tied with you. Get your finger out in that McLaren. Rabbit Joe on 9 pole positions with Mace Gamer on 8. Monkey Boy and Argent tied on 7. And then it's Sooty Apex, Holty, Disco Face, BT Targa and Ukbar tied on 6. Daniel Francis, Peaceful Explosion, myself on 5. Ben Parkey and NJ on 4. Smoky Devil on... Ben Parkey on 5 as well. NJ and Smoky Devil tied on 4. Biggs and Laney on 3 pole positions apiece. Welshie, your name is on that list. 2 pole positions to your name as well. Tied with the likes of the Only G, Welshie, Stealth Sloth, Nicky, KLF, Dean Wasaki, Deeks, Aidan Bennett, AH, Little Leach and Green Pies with 2 poles to their name as well. X-Mart Valeside, That Buzzy Boy, Phil, Keegs, Emo Guy, Bryn and Ben Phelan all have a pole position to their names as well. And it looks like then, chat, that we are about ready to get underway here for the second round of the World Endurance Championship. The revs have rised. It's green here at Monza and this 6-hour race is underway. And what a treat this is going to be for you. They head down towards the first chicane right now, and as you can see, they're already leaving the GTs for dust. Green Pies in the background, just losing pace to these LMP2s. He's got to be patient into turn 1, and X-Mart already deciding to bump Ben Parkey into turn 1. He's had to take the escape road there, and with full damage on, as that gave him some damage to his suspension, maybe his aero, but X-Mart leads this race out of turn 1 from Unorthodox here then, who's already up into second place and ahead of his rival. That's where he'll want to be. Ben's now dropped to third. He's got Fury all over the back of him, and as they come down to the second chicane, the slipstream coming out into great effect here. That's Ben defending from Fury already, and Fury trying to stick it right around the outside. And you know what? Ben is getting muscled and bullied here as he's being pushed and shoved all over. Welshie's round in the background.
Where's Matt gone?
I don't know.
my headset and it unplugged the microphone. I'm back now. Rabbit Joe P5, Fury pushing Ben all over the trike here, and he's in the slipstream once again, onto the roof cam. Let's see the slipstream in effect as Ben has that tow with Dan, and he's pulling out, looking at Dan here, and on the brakes hard into the Ascari chicane they come, and Dan losing ground to Xmart already, just struggling a little bit. Joe in fifth has got Nicky on the back of him, with Green Pie struggling just behind. He's wide at Ascari and into the gravel, and I tell you what, that is not the start that he'd have wanted. But the big story here is GTE once again are beating Welshie, and Welshie's got all. Welshie does this for the lulls. He wants to beat the GTEs.
Dive up the inside, and I tried to brake and go right on the back of him, and as I tried to touch the brakes, it basically going in the back of him, I ended up spinning.
Pineapple on a pizza. That's fair enough. Pineapple on a pizza is absolute blasphemy, says Disco in the chat. Missed a lap by 4 seconds, says Green Pies. GT's a bit off the pace here, says Disco. 144 or 143 here, says Disco in the GT. When's the next endurance race? That will be middle of March. I think the 19th of March and Plava next month. Thanks, Disco. Hey to Mummy Davis in the chat. And I've been called worse today. But Emo Guy leads the GTs from Mazda. Civic and Mazda already scrapping as Gary just dropping off the back. But it's 6 hours long here, so he's got plenty of work to do. Welshie could soon make Gary's race a little more interesting as we've missed an overtake up front. Ben Parkey already ahead of his rival, and Dan in the lovely pink and black livery with the love art on the rear spoiler. Absolutely trying to hunt down his championship rival here and keep up with it. But Xmart already, Dan, I bet this is a bit of a surprise, well out in front. That's Green Pies who's had a spin at the second chicane. And Welshie then, he's beating an LMP2 car.
Front is loose.
On board Fury here, and Fury really sticking with Dan and Ben Parkey, and Dan, the LMP2's cars will slipstream each other a lot better than the GTEs, and Dan here really has a chance to use that slipstream into the Parabolica, but it's 6 hours, so he's not going to dive straight up the inside. And let's not forget what happened to Dan at Silverstone. Sutty and Gary's AI caused a few incidents. The AIs today with the chicanes all around could be troublesome for these two drivers, for every driver out there on the grid, depending on who's got to put the AI in. Fury just losing ground to Dan as Dan, all the way down this main straight, is on the back of Ben Parkey, goes left, goes right, and he's going to choose to go the Max Verstappen way around. But unlike Max Verstappen, Dan gets out of it nicely there, and maybe he ought to teach the Red Bull driver a thing or two. Back down to P8.
Here it comes, here it comes.
Back down to the front of the GTE pack. Mazda then around the outside of Emo Guy. Verstappen versus Hamilton moves once again. This time Civic tries to join in. Mazda gets out of that one, and we missed the overtake there on Welshie because it doesn't really count when you're overtaking a Porsche.
Yeah, it does. Every overtake counts, okay? My book, it does. Come on, Phil, let's go.
Oh, Rabbit Joe in the background has had a huge tank slapper and a spin through the first of the two Lesmos. Nicky's gone up to P6, and where is the rest of the trailing pack? In the background, can't see them. Emo Guy just coming down towards the Lesmos now as Joe is away. Mazda under pressure from Civic. Civic up the inside at Lesmo 1 into the second of the Lesmos, a bit tighter than the first one, and Mazda holds position. Well, she's starting to gap Gary now. Here comes Furby up the inside of Unorthodox and down the inside of the Parabolica, and Dan, with 5 hours 55 minutes remaining, is not fighting this one too hard, but tucks back underneath Fury, and he's going to try and come back at him here, and they're side by side coming down the start straight towards the first chicane they go, and here comes Dan and Fury side by side. Fury looks like he's just got the edge in a straight line, but Dan at the minute holding his own and can be later and braver on the brakes. Fury can't come across to defend it, and Dan backs out of that one and lets Fury have the inside line. A job done. Fury up into P3. Dan work to do chasing that pack down as Civic and Mazda are back on Emo Guy here, and Green Pies has got himself ahead of Gary and within a second of Welshie now. But this battle then for the lead of the GT class already. Mazda, who sat behind Andy and maybe was too cautious and too patient at Silverstone, will want to get past Emo Guy early on. He'll take the lead of this GT championship unless disaster strikes and Gary ends up winning this one. Where are we next, Dan? We're at Fuji next, aren't we? Yep, Fuji next disco in the chat. That's the next World Endurance race, and that's where we head to a little later.
Come on, we need to go home and get some dinner.
Game Pass is on me. Whoa, whoa, come on.
Oh, it's still there. Down straight. And the brake's a bit too long.
I just don't have any answer. Lost Matt again.
Revised has to do it again. Don't, mate.
I'm assuming the way you boys have just shot off that default setup is the way to go.
Miley, right over the PlayStation, don't touch wires or anything.
And the fact you got
Oh my god, oh my god.
What's going on? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, like.
When I started to go a bit closer, as soon as it said free wide, I quickly went right to get out of that.
What's happened to Matthew? He's disappeared.
I know,
Yep.
innit?
Drop the pad.
Oh god. Oh god.
No!
Oh, being hit.
That was my fault. We got a bit of a back end bend about it.
Go, Welsh, you go.
Trying to, but the car doesn't look much straight line speed. Even catching up with you was a problem.
As Matt says, he's on mute because it's too noisy.
Much too noisy.
I'm guessing his household.
Oh, right, okay.
That could have been worse.
And we are... Hang on, 1 minute.
Give me this slip. Oh my god. That car, that is. Yeah.
Ooh. Watch.
We're back now. Apologies for that one. Household just got a bit too noisy there.
Kicked them out of the house.
Not my end neither. But we're back live, and we're back underway. Well, we're back live. You never went anywhere. I'm back live, and Dan has got back ahead of Fury here, but Fury is right on the back of him as they head towards the Ascari chicane. And Dan, you don't look like you've got the pace here today to keep up with Ben and Exmart.
No, I don't. I don't know what they've done to the car, but their car's performing better than mine. But it's an endurance race.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And as Emo Guy, what's happened to him? He's dropped down behind Gary by some margin as well. So work to do for Emo Guy. Oh, he's been in the pits. Thank you, Daniel. Civic still on the back of Mazda here. Welshie's made his way up into 8th place. So Welshie just ahead of this battle, going great guns. Can he hunt down Green Pies, who's just had a wiggle through the Lesmos? But Fury here. Danny, are you surprised by Xmart's pace here?
No. I've done a brief test session with Xmart and he seemed to be quite quick. Are they in the 36s, I'm assuming?
No, they're in the 37s. Fury's actually the only one in the 36s on the last lap. You was actually quicker than Xmart.
Oh.
Whereas Gary as well, to say...
Myself, I'm not.
Yeah, no, well done. Gary as well, to say that Gary was loaded only default setup, he's matching the pace of the leaders as well. And I suppose, Gary, you can't teach that when you're a two-time champ.
Very true. Plus, yeah. On the track helps, I suppose.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm just not making any mistakes. It's just not good enough.
And for those who missed Monza Season 1, if you want to be deafened by two girls screaming in a commentary box, go and check out Season 1 at Monza, where Gary on the last lap passed AH in the pouring rain, and me and Andy on commentary went absolutely ballistic. 15 people currently watching the stream, 16 now. If you can hit that thumbs up button, subscribe if you are new, as we've just passed 200 subscribers. Also, guys and girls in the chat, share the stream around. Let's get as many people involved as we can for this second round of this World Endurance Championship here. And is that Ben Parkey? Yeah, Xmart must have made a mistake here, because Ben's gained some half a second this lap. Now, let's see the pace of Xmart. He's going good guns at the minute. Fury looks quick today, Dan. Is that a surprise?
No. Oh, really?
Dad.
Welsh, I think you're being shouted.
What? Eh?
GT's running GT3 pace right now. Disco is had a little slow then, Few. Do you think they need to be up in the pace a little bit?
I mean, to be fair, they are running full fuel.
Yeah, it is a full tank. Yeah, that's a fair shout. It is a full tank of fuel.
In winter as well.
Mazda was...
My front tyre's down below.
Dan, Mazda was pleading with me earlier, by the way. Pleading with me to make it overcast because the tyres last longer.
No.
Yeah, that's what I said to him.
Mine are stone cold.
Oh, is that Welsh who's had a spin and does that allow a GTE car past? He's had a moment at the Parabolica. And he's staying low, and that's Mazda and Civic. And Dan knows a bit more about Civic than me, but he looks a very composed driver here, Dan.
Huh?
Civic.
You're lagging out again.
Stay there, Welsh. Don't come.
Civic, we don't know much about him.
I know quite a bit about him. He prefers the LMP2s, but he ended up in the GTE, so...
Had lap 1 damage, says Emo Guy in the chat, so that's why he's a bit far off the pace, off the back at the minute. Welshie's then trying to get back ahead of Civic, does so, tucks in behind Mazda just into the second chicane, and Welshie with that aerodynamic and that corner speed, and he's just had a little mid-corner wiggle there.
Every bloody corner, it's wiggling.
Welshie, not on the hard tyre, are you?
Fury.
No, I've checked, I'm on the softs.
All right, fair enough.
It just feels iffy loose, and I'm just constantly having to fight it.
It's back to Fury and Dan. Fury just giving Dan a little tap. Dan says up the rear end, and Fury trying to go round the outside. And we'll go to Ben and Xmart in a minute because Ben's got that gap down to under a second. So Ben just chipping away at Xmart's time here. And Dan here, in the first 15 minutes, already having to strongly defend. And let's go on board Ben Parkey. Let's go on the roof camera and see at the end of this lap of Ben Parkey, see what he can do. There's 1.2 seconds the gap. These two kind of matching each other for lap time. Dan and Fury as well, within a tenth of these boys. So not too far off their pace. Nicky and Rabbit Joe lapping similar pace as well. Green Pie's on a second slower than them. Welsh obviously had a bit of a bad last lap, so we can't tell his pace.
Slow.
I don't know. And the boxers on today because you threw the boxers, so I'll have to. I can't
I
think
will
after
just
the
add to
stomach.
Emo's comment, when he pitted, he did lose it at the parabolic ago.
Ah, right. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. In-depth reporters on the channel today.
Okay, Civic just sets up the back. Thank you.
As we're coming down in towards the first chicane, just chopped back to Welsh. You've got a tap from Civic in the rear. And under a second now, he's Ben Parky to X-Mart and exits the first chicane nicely. Ben lapping.
Is that them coming up behind me?
That is, no, that's Gary. I think they're coming up to lap. So 9 laps at Silverstone. It took for the LMP2s to lap cars. It's now 11 laps here before they've caught traffic. And World Endurance, so don't forget the LMP2 cars have to get out of the way. Have to avoid the GTEs. Unless it's AI, then it's anybody's guess, and it's just a battle royal.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I'm beating an LMP2 again.
It's Gary then.
Leave Welsh alone.
Yeah, you leave Welsh alone. Gary then gets off the racing line and lets the 2 leaders through nice and easy for Gary. Gary don't mess around here. He knows it's not his fight, and he knows that to stay well at that. Welshie then on the back of until you catch him. Yep, then he's just going to turn left on you. All right, depending on which way you've gone. Welshie catching Mazda. Let's see an overtake for Welshie then. He's not quite close enough yet as they break into the Parabolica.
I got Fury right up my ass, Gary, so just warning you.
And we drop back. Gary going to stay a little wider at the Parabolica. And we've missed Welsh's overtake there. Are there any plans to put LMP2 cars in World Endurance in the future? Not in this season. Maybe in a future season we'll look at LMP1 and maybe something different, but not this season at all. Fury on board with him and Dan. Goes to the outside, around the outside, and Dan is having none of that. You can tell Dan was earlier on the brakes there, as we've heard the few comments of Fury's looking a bit too racy for Dan's liking with 5 hours, 40 minutes left in this race. But we did miss the overtake from Welshie, so I suppose you'll have to...
Passing Civic.
Welshie, go on, mate.
Yeah, that's X-Mart and Ben Parky lapping Civic, yes.
Let's go.
Look, he wants to give time. It just doesn't want to get up in that corner.
No plans to do LMP1 though, Emplava. The plan is just LMP2 and World Endurance for this time around. And the plan is I might be out there on the grid at Le Mans 24. Depending if everything works out well with Rabbit Joe, I could be on the grid for the Le Mans 24 hour in an LMP2 car.
Ben and Nexmar are really close.
Yeah, I'm on them.
Yeah, they'll do up my arse and I ain't wooding.
I'm on them as... Look at that, that's better, look. A bit of patience through the Ascari chicane there behind Mazda. X-Mart pulls out now. Ben stays in Mazda's toe a little longer. He's now pulled out for X-Mart. Mazda dives straight in to Ben Parky's slipstream. Not that it's going to matter then. And here comes Ben Parky on X-Mart. But coming up to the Parabolica, they're about to lap the LMP2 of Welshie then.
Are they what?
Welshie dives into the pit lane. So again, Welshie will fall behind a GTE car. And this run of can a GTE car beat Welshie this season is still on the table at the minute. And here comes Fury to unlap himself from Mazda. But we're on board Ben and X-Mart here as Ben up the inside into the first chicane. And that is job done. Little deep maybe from Ben. But X-Mart has to get on the brakes a lot harder than Ben does. And Fury now coming at them as he is now 37.2 on his own. He had a bit of toe maybe from Mazda towards the end of that. Dan now, squeaky bum time once again as he's lapping a GT car. He's chose to go around the outside, and that will be job done if you're Dan. He's managed to navigate the GTs without any harm first time round.
That's because there's no AI in.
Yet. Who's a man we've not seen a lot of at the minute? Nicky kind of running on his own, 18 seconds off the back of Dan, 11 seconds ahead of Rabbit Joe, but him and Joe lapping very similar pace here. And away they go. Do you know what's nice is that Green Pies is a bit off the pace. And in F1, he's just so quick, so dominant. You know, and he's fantastic at F1. But when you put him in something else, he's got a challenge on his hands, and it's nice to see Green Pies be challenged and not just dominate it. Fury round then. Has that gave down the manoeuvre? Yes, it has. Fury. Oh, he's well off at the Ascari chicane. Yeah. Let me guess, a wiggle mid-corner through the middle part?
Yep.
Yeah.
He might have bad damage if he's hit the wall.
Well, let's see if he pits. Let's see if he dives in. There's Gary in the background. He's tooting along on his own. We'll have to go on board Gary in just a moment. We'll go on board Rabbit Joe as well. An emo guy. Well, she's had plenty of coverage already as he makes his way through the pack again.
We just have no answer for the leaders, man. This is ridiculous.
Ben Parkey into the 36s, mid 36s he goes. Fury stays out on track. He's coming past Mazda now. And I tell you what, he's left that really late. And Fury just kind of being a nuisance to Mazda there as he leaves it late on the on lapping him. And a sigh from Mazda. I take it that's not what you wanted.
Not there. Anywhere on the track, but you know, in the corners, you just don't want, do you?
Might have to get the missus to bring the telly downstairs. Who's the dinner time kickoff today, Gary?
No idea.
No idea. They're a good team.
I know it's not Liverpool and Norwich, I can tell you that.
Well, Wigan drew last night with Rotherham, 1-1.
Good result, that.
Top of the table clash. We've got about 4 games in hand over them, so, yeah. Happy, how old is she? Happy 22nd? Is she 22nd? How old am I? Maz, how old am I? Beth, how old am I? 29. I'm 29. Happy 23rd birthday to my sister. Hope you're well. Yeah, I did just ask how old I am. I also asked Mazda how old I was. As Joe then has had a huge moment at the Lesmos, managed to keep it facing forward. And Joe, are you struggling out there?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that was a wall, so I take it yes.
Yeah.
Hey, you best learn these LMP2 cars if we're sharing a drive here.
That was my plan for today.
As SLP is into the pits, SLP Green Pies then pits early. And is this a chance for Mazda to maybe beat 2 GT cars? Tell you what, talk about his 50th appearance. No one in the chat has mentioned Mazda's 50th appearance. You know why? No one cares. It's took him too long.
We're just surprised he's finally got there.
Yeah, we are. We are very surprised.
Look, 150 car changes.
More car changes than race starters.
Yeah.
Still not finished a full proper season yet. He's not even done every F1 race at the minute, so that's still Mazda's record of still not doing a full season of something.
Like Green Pies in the pit.
Yeah. Is this Welshie then? Let's watch Welshie. This is an overtake 4 position. Green Pies is exiting the pit lane now. Here comes Welshie at full speed. Is he going to be able to get past Green Pies? Killian's out the pit lane. And here comes Welshie. Nowhere near. A bit too far back. Could we have the telly down and the blue laptop plugged into it for the BT Sport, please? Thank you. Oh, yeah. I'll have my pasta first. Dan, you'll love this. My pack of pasta's got Squirtle on it.
Oh my god.
Nice.
It's got what? Squircle?
Squirtle.
What's that?
It's a Pokemon.
Oh.
Yeah. They're doing something to do with Pokemon or something, like giveaways. I would have said something else, but we're live on it, so I won't.
Okay.
Chris knows.
Yeah, boy.
Right, okay, so word of warning. The Green Pies has just got a pop to do something. His AI is in the car.
Oh god.
Oh, okay.
Half an hour in,
Everyone's about
and the first AI is in the car. Mazda could pull away from the Green Pies AI here. Maz, this is your chance.
No chance. He just pulled a massive gap between me.
How long till he gets to race number 51, says Disco. Well, he's meant to be at Canada next Sunday, but your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to Canada. We've got a new F1 driver for next week. We've got Rabbit Joe. He's making his first F1 appearance out there on the grid for the Haas team. Replacing Keegs.
Was that behind me?
Yep.
Is it?
Sorry, Rabbit, I thought that was Green Pie's AI, mate.
Who's that behind Mazda? The car behind Mazda is Nicky then. So let's go on board, Nicky. We're not seeing much of Nicky today. But there's a chance here that Welshie could catch and pass 2 seconds last lap quicker than Green Pies.
The TV was about to turn off.
Oh, did you hear about Kelly Thursday night, Green Pies? Welshie. Did you see the stream? So, race 2, you watched the stream back from Thursday. Kelly got an awful start. He was like near enough a quarter of the lap behind the rest of the pack.
Oh, yeah, he didn't move. That's right, yeah.
His telly changed channel on him. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen it, yeah. He
Gary!
didn't move on the start line, did he not?
Yeah, no, he didn't. He just didn't go because he didn't realise the start happened. Gary, how was Thursday night for you? Did you like Texas or would you prefer Daytona?
Oh, I actually love Texas, to be fair.
Oh, right, fair enough. Didn't look like it.
No, a couple of silly incidents in the first race, and then obviously the jump start didn't help me in the second, but I had good pace.
Your brother looked quick at another oval sort of circuit because he's always gone well at Daytona. Your brother finally on the podium again.
Yeah, he was enjoying it. He was chuffed as nuts. So, yeah,
Leach Motorsport back to the best?
Not quite.
Nearly there. Another season.
With a bit more time in the setup, I think we'll be there or thereabouts. But obviously, I think things
Oh, well, season 6 looks to be an absolute belter. If Dan... In fact, I'm going to say Dan might not be the champion this year, but it could be an absolute belter. If Dan's in his Porsche, Gary's in his Porsche, BMW in his Andy in his BMW, BT maybe in the Mercedes Benz, Fury in the Mercedes Benz.
I can tell you, we will be sticking in the course.
Yeah, I could tell. Unless you fancied the Acura, because you see how quick it is with me and Smithy.
Well, there is that.
Yeah, rapid, mate. Smithy coming for Welshie after gaining some points on him the other day.
Yep.
Yes. Well.
Oh, we're just on board, Nicky. Let's drop back to Welshie. He's had a moment, I reckon. Yeah. Had a big moment. Where's that? That's the second chicane. There you go, kids. If you want to learn how to do your driving test, there's a 3-point turn and... off you go.
Not called a 3-point turn anymore.
It's a turn in the road, isn't it now? It's called. Yeah, but
coming back to me now. God's sake.
It's called now a 3-point turn. It's called now a turn in the road, sorry.
So it don't matter how many times you try and turn?
No, you've got as many times as you want now to try and get round.
It's making it easier.
Yeah. As he is emo guy then, we'll go on board him for a little bit in his Ford GT, the black and silver livery, nice looking car. Oh, Evil Scotsman saying, and me and the 666 Lamborghini, so is he going back to the Lambo next season? DJ Phil in the chat, Mazda for the win. Oh God, there's an AI on track now, says Mummy Davis. Yep, you'll need to go and calm him down, Mother D, and calm down Dan because he'll be fuming with that.
5.5 hours yet, boy, for the win.
He's calm. He's not got to the back of Green Pies yet. There's Civic then in his Corvette. How's Civic going to do? Corvette seemed to go well in Sooty Apex's hands, and Sooty will be loving the colour of the Corvette there. It is the colour that he uses. He's got connection issues.
Yeah, he just stood still at the start line straight.
Oh, right. Okay, I will jump off of him.
Yes, mate.
Yes, Joe, go on, boy.
As Joe just lapped Mazda, yeah, that's job done.
That done, yeah.
And that could be the black and red number 17 car that me and Joe could be driving at Le Mans.
A shame. Right.
Possibly. If all's well Joe's end, then yes, I could be. That I need to work out now. If I do all of F1 and GT3, I need to work out if that'll be my 50th appearance. What a 50th appearance for Le Mans 24.
I was.
I don't know, is it under here?
Not your laptop, boy. Not yours.
Where is Stutty today, anyway?
He's at work, Gary. He was going to do it, but he's at work.
Excuse.
Morning to PN Motorsport from Snetterton. It's absolutely chucking it down there, he says.
I'm not surprised.
Bad down your way?
Yeah, Indian suit out.
Anybody seen the O2 Arena?
Yep, all ripped in half.
Oh my days, that is destroyed, isn't it?
His crane's getting knocked down and everything.
It's just an average day, isn't it? It's wind up in Scotland.
Alright, nothing to us. We just go on with life.
Take a brolly and a big coat and off you
All
go.
I have to worry about is our
Yeah.
kills blowing up, that was it, but we were fine.
Oi, oi, oi. But the missus enjoyed that one.
You seen the damage they got at Natalie Bacon for the Moto Bob GP?
No?
Holy moly.
At where?
Natalie Bacon.
Natalie Basin.
Welfare units have been blew away.
Sure, fair now. Sounds it. And here's me concerned that my bin's going to blow over.
Oh, nearly. Back end. Yeah, in wide.
Yeah, that may be a problem.
There's 5.5 hours remaining in this one. PM Motorsport emo guy dialed my number with the 666. DJ Phil, how many AI going to be in the car at the end of the day? Hopefully none as they cross the line, but maybe one, because I don't think Rabbit Joe can get to the end.
Yeah, I'll be in AI crossing the line.
He won't be in the AI crossing the line, though, when we're at
No.
Le Mans, because it'll be me or him crossing the line.
Wow, I love them. What do you call it? Your pit crew.
Joe will need to sharpen up on his commentary skills, because he'll have to be commentating while I'm in the car. I've got to figure out what HD mode this is in.
Well, I won't have anyone telling me to shut up, so we should be right.
Oh, God.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Beth here, so you
You should
might.
just put the AI in Mazda.
No,
No, the AI's behind me.
Green Pies has caught Mazda, and here goes the AI on a hopeful overtake. Boom.
Go on, just go, please.
Mazda's letting Green Pies go here, or the Green Pies AI go, but
He's not,
Green Pies does not want to pull out. He pulls out now just before Ascari. Civic is into the pit lane, so Gary's gone up to P2 in GTE. Let's go back down to Emo Guy and see Emo Guy, as I've now been given a hot water bottle. Thank you very much. You're not the only one who slept funny last night, well, shit. Holy moly.
I feel like the wife beats us and I'm sleeping.
What topic should we discuss today then? Seafood pizza?
Not sure, because I don't eat much.
How do you cook cheese on toast?
We had this discussion in the last one.
Yeah.
You slice the cheese,
Put it on the
toast.
bread.
You toast the bread. You slice the cheese.
Oh.
So wait, you put your bread in the toaster. You toast it. You butter it. You slice the cheese. You put the sliced cheese on the bread. That's job done. You butter your toast, yeah.
Oh, you've got to melt the cheese.
No, we've had this. I
Gotta
feel
melt the cheese.
Oh,
we've had this discussion last time.
discussion.
We've had this discussion. That's melted cheese on toast. We're having just cheese on toast.
No.
And the next day, this is the funny thing about this. Is so like on the Monday or the Sunday after Silverstone, I got a text off of Gary, and it was cheese on toast, melted cheese on toast. So
Yeah,
I then
exactly.
text him back, proper cheese on toast, and he just called me a dickhead.
Exactly. Well, it looks like I'm going to have some GTs beating me this time.
Is Fury pitted?
Yeah, no, he's had a spin, hasn't he?
I think he's had more than one spin.
He looks like he's had some damage. A 146 last lap, so I think he's had a spin that lap. As I've got some chicken and mushroom pasta. Beth, Mummy D needs a hot water bottle. PN Motorsport, right, back to the freezing cold and wet Snetterton and rally cars. Real life motorsport. Here's a fun fact for you. My sources told me this the other day. By my sources, I mean Gary. More people watch esport motor racing than actual real life motor racing. Did you know that? It's a fun fact for you. Gary told me that the other day, and I thought I'd save it for this. So this begs the question, why is there not hundreds and thousands of viewers watching the World Endurance Championship at this very moment in time, whereas people are at Snetterton?
Sorry.
As Beth's wrecking the place. Gary here then has just let Dan past, and Dan, he's now starting to creep into that 36s as the fuel load's getting lighter and the race just wearing on a little bit. You see Dan with 9 litres of fuel left in the tank, Xmart 9.2, so you'd imagine these are going to be pitted around the same time. But Dan has this mysterious thing called a slipstream, and what happens in a slipstream is you can fuel save a little bit. Don't know if you knew that in the chat. If you didn't, speak with Liam. Liam will tell you all about it. But Dan here is just creeping onto the back of Xmart. Dan, is the car better, lighter fuel?
A little bit. I just think my car setup seems to be nicer on tyres than Xmart.
You're alright now.
The question is there a tyre change in the stop, or are you able to double stint your tyres, or?
Well, I've just double stinted mine. Even
There's
that.
your answer.
Well, there's your answer. The question is, Dan's lapping a bit quicker than Welsh. Welsh has had a few spins, so that's going to take the wear out of the tyres. So you possibly can double stint the tyres, though. Dan gaining on the back of Xmart. Probably got 2 laps left of fuel. No, Matt, that's wrong. No butter. You got to butter your toast before you put the cheese on. Yes!
No!
No way.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? All you eat is cheese.
Exactly.
Sandwich, then you can butter it. But
Yep. You don't toast it. No.
You what? Sorry, Dan? Ben's in the pits. Yes, Ben's in the pits. Nicky's gone a lap down as he is also in the pits.
Major outbreak.
Mazda's outbraked himself. PN Motorsport. I'm a season pass holder at Snetterton. Oh, there we go. I've thought about getting one for Donington Park. Always butter and melted cheese on. Cheers, peaceful stepdad. He agrees. Gotta have butter, says PN Motorsport. You see?
This is melted cheese.
Yeah, but he still says you've got to have butter, so he's agreed with the butter. We're halfway there.
I never.
If you like people to step down, that's I'm right out the window.
Who's behind me?
West Ham,
Who's
Newcastle.
behind me, by the way?
I will check for you now. I'm trying to watch. Ben and Fury is now in the pit lane, and the cars behind Mazda is Xmart and Dan. Could have told you that because I should have stayed on Dan. It's Xmart and Dan fighting for the race lead. For what is the net race lead. Mazda stays on the line, and Dan and Xmart fly past. And the back markers at the minute absolutely doing a great job. Rabbit Joe pits the same time as Fury. Dan Jinks left, looking at the inside at Ascari, and thinks better of it. The question is does these two have a lap of fuel left to maybe just do one more run? As it's West Ham 0, Newcastle 0 in the football. I'll be bringing you updates throughout the day. I know you're all interested. Emo guys let them through. Question now then. Ben Parkey's just came out the pit lane. Does Dan and Xmart pit? And if so, what will their pit strategy be? Xmart stays out and is going to gamble it on 3.8 litres of fuel. Let's keep an eye on him. And Plava, I just put cheese between 2 bread slices and put it in a sandwich pan and some ketchup as well.
What?
I presume he's Latvian, let's not forget.
Something risky.
You're double stinting your tyres.
Yeah.
Yeah. A sandwich pan, I imagine, so he's like, yeah, I think he's making more of a toasty.
Yeah, but I say toasty, innit? That's not bad.
Evil Scotsman, emo guy, same as butter with beans on toast. You got to have butter with beans on toast. You got to butter your toast when you put beans on it.
Don't like beans.
Put some cheese in the beans, cheesy beans.
No. Cheesy chips.
There's literally
chips and cheese.
Cheese and beans.
Cheese and beans, Maz. It's a thing, innit?
It's again, isn't it?
These Scottish don't understand because Keegs didn't get this one neither. Cheese, chips, and beans.
Chips and cheese, and that's it.
Put some beans on top. Let them chips absorb the bean juice. Oh,
There's only one bean juice I absorb.
Oh, Matt, stop talking like that.
PN Motorsport only took half an hour to talk food, Matt. Had a cracking bacon, sausage and egg baguette for lunch. Also been up since 4:30. I bet your egg wasn't cooked as good as mine was at Donington. I also bet your egg didn't go all the way down in the frontier like mine did at Donington. Very proud of my egg.
I was about to say, why is it bubbles all over the screen? Of course, it's West Ham. That's why there's bubbles all over the screen.
Proper proud of my egg, and it went absolutely everywhere. X-Mark pits then. He got away with 1.1 litres of fuel in, and Dan has undercut Ben Parkey by some 12 seconds here.
Holy moly.
But running a different strategy. So what was the gap between you and Ben when Ben pitted, Dan? Do you remember?
5 seconds.
5 seconds. So Dan has had an 18-second switch around on the pits. Cheese and chips and beans, yes, says PN Motorsport.
I'm guessing Dan hasn't fueled right up.
It's a risky.
Pressure Ben to try and push and lose or something.
No tyres.
No, he's double stinting his tyres, Gary.
No, I just didn't change tyre.
So is Ben changing tyres then? You would have thought so.
They seem alright. It's just when I was in the dirty air, I was struggling.
Mine's are still blue. Can't get them to go green.
My front right's blue.
Yeah.
As PN Motor, I don't know, it's just a bit junky. I don't know what I'm catching up. As PN Motorsport then, loving the chat. Guys, go share the stream around. Let's get a stream viewed by as many people as possible as we head into the World Endurance Race 2 tonight. What?
Cheesy mash?
Oh, PN Motorsport. Oh, God, yes, cheesy mash. Oh,
Oh yes.
oh no.
Cheesy mash.
Yeah. Cheesy
Sick
mash and
people in
beans
this world.
as well. Oh,
Beautiful.
that is beautiful.
Put a bit of garlic in as well. Beautiful.
Then I've never tried the garlic to it.
I haven't tried it, so I can't judge it.
Did you just say cheesy mash and beans, Maz?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Where's beans with mashed potato? That
Well,
sounds disgusting.
Bubble and squeak is mashed potato.
Yeah, but I eat the beans separate to the mash.
Oh, I don't. You got to mix it all up into one.
But you know what I'm like? I eat my fucking McDonald's
Tell
separate.
you what.
Yeah, Beth can't comment on food. She eats her Big Mac layer by layer.
You what?
What?
So Beth will buy a Big Mac. She'll eat all the chips. She'll drink a drink. She'll get to a Big Mac. She'll take the top part of the bun. She'll eat the bun. She'll take the top layer of the meat patty. She'll eat the meat patty, and she will eat it layer by layer.
Beth, you're weird.
Yeah,
weird.
that is weird.
Just, yeah.
Interesting fact here. I can do a Big Mac in 3 bites.
Beth takes the most amount of bites to eat a Big Mac. Gary takes 3. Brilliant. Anybody tried the chicken Big Mac before they took it off the market?
Yeah.
That was banging.
Nope.
Oh,
Didn't like Big Mac in general.
the chicken Big Mac was absolutely... That was peng, as I was saying last night on GTA. Oh, you missed it last night, Gary, when you went.
Oh, boy, boy.
I had my hair in a bobble and everything, Gary.
I didn't miss nothing.
I had my hair in a bobble and everything. Things got exciting. As we head then in towards the final end of the first hour of this race. And you have to say, Unorthodox pulling the strategy card, working an absolute treat. GT's who's not pitted yet. Mazda's still got 19 litres. Gary's got 25. So that Porsche going great guns at the minute on its fuel. Civic's been in, as has Emo Guy.
You say pulling the strategy card.
Mm.
It might not work later on. I might have no tyres by the end of this stint.
Yeah, but for now, you've gained 18 seconds over Ben Parkey, so that's all we can go off is now.
I don't have the race pace to take it to Ben. Exmar, I think I can, but to Ben, I have to be a bit smarter to beat him today.
Hey to Bethany Duffin, PN Motorsport, Big Mac in one go. No, you can't do my way is best. Beth, shut up. Mummy Davis, funny last night. It was hilarious. Dan was looking dapper in his shades. I had my hair in a bubble. We were just chilling with the homie Bizzles.
You did not just say that again.
Yep. Got frustrating last night, Dan, didn't it, doing that mission?
Typical. Hit the bloody curb as soon as X Mar's banged us.
I was getting frustrated with Argent just constantly going about cars. Run him over! Get to that car! Like, shut up! Shoot them!
Gary, do you have the AI in?
No.
Okay, well. Good.
So all alright at the doctor's end this morning, Dan, yeah?
Well, not really doctors, it was a sports therapist.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I got loads of stretches to do, so. We'll find out if that fixes the problem. If not, then we'll have to look at
Is it from your BMX in there?
Lack of BMXing, if that makes sense.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I used to do it all the time. Oh, bit close, sorry. Because I used to do it all the time, the muscles and joints are all used to doing it. As soon as you stop, that's when everything stiffens up and becomes a problem.
Yep.
What are you saying yes at?
Cycling, my knees absolutely kill. I did cycling every day. I've stopped and my knees are in
Gary Tran.
bits.
Did, and then you got a missus.
Yep.
I was the same. I used to do all that, and then 2 years in a relationship, basically it felt like marriage, and that was it. I'll stop.
Yeah, kids, that's it, out the window. Gary's just realised this. You'll not be doing World Endurance next year when the little one's running round. I had to plead with Claire on my Twitch stream the other day to let Gary come Dannington.
Oh.
Don't forget about Dan's professional grenade throw. Yeah, let's not go there with Dan throwing grenades last night. That was frustrating.
That's funny.
Throws it straight at a brick wall and it lands back at his feet. Emo guy says he'll be there for the next GTA night. Hair in a bubble. But my hair is longer, Matt. Yeah, probably is. Mine's just growing a little bit. What you say, Dan? Sorry?
Just get everyone in and just have a complete, like, crazy Simplay night.
Yeah, that sounds that.
Including Gary.
Yeah, get Gary on
so I can
GTA.
shoot him. I just want to shoot him.
Oh, nearly.
Casually eat an apple down the main straight.
Let's just jump on board to Civic. Long way to go here, so even though he's coming up to the back of lap in Emo guy, he's still got a long way to go. Still 5 hours left in this race. A lot of stuff can happen here. This will be Civic's debut, yeah.
Welcome, Civic, to Simplay Motorsport.
Can't take an import, everybody.
For all the new people following the channel or in the Discord, get yourselves in and sign up.
Yeah, looking for GT3 drivers. Going to be hosting a test session on a Monday night. So make sure you do tune in for that.
It should be interesting, trying to pass Nikki. Oh, shit. My bad language, sorry. Had a bit of a wiggle.
Who's fourth? Fury?
Fury is in P4.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Rabbit Joe, I've just noticed as well, actually, all this time. Rabbit Joe has jumped Nicky in the pits. Fury lapping in the 36ers. Quickest man out on track so far. But let's look at the fuel then as we come to the end of the first hour. So we know Dan's 57 litres. Ben Parky's got 55. X-Mark pitted later, so he's got 61 litres. So his strategy a bit longer on the fuel. Fury down to 55 litres as Rabbit Joe is on 56. 53 for Nicky. Green Pies' AI is on 33. Mazda down to his last 11 litres.
God, man.
As Nicky is coming to lap Mazda now. And Mazda stays well out of the way. Gary then's down to his final 17 litres. Civic's got 62. Welsh's got 50. And Emo Guy has... excuse me, 78 litres left as well. But let's go back to Fury for a little bit. Sorry, Rabbit Joe. Sorry, Dan.
Oh, Fury just dropped it in the back. Oh, he just lose the wheel. I think Fury just lose the wheel.
He has. There's a wheel in the road.
Yeah.
Fury's got no wheel.
And then he just dropped it straight into the wall.
So we missed that.
Nicky's let me go. Thank you, Nicky, if you're listening.
But Fury's got no wheel.
Where
was
is
on
he?
the straight.
You're coming up to him now. Dan, Nicky and Mazda are coming up to Fury. He's at a Ascari chicane.
I don't know if he touched the grass or what, but he ended up going straight into the wall and then there was a wheel bouncing all the place.
He was ahead of you, wasn't he? He was ahead of you.
He was behind me, he passed me, yeah. He passed me before that.
Oh, there's Rabbit Joe. Who has to slow right down through Ascari. And Joe now up into 4th. In what has been a frustrating week for Fury.
Now he knows how I felt the other day.
And look at him crabbing down the straight. He cannot go in a straight line. Nicky now up to 6th. Mazda unlaps himself from Fury. And is Mazda now going to be on the same lap as Fury? Because could Mazda get past him? Fury lap 30. Mazda will start lap 30. So I tell you what,
Maybe.
the length of pit stop Fury could have, Mazda could be leading against another GT LMP2 car. Sorry, Dan, go on.
That car's undrivable without a wheel, and with the suspension all over the place.
So Fury here, already struggling now. He can't even get it around the parabolica. Here comes Green Pies' AI. Job done. Did you lose a wheel at Silverstone? Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You did, yeah. Gary's AI, I do believe it was.
Just was just the launch.
Yep.
Fury
In
then.
the final corner where I missed the pit stop.
His wheel's still the side of the truck.
Alright, so you're going to have to be cautious of the wheel at the side of the road. But Fury then into the pits. As Matt, look at this. Just inputting that Mazda, look, the big 50 on his board now. He loves it. Ben Parky's up to race number 13. Laney's not here today. Green Pies gets another race.
Oh, God. Scary was messy then.
Did you lose it or are you still going?
I'm still going. Just a little bit too much curb on entry.
And then we'll put Civic's name in there.
2 seconds.
So Dan losing a few seconds then. But I don't think it's going to worry him too much at the minute because of the fact he's still got a good 9-second gap. And the strategy, provided Dan's a bit closer than 5 seconds next time around to Ben Parky, the strategy might pull out a bit more of a gap. Although actually it won't be the next pit stop, it'll be the pit stop after, won't it? Because I assume next pit stop you're pitting for, you're changing tyres, surely.
We'll see.
We'll see. Dan giving nothing away, keeping his cards very, very close to his chest.
No, it was going on. Emo guy's bugging it.
Yeah, emo guy's lagging.
It's just in the middle of the truck.
Back in a bit, says PN Motorsport. No worries, PN. We'll catch you shortly. Catch you later. Oh, we've lost Emo Guy. So we have lost Emo Guy. Oh, we've lost Welshie. Oh, we've lost Welshie.
Has anybody else been disconnected?
No.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh shit, man, I dropped it. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, cheers, Maz. Mazda's gone straight on at Ascari. Emo Guy's joined back, but there's nothing we can do. If someone else does disconnect within a short period of time now, if we lose more, then we will have to restart the session.
The hell just come down?
You are a bit laggy in the chat, Chris.
Am I?
Yeah.
Might be worth doing an internet test, that's what I did before.
Oh, I got major damage. Oh crap.
I just hope this isn't the weather.
Those two seem to have internet connections anyway.
Yeah.
Mainly emo.
Yeah, so if anybody else drops out, that's when we'll have to.
No, it's fine.
So what a shame. We've lost Chris, we've lost Emo Guy in this one.
The stream's lagging by the way.
Is it?
Well, mine, unless it's my system, I don't know.
Well, that must be your end, because I've got it on the Switch next to me. It seems fine on the
Master's
Switch.
just a bit
Oh, no,
straight
no,
one
it
at
is
the top
actually. Yeah, it is actually. I hope this isn't this weather that's causing this. Mazda then into the pits. I'm not going to bother. Yeah, it is very jumpy. Mazda then into the pits. Hopefully...
Depends what else you got running in the background, though, innit?
Just the normal.
My stream's running perfectly fine.
Yeah,
switch everything on for internet base. Switch it on, everybody disconnect.
We've got the weather up here though today, Dan. That's the problem. The stream is a bit jumpy, Matt. Yep, I think that's sorted now, emo guy. But we have lost 2 drivers. Jesus Christ. Let us know if that's any better on the stream. We're on board Ben Parkey. Gap down 7 seconds to Dan now.
Just behind you, Joe.
But we're down to 10 drivers.
Thank you, mate.
Now let's not forget, you do still score points in this. For if you DNF, so you do still score some points. So it's 4th for Emo Guy. And it's 8th for Welshie in class. But let us know if that's better. Let us know if that's jumpy or not still. It all seems fine my end at the minute. All seems good my end.
Bit wide through Parabolica.
It's Dan up in the gap, back up to still a little jumpy every so often. Yeah, I think the weather could be playing a factor today.
Yeah, it's really...
We had it this morning, but being gone a couple of hours ago. Yeah, I think it's coming sort of more up towards us today. We said we had that we was going to get it this morning midday-ish. So all seems well at the minute. It did snow just as we were starting.
He'll be alright.
Yeah, we'll be fine. If stuff happens where we do get disconnected, we'll just have to take an hour off, won't we? We'll just have to take the time off that we've done.
Is that Virgin? Yeah.
I mean, Chris, I cannot hear a word you're saying. You are quite laggy. I don't know if that's my end, but everybody else seems fine bar Chris.
Yeah, you're lagging, mate. You're speaking as well.
I can hear Matt perfectly clear.
I can hear everybody apart from you, Chris.
So I wonder if it's me then.
You are very laggy to me, Welshie.
I'm saggy. No,
I'll be gone for a few hours, says Amplava. Mine's still doing it, says Peaceful Stepdad. Let us know if that's better. If it still is jumping a little bit, I will lower the quality to 720p. Gary, though, in for his first stop. Mazda's had a horrible pit stop and has dropped behind Civic and Gary. As Gary then, in fact, Gary's leaving the pits. Only 34 litres in the tank, Bert.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a swift strategy, see what happens.
Oh, bit of a swift strategy. Civic then will be in the pits. He's got 47 litres. Mazda's got 82. But Gary trying something here, but leads in the GTE. And no, don't. His windscreen wipers being on doesn't mean it's raining. There is no weather around for this. Matt asked Welshie to check the Discord Gen chat, please. He's just left the party, so I can't do that. But guys, girls, if you are there, share the stream around. Let's get this to as many people as we possibly can. Let's get as many people in as possible.
Oh, had a spin.
Dan's had a moment then. Let's go on board Dan. Oh, he's well off at the first Lesmos. Joe's unlapped himself. And that there is Ben Parkey now right behind Dan. So the strategy Dan has played, is this due to the tyres just going off a little bit, Dan?
No, I think I just short shifted a little bit too much and the rear didn't like it.
So at the minute, so far so good. Dan thinks he's fine to carry on his tyres, but this has brought Ben Parkey right back into this strategy here. And bring them right back into play. How's everybody doing at the minute?
Alright. Other than just a little spin that I just had.
You're still on the clutch pedal, Danny. You got used to that clutch pedal, or is it still very stiff?
Yeah, it's stiff, but I've just got used to it now. We've got Welshie back in to the chat. Mine not jump, says DJ Phil. It seems to have gone worse. Very jumpy, says. Yeah, it's definitely something at my end.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely something off on our end here. Yeah. It's coming up on my PC saying that we're struggling. The connection's not great to the stream. Stream health, yellow. It's normally green. Right, we're going to pop to a quick ad break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes to, well, I just try and hopefully get a little bit sorted. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be back in a moment.
I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn. Forget every drags me down. I need to focus everything inside me now. Full speed ahead. Fly from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to Simplay Motorsport here for this the final 4 hours 51 minutes. Then we're an hour into this race, and things are hotting up here. As you can see, Unorthodox then is leading the way at the minute with Ben Parkey right behind him, and Dan pulled a good strategy to get out in front. And now he's had a bit of a spin just before we went to an ad break. Can he then bring this one back and make this strategy work? Ben on the back of him, though, with Xmark currently running third, Rabbit Joe fourth, Nicky fifth, Green Pies' AI still in the car in sixth, Fury seventh, but Fury has had a few offs in this race, lost a wheel, had to pit for major damage. Gary leading the GTEs with Civic, then Mazda, which is down to 3 cars. We've lost Welsh and Emo Guy, and we are just experiencing a little internet problem. So do please bear with us. We've just lowered the quality of the stream to see if that will help.
I'm starting to get wheel wobble.
Is that because of your tyre wear?
Yeah.
So
You know
Dan-
the classic GT.
the what Andy's and Champs were doing.
Yep.
Yeah. So if Dan's wheel starts making a funny noise, that is because he is on the rims near enough. Dan's double stinted his tyres. That's the strategy here. But him and Ben running very similar fuel loads. So if Dan can just eke these tyres out, Ben may have to pit a lap or two earlier than Dan. And Dan here could be playing an absolute blinder on the strategy as this race goes on.
I might lose the position because I got a bit of engine damage.
So we'll have to see what happens then. But as it stands at the minute, Dan doing a cracking job so far in the lead of this race. He's not got the pace of the leaders of Xmart and Ben. He said earlier that he feels he can race Xmart, but he feels that Ben is too quick today. But as it stands at the minute, everything going your way. I have a stream on Twitter online if you would like to try. Well, it's not this stream, Phil, so I mean that's not going to work. Is it? I can't use your stream because then we're not covering the race, are we? But either way, Dan on orthodubs at the minute, leading this way from Ben Park, who's just dropped a bit back this lap. Let's go on board Ben. And let's see in the cockpit of Ben Parkey, look at the smoothness on the wheel through the Ascari chicane.
You might be suffering with the dirty air. Probably got a little bit too close.
Not really gaining a lot in the slipstream either as they come into the parabolica.
Well, from what I understand, most of the product boys went full downforce, but I don't know if that's true or not. I opted for less downforce.
Yeah, you can actually, that's probably true because you've pulled 2/10 over these two straights. Now, alright, 2/10 isn't a massive amount, but it's enough. But Ben, just looking a bit more stable in the corners. But again, is that the downforce or is that the fact that Dan's tyres are coming down to the bare bones? As Nicky then, into the pit lane for Nicky. Is that a regular stop? 13 litres. He's probably got a bit more litres in the tank. But this really helping this man out on his LMP2 debut, Rabbit Joe, who's experienced a variety number of cars. The current defending Pro-Am champion, he'll actually... Have you?
2.4 hour round Le Mans.
Was that LMP2 or LMP1? I thought we did LMP1 that night.
I might have done LMP1 then.
You've done LMP1. No, you did GT at Daytona, didn't you?
Daytona GTE.
GT8, which you...
It might have been LMP1 round 2.4.
Joe, though, he's drove a variety of cars. GT Porsche at Daytona. He's driven the LMP1 at the Le Mans 2.4 hour. He's driven GT3s. He's the current Pro-Am champion. He'll be the only champion to not lose his title because he's not racing to be able to lose it. Even though he wouldn't have defended it anyway because he'd have been in the pro category because of promotion. He's drove the GT5s. I believe he was in the GT5s.
Yep.
Yeah. Which we're not going to talk about. We don't talk about the GT5s here at Simplay Motorsport. That didn't happen.
Oh, why not?
Some cheating shenanigans that happened. You did, but through some shocking rules and stuff that happened at the end. And soon, Joey's going to be an established F1 driver for Haas. Oh, Dan, what's happening there?
Bit deep, got distracted by Nicky.
Nicky exiting the pits then. Yep, Nicky is there. Ben's right behind. So at this moment in time, Dan just leading very slightly from Ben Parkett as they come up to the second chicane. And head down towards the Lesmos now. Lesmo 1, job done. In towards Lesmo 2. They're coming up to that Mazda. The only guy with the AI in is Green Pies, but we do know at some point Joe and Gary will have to put the AI in themselves to let the wheel cool down, and Joe isn't able to get the full race done. Mazda at Ascari chicane, letting Dan and Ben Parkey pass. You've got Nicky coming behind you, Maz, as well, just to let you know.
Yeah, he's not that close as them two.
But Mazda getting well out of that. And Mazda wants none of this business. Now, this is where... Whoa, weaving. That is one manoeuvre. And Dan, he can come back across a little bit in the braking zone, as he does there, but he doesn't weave to break the toe. So that is acceptable.
To be honest, Ben didn't follow.
No, he didn't follow. But weaving's weaving, Maz, and we hate it.
I know we hate the weaving.
Unless you follow the F1 rules, as someone said in the Discord the other weekend. But hey.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Joe. He's lost it. He's dropped it at the Parabolica. And lost the rear of the car. Any damage?
No.
Still good to go. Fury then catching on the back of Green Pies' AI here. Ben Parkey into the pits. Now, that's an interesting one. He had fuel to maybe do a couple more laps. Green Pies' AI's got Fury all over the back of him. And I tell you what, I hope Fury understands that it's 4 hours, 45 minutes left, because he looks really racy here. And sort of a little impatient to get past. On the straights, Green Pies' AI pulling away. An absolute dream. And Fury stays behind once again as they come into turn one now then. Ben Parkey in the pits. Dan and Xmart then, when's their fuel low? Dan's got 10 litres left, Xmart's got 13. Xmart went the extra lap. So we're expecting Dan in soon. Rabbit Joe He's got 10 litres. Nicky's just been in the pits. Fury's got past Green Pies. Green Pies is AI lagging on the grid. So that could be our third disconnection. It is our third disconnection. How many more disconnections for lag do we restart the server?
Just 3 will do.
Say one more.
Yeah, Green Pies normally has decent internet.
So do I.
Yeah. So we've lost Green Pies. So he's not around to probably get to get back in the session. But restart. Remember, we had server problems last time. Remember. Dan then into the pits. Didn't fancy the extra lap, Dan.
Tyres are struggling.
Tyres struggling. Dan in then. Where is Ben Parkey? He is coming towards the first of the two Lesmos. Xmark will take the lead in this race. And here goes Unorthodox. Into the pits. My stream seems to have calmed down now. Thanks, Matt. Yep, just lowered the quality a little bit to try and help. But that sort of weather seems to have blown over now because we've got blue skies coming over and the sun peeking back out. So
Where's Ben on track?
it looks like it was just a bit of a weather front. Through the Ascari chicane comes Ben now. Dan's little white dot you see on the track map still in the pit lane. When is it going to move? Dan, let us know when you're away.
The repair.
I'm under attack.
Gary's under attack from Civic, so we'll jump back to Gary in just a second. Dan's still not away yet, and Ben's coming round the Parabolica. Exits the Parabolica now just as Dan's away, and he looks like he's had a bit of a ball getaway from the pits. Ben Parkey then is going to take the lead, the net lead of this race as Gary under attack from Civic. Xmark just before we get to Gary. 10 litres in the tank, so he's probably got another lap or two before he has to pit. But at the minute, Gary under attack from the Corvette of Civic. Can he win on his Simplay debut? That'd be good, wouldn't it? Mazda, a further 5 seconds behind this battle, I believe. No, a further 20 seconds behind this battle. The time screens have got that one wrong. Mazda's 20 seconds off the back of this fight. And Gary at the minute doing exactly what he needs to do. 4 hours, 42 minutes remaining. He's not got to push. He's not got to do anything like that as of yet. Emo guy, if you are listening to the stream still, stick around because there's a chance one more disconnection you'll be able to get yourself back in.
Why?
You will have to be at the back of the pack.
I do not like these new tyres.
That we're not meant to be getting our really bad weather until tomorrow and Monday.
Oh, it's changed now?
Yeah.
Oh, tomorrow and Monday. Oh, okay.
The things are there, look, Monday.
Sunday and Monday, yeah. So Civic on.
Going to prematurely end.
Why? Oh, you've got a box. Yeah.
And I will be taking a short break, so I will be in the car.
There you go, Dan. Gary's AI is coming in, and this is game on for Unorthodox now. His rival's back in the seat. The two-time AI champ. And Civic, in his Corvette, is flying down this back straight. Is that Dan just coming down the back straight out of Ascari? No. So Dan, I thought was close to you, but he's not. Civic's going up the inside of Gary. Gary wants to box. Civic's going up the inside. Gary's backed out of that one as he's coming into the pits then. And Gary then will be taking a short break as his AI comes into the car. Fury's got to get past Nicky then. He's some 26 seconds behind him for them to resume their battle. Eva Scotsman just waiting for Welshie to invite me to the party, so I'm definitely still around. Yeah, like I say, hopefully the internet will sort of play it out. We're just trying to be a bit cautious at the minute, Emo, and then we'll try and get you in as well as Rabbit Joe's into the pits as well now. Is that a scheduled stop? Yes, 2.5 litres. Xmark going that bit longer here. Ben some 55 seconds behind at the minute. Dan a minute 3 behind.
Trying to get these tyres to fire up, man.
Are they just taking a while to come to life?
A little bit.
So Dan at the minute struggling for tyre life, and we'll want to get himself back at his best and back on the pace. So Joe and Gary in. Mazda back up to second in class as it stands. What's 9 people currently watching. Guys, go spread the stream around. Let's get as many people in as possible.
Right, signing out, lads. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. So the AI is in the car for Dan. For Gary, sorry. Where's Dan on track? Just gone down. He's lapped to Gary. So he's got a while now till he has to lap Gary again. So he's all right at the minute. X-Mart is the car we're watching. 3.7 litres in the tank. Surely he's not going to take that risk. No, he's not. He's going to come into the pit lane then. So X-Mart is in the pits. Dan has got to unlap himself. So an hour and a half into this race nearly. We're at the 49 lap mark. X-Mart will cross the line, start lap 50. No, he probably won't actually, to be Ben Parkey, I'd imagine. But there's only 3 cars on the lead lap. Rabbit, X-Mart, Ben Parkey and Unorthodox.
I don't know. I think X-Mart might jump.
He's in the pit lane. Let's go to Dan. Where's Ben? Ben's at Ascari. X-Mart's still not moving. Dan's coming up to the entrance of Ascari. And still nothing from X-Mart. Still the fuel hose is in. He's away. He's away. And Ben's only at the Parabolica. Dan has only just exited Ascari. So X-Mart here...
He's trying the tyre tint.
Has to be. Is coming out well ahead of Ben Parkey. He's out of the pits. Ben Parkey's just coming down the start straight now. Dan's halfway around the Parabolica. That's on the AstroTurf. So struggling to still get them tyres up to life. And X-Mart has pulled an unorthodox strategy. They've got to have the stream on in the background, either mine or yours.
Why did I say anything?
So then X-Mart here, running a different strategy then.
I've got to go piss again. You didn't put the right tyres on.
Joe on the wrong tyre and Nicky 3 seconds off the back of Joe. Fury as well could get past Rabbit Joe. Fury trying to unlap him put a lap on Mazda, and Mazda stays well to the left, and Fury gets past him. Mazda then, he's trying to catch Civic. 20 seconds is the gap. Trying to also pull away from Gary 131. Ben then, 4.5 seconds behind X-Mart. In fact, we're not seeing much of Nicky today. Let's go on board Nicky for a little bit. Kind of on his own, not having that battle with Fury that he'd have wanted, but he's past Rabbit Joe. 20 seconds to Fury. Joe's got work to do now. And can he get back out front? This is the problem.
Come on.
I don't know why I did that.
Nicky puts a lap on Gary's AI, and Gary's AI stays well out of the way there. So Gary's AI doing the job to let Nicky through. He's got his eyes set on the pink and black car. Where is Dan? That's the second chicane. Ben through the 2 Lesmos. Ben starting to reel in X-Mart here. Down to 3.5 seconds the gap. Dan's also gained on X-Mart. That's down to 11.2.
I think X-Mart might be struggling on those tyres.
Possibly regretting the double stint.
Possibly.
We'll have to wait to see how X-Mart goes later in this race. Joe's back out of the pitch. You just see him bottom of your screen there.
If I had thought of this strategy ahead, you could have triple stint the hards on the GTEs.
Was the hards working though?
The hards are working, yeah.
Oh, have you got the hards on?
Yeah.
So why don't you just triple stint them on your next stop then?
Because I haven't set a thingy.
what?
Set a strategy up to just change the rears instead of the fronts.
Yeah, I've just noticed, Emo, that the stream is starting to stutter again.
I tried to set up a strategy to change it so that I've got hards on front and hards on, no, softs on rear, and it just put hards on everything, so...
Oh god. Not what I want to hear, because I've done the same thing. Got a strategy for that.
Ha! What, you're not going all 4 hard tyre?
Me, no.
No, you've got hards on the rears, you're spinning everywhere.
You might be able to go all 4 on the same tyre next month. Fuji should be in the springtime.
Possible, yeah.
So you'll definitely be able to double stint your tyres there. GTEs will anyway. LMP2s around that little bit, I don't know. Civic into the pit lane then. So he's in for his routine stop. 5.4 litres in the tank. Mazda coming around the parabolic. Gary's AI is just coming into turn 1 and 2. So Gary's AI has got a bit of work to do, but we're some 5 seconds slower on the last lap. I think we need to up this AI difficulty a little bit. But at the minute, Joe 20 seconds behind Fury. Fury 17 seconds to Nicky to resume their battle from race 1. Nicky 2-minute 4 behind Dan. Dan has the gap to Ben Parkey at 7.1, but 9.2 to Xmart. Xmart's got 2.1 seconds to Ben Parkey. So this is the real scrap at the minute. Strategy for these 3 lads here, Ben, Dan and Xmart, is really playing out an absolute treat here.
What lap times they doing?
You're all in the 136s. Xmart did a 38.2 last time around. But you was actually quicker than Ben by a couple of hundredths on the last lap. So is Xmart double stinting his tyres? Is he struggling if that's the case? We go just down to Civic. Is he away? He's coming out the pit lane now. Gary's AI is only at the Ascari chicane. So Civic looks like he's going to pull away here. And Xmart then, once again, can now just slowly start to get them tyres back into a good temperature.
Oh.
Dan had a wiggle. Mazda's got Joe, who's had a moment at the middle of Ascari. That all seems to have sorted itself out. Dan, did you have a wiggle coming through the Lesmos?
Yeah, I touched the curb and it kind of unsettled the car.
That was not made for soft tyres on the front.
Heard the wheel going a little there. Xmart, Ben Parkey, Dan. All on the back straight. Xmart now into the Parabolica. The next car they'll pass will be Mazda. And again, guys, girls, get the stream shared around. Let's get as many people in as possible. Let's get people in the chat. Let's get people liking and subscribing the channel and the stream as well. Because these boys for 6 hours have got a long task ahead of them with 4.5 still to go. Xmart puts a lap on Mazda. Ben Parkey and Xmart into the 37s. Dan, 36.8 again. So nearly a second quicker than Ben Parkey last time around. Dan, even with a wiggle, just seems to be getting into the groove of it now and growing into this race, you'd say. But Xmart, is he starting to manage on these tyres and get these tyres back under grip, back under control? Ben Parkey, the next car to lap Mazda. Dan's got a numb bump. May have to stand up on his next pit stop. Here comes Ben Parkey. Oh, at the Lesmos, just trying to force the issue. And Mazda has to be wary of that. But Ben, not wanting to lose any time to Xmart, actually has lost time to Xmart, lost half a second. Don't forget, the GTs do not have to move out of the way here. And the LMP2 drivers have to be that little bit more patient here. It's not like Silverstone where the corners are more flowing. It will bite you in the bum if you try and go too aggressive passing the GTEs around the Monza circuit. Fury's into the pit lane. Routine stop. Probably had another lap left unless he was out of tyres. Joe then is at the Parabolica and will get himself ahead of Fury. So Rabbit Joe will go back to P5. And And the gap out front, 2.5 seconds. Xmark crosses the line now, does a 1 minute 38.1. Ben crosses line, a 1 minute 38.2, but had that excursion with Mazda. Dan has probably caught Mazda at the best time in the slipstream, down towards turn 1, up the inside nice and early, down in the 36s yet again. So once again here, Dan just chipping a bit of time away at the lap times of Xmart and Ben Parkey on this last lap. Nicky, where's he's at the Ascari chicane, could put a lap on Fury here. There's no Fury's on his way out the pits, I do believe. Yeah, he's on his way out the pit lane. So Nicky won't put a lap on Fury, but he's some 35 seconds clear of Rabbit Joe. Rabbit Joe at the Ascari chicane. And as Xmart had a problem this lap because Ben has got the gap down to 1.3. Dan's also got the gap down to 6.5 seconds. So if Xmart is double stinting them tyres, is he struggling compared to what Unorthodox did? Ben has got 12 litres less fuel than Xmart as well. So that could be helping Ben Parkey out. Dan's got a bit less fuel than Xmart as well. Some 9 litres less. Xmart obviously has gone longer than Dan on both pit stops. And this is Rabbit Joe trying to lap Gary's AI, and this is the moment we've waited for. Danny in the background, Gary's AI at the bottom of the screen. It's nearly happening. It's nearly time.
Jesus Christ.
Xmart trying to lap Gary's AI, who stays very wide at Parabolica, and Xmart is through. The next car to lap Gary's AI will be this man, Ben Parkey. He was in France next week, so we did try and maybe move it back to next week, but with Ben Parkey being in France, it would have been a shame for him to miss out. He misses the GT3 race, which is unfortunate. Xmart has the gap a second to Ben Parkey, who did a 37.1. Dan, once again, in the 36s, consistently half a second quicker and chipping away at Ben Parkey's lap time. Is Dan's car just acting better than Ben Parkey's at this stage of the race? But the next car Dan's got to overtake is his arch nemesis, the AI.
The worst possible place as well.
As we're coming up towards the Lesmos, Dan into the second chicane. Now Dan into the Lesmos.
Ben Parkey's right on Xmart.
Yeah, I can see. We are on that. There's just a little gap between them. Here we go. Gary's AI has a stutter, has a wiggle. Dan has to back out of that one. And now Dan just a little tap up the rear of Gary's AI. And the AI just stumbling all over the place. Dan, did you get much from that? Four front aero damage. So that will hurt on the straights. And once again, the AI has done Dan no favours. Just as Dan has started to really stretch his legs in that Ligier Nissan. I say, Jesus. You know, they're all in the Ligier Nissan. No one picked the Honda. Would have been the winning car. But Ben, 4 tenths behind Xmart. The bonus for Xmart is he's using that slipstream of Rabbit Joe to great effect here. Let's see the lap times this time around. Has Xmart been able to start to get tyres under control? 38.3 again and 37.4 from Ben. So Ben not lapping great compared to Dan. Dan's lap time this time around will obviously be a bit worse. A 38.7, loses a bit of time. But the trouble for Ben here is Ben's got to get past Xmart while Xmart's trying to lap Rabbit Joe. Now Joe has he does not have to move. He doesn't have to get out the way. Ben, though, tucking underneath Xmart. Is Xmart keeping that wider line to defend into the chicane? Nearly running on the grass. Ben side by side with Xmart. Here they come. And Ben has got past. I think Xmart touched the grass a little bit there and had to get off the power. But Ben has got through and already cleared Xmart by 7 tenths of a second. Unorthodox then. It's hammer time in this pink and black Ligier Nissan.
Go on, Dan.
Xmart's struggling, I think, on them tyres. He's already lost a second to Ben Parkey. Dan then 5.3 behind Xmart. Let's just go on board Xmart on the cockpit view. Nice and smooth on the wheel. It's a shame we don't get a tyre graph on Project Cars to see the tyres. Because I can only assume at the minute. Dan there saying that the front aero damage is affecting him. So the 4 damage on the front aero, and of course it had to be an AI. Sooty will be absolutely creaming himself when I tell him this.
Plus they're also in the tow with Joe, so that don't help.
No, Ben Parkey was. X-Mart, not really. He's going to be. He'll be there now. Ten people currently watching the stream, guys. Get the stream spread around. Let's see it. Let's hear from you in the chat. Very quiet in the chat today. Also, if you want to check out some of the POVs, go over to Unorthodox 16 on Twitch. Check out his POV. I'm sure if the other drivers have put their POVs in the Discord as well, go out to check those if you're in the Discord to drop them a like and a follow on their channel or whatever they're on. As Nicky is lapping in the 1:39. She was actually quicker than him by 0.6 of a second last lap. So Joe, 34 seconds ahead of Nicky, just starting to maybe creep up on the back of his rival. Go on, Gary. Are you winning, Gary? Says Smithy in the chat. Good afternoon to Smithy. The GOAT of Pro-Am, the Pro-Am Season 6 champ. He's not winning, he's third. He's got the AI in the car, and once again, Dan's hit it. Dan was trying to be patient. Gary's AI was wiggling all over. Yeah, grazed it. That's the better word, graze. As X-Mart has still not got past Rabbit Joe here. Joe last lap, some 0.4 quicker than Nicky. I'm just trying to find any tyre. What was that thing I saw this morning, Dan, about like a sim dashboard app that you had?
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head while I'm driving.
No, yeah. Where did you put it? In the group chat?
It's RS Dash.
I've got RS Dash, I think. Your iPhone, right? Is that the one? You've got iPhone, now, haven't you?
And then there's Race Dash as well.
RS Dash.
Doesn't work when you started the session, though.
No, I'm going to have a look at it for my session anyway for Wednesday. Just finished work, says Smithy.
How do you get it to connect to your account? That's the question.
You have to do it. So when you go onto the set it up, you have to set something up on Project Cars to connect it. Because I've got one that's called Sim Dashboard that I use for the timing screens anyway.
Yeah, so it's on the actual Project Cars, it's not actually the...
It's on Project Cars, and then you have to do what it says on the phone. You have to pay for it. $4.99? I don't think so.
I think the Race Dashboard's alright.
That's the one I've just downloaded, RS Dash.
No, I think Race Dash is... you don't
Race
have to
Dash.
pay for it.
Right, I've got Sim Dash.
Well, I think you're allowed one account or something that's free, and then...
Right, yeah.
You want to set up loads and you have to pay for it to unlock or something.
Joe here then on the last lap, 9/10 quicker than Nicky, so he's starting to gain on him and reel him in. N-Dub's GOAT, go on, says Smithy in the chat, just finished work. Welshie, there he is, can't miss that voice. No, but he's waiting for one more driver to lag out so he can get back out on track. Where is Welshie? Yep. Second. Welshie's that quick, he's not on the leaderboard, Smithy. Don't you worry about Welshie, save that for a Wednesday night because you started to catch him now in the championship.
Welshie's listen right now with the... changing the settings to make it better.
Welshie, how much for Ethernet cable to fall out?
Sorry?
How much for an Ethernet cable to fall out?
You don't want to do that, Joe. You'll be starting last.
Kind of start last. I'll start last.
Well, he'll be starting third from last. He'll be starting behind all the GTEs. Coming up to the 2-hour mark of this race then.
Oh, shit.
And Ben Parkett as Mazda again. Oh, Fury.
Gary's it.
What happened there, Maz?
I just braked on the grass.
Did Fury catch you?
No.
He was on two wheels at one point. Mazda's made a mistake then through the second chicane. That is Nicky in the background coming up. But Dan is gaining on Xmart here. But Dan's lap time's consistently in the 38s as he has got some horrible wing damage. And I presume that's affecting the performance, Dan.
Just a little bit. Joe's gone wide.
Ben Parkey in the 35.8s last time around. He is flying. As Joe was again another 7 tenths quicker than Nicky last lap, but as Dan's just said, he was in the grass there.
I hate you, Gary.
I'm waiting for a message off of Sutty. I have texted him to let him know the sad information. Where's Nicky? Nicky coming side by side with Mazda at the minute, and that's Nicky up the inside of Mazda at the Parabolica, and that's Nicky lapping Mazda. Job done in this one then. Mazda struggling on his tyres. When's the pits for Mazda? 19 litres left. Got a few laps. Civic's got 59. Gary 66. Fury 56. Rabbit Joe's got 42. Nicky's only got 22 litres, so he's due a pit stop soon. Dan's got 30 litres. Xmart 40. So Xmart's got 10 litres more than Dan. He's saving fuel like an absolute dream. Ben Parkey 27.8. Well, he's not fuel saving, is he? Lapping in the 35s. But Dan at the minute, just steadily chipping away at Xmart's time and Xmart's lead here. Xmart's gap in second place, should I say.
I can't catch him with this wing damage.
37.7 for Xmart, so just maybe with the fuel load getting lighter, starting to help him on them tyres. Dan 37.8, so Dan losing a 10th last lap. What's up? Oh, Floyd's got one. Can hear it. As here comes then Xmart to the second chicane. Gap 2.8. Xmart seeming to be very cautious through the corners there. Is that because of his tyres being a bit older? Dan just gained 3 tenths through the chicane into the Lesmos now. And Dan again, that's another 10th he's gained. So Dan just through the corners, with Xmart being a bit more cautious, just seems to be gaining an extra 10th and a half. Again, another 10th Dan gains. The minute they're hitting the straight, both in no slipstream, Dan just slowly losing that time. 2.587 the gap going into the Parabolica. And at the exit of the Parabolica, 2.5. So Dan gained half a tenth there. As down they come now towards the Parabolica. Sorry, that was the Scoria chicane, not the Parabolica. The gap out front's 10 seconds to Ben Parkey. Here comes Xmart. Nicky will be the next car, we believe, in the pits, or Mazda will be the next car in the pits, we believe. Possibly Nicky. Now, we know the LMP2s drink the fuel a bit more than the GTEs. So it will possibly be this man in the pits next time around. And does that allow Rabbit Joe the chance to catch? 34 seconds is the gap. Dan has the gap to 3 seconds now. So Xmart just extended his gap. Even though Dan was 4 tenths quicker last time round, Xmart's just extending that gap slightly. Oh, Dan's wide. Through the first Lesmo, just pushing a little too hard, maybe. A little wide there.
I really hate AIs, I really do.
Not your friend, are they? Bless you.
Thank you. Someone else is behind Gary now.
Who's behind Gary now? We go on to Gary. That is Ben Parkey putting a lap on Gary. Dan and Xmart are catching Gary as Gary's coming down the straight. As you can tell from Dan's voice here, he is super excited.
tyres. I waited as well. I was patient. And
I know you was. I know. Yeah, so just walk in and shout, I'm sick of them goddamn kids. Yeah, good one. Just walk in and shout it. You did. I'm goddamn sick of them. Dan just losing half a second. Last lap to X-Mart then. Last time around. Ben back into the 37s himself. Nicky nearly losing another second to Rabbit Joe. Fury lapping in the low 36s here. So Fury lapping incredibly quick. And who's trying stupid stuff?
Well, it was just, you know, getting a bit close.
It's Ben Parky through the Irish chicane, getting a bit close to Mazda, and Mazda not enjoying that. But X-Mart then, catching Gary in a lovely little area. There's Dan again. You see Dan in the background. Gary will see his rival.
Oh, they're all coming to Gary now, aren't they?
Does anyone know how warm the wheel will feel before it cuts out?
Only Gary. Right, I've got to take a quick moment. Just talk us through stuff.
Well, I'm about to unlap Gary.
Oh.
That's what we're going to talk about. And we cleared him. Thank God for that. Lost time, but we cleared him.
Well, at least I ain't got no more damage from him.
I'm struggling so much with the Lesmos. Close to you now, X-Mart. Mazda, we're coming up to you.
Yeah, I know, I can see you on map. I'm going to stay where I am, yeah? I'm backing off, because I'm not getting involved with this fight.
Oh my god, so close.
I'm going to say, holy moly! Oh, I don't know if I trust my finger. My strategy, because
Massive wiggle. Just as I'm on the back of Exmo, I had a massive wiggle.
You're still hungry?
Oh, Jesus.
You cold?
I'm streaming, and everybody just wants to. You want to
I've lost a real wing.
I'm smashing shit.
No, I went to know I was going to sort it, then took you to follow me.
What are you doing,
I'm
Dad?
not here.
Is that good?
Right, here we go again.
What's the fucking point in trying? No, what's the point in trying to stream or do it fucking proper? Trying to earn fucking money through shit.
And then
You walked in and shouted, "Them fucking kids!"
Oh, sorry.
What's the
Oh, this race is fucked now.
And what has happened here? We're on board Dan, and there's no rear wing. Don't tell me Gary again.
No, I made a mistake. I can't get back to the pits, man. I hate this now. I really don't like doing world endurance races.
Mazda's in the pits, Ben's in the pits, X-Mark takes the lead of this race. Dan's struggling.
I can't even turn.
Back.
You're back.
I hate you, Gary.
You've caused absolute pandemonium.
What?
Your AI, and
On arrow.
mate, Unorthodox has got no rear wing and having to pit. You didn't cause that though. You only love tapped him and gave him 3 damage on the front. 4 damage on the front.
Oh, I'm so annoyed, man. That's
So then,
gone now.
Exmar leads this race. Dan in the pits and Rabbit Joe. No, you didn't do that one.
No, you didn't do that one.
No, which winding you up. You didn't do that one. You gave him 4 Frontero damage because your AI was wiggling at the Lesmos, but that was Dan.
You know what, like a bad internet connection, mate. What the phone in Cornwall?
Jesus, you lose some time with the AI in the car, let me tell you.
Oh man, I'm here for ages.
Welshie, there's a donate button on the bottom of his Twitch stream. Depending on the sizable donation you make, Dan's connection may just go. Dan will take a 4-hour restart from the back of the grid, at least on the same lap.
He's got nothing left. He's only been out for half a stint. Well,
Here comes Rabbit Joe. And is that Rabbit Joe passing Dan for position? No. Rabbit Joe has now...
This is ridiculous, man.
What lap is Joe on compared to Dan? Joe is now on the same lap as Dan. So Joe needs to get around as quick as he can, and he'll be on the back of Rabbit of Unorthodox here. What a shame Joe's not going to be able to do the full stint, because this could be a fantastic drive from this man. We are coming up to the 2-hour mark in this race. And Dan is having a...
disconnecting?
Did I say Joe was disconnecting?
He says he can't do a full race.
No, he's got to go towards the end, so he's putting the AI in.
Yeah, that's a disconnection, mate, unfortunately.
Again, there's a donation button, and Joe will just send you his bank details, and...
Yeah, the Ethernet's a bit of a dodgy connection.
This race is gone, man. I can't do nothing now.
Yo, Gary, do you know how hot your wheel felt before it disconnected? Last time.
yeah, like loose and horrible.
Ah, okay. It feels alright, so I might be able to stick it out as soon as my room's cold until I have to head off.
Joe go in for at least 4 or 5 hours, maybe. Fury on the back of Nicky. This was a battle at Silverstone for a good couple of hours, and it's battle resumed here at Monza once again. And Dan out the pits, but how close to Joe? Dan's just coming into the first chicane. Joe has just left the Parabolica, so Joe has a chance to catch Dan here, and Nicky's made a mistake, and that has allowed Fury to get away Nicky in the background as Ben Parkey lapping him. So let's take a look at everybody's laps. X-Mart's on lap 70. Ben Parkey coming around to start his 70th there. Both a lap ahead of Unorthodox. Or in fact, I think X-Mart might be 2 laps ahead of Unorthodox now. But he's got to shortly pit. Rabbit Joe on lap 68, same as Dan. Fury and Nicky about to start their 68th lap. Then Civic and Mazda on lap 64 and Gary on lap 63. Gary, though, back in the car.
Wait,
and
what lap is X-Mar on?
X-Mart's on lap 70. So he's a lap nearly 2 in front here.
Fucking hell, this car's done shit.
72.
70.
Alright. Well, I'm at 67.
This car.
You just put fresh softs on.
Yeah, I have.
Whose idea was it to make a World Endurance Championship?
Mine and yours, and Mazda's. And you was well up for it.
Oh my god, the softs are horrible.
You got to wear them in for a few laps and then they're alright.
I'd say I'd swap with you, Dan, and I'll do this and you stream it, and you do F1 and I'll stream it, but...
No. You would not finish this. No offense, mate.
No, I wouldn't. You're right, I'd have to put the AI in. That's why my plan, if I did this, was to share the drive with Liam. I asked Mazda, but Mazda said no, I was going to share the drive with him. He could have brought his fancy Fanatec down. I'd have shared it with Gary, but he lives too far away.
I don't like sharing no more.
So Dan, then, the big news that Unorthodox is struggling in this one and is really trying to get to the end of this race, probably for a 3rd place. But I say that at the minute, anything could happen as Joe, Fury and Nicky are all on the same lap. Let's get a poll going at the moment.
Don't put race winner, because do you know who's going to win it?
Oh my god, I've gone again. Jesus.
I'm not going to put for race winner.
Who's next in the AI?
No. So the poll is, chat, that's going live right now. Where will Unorthodox finish? 3rd, 4th, 5th or 6th? Get your votes in now for where you think Dan will finish.
Any higher?
Well, yeah. I think if you get any higher, Christmas has come early for you. And if Christmas comes early, I'll get the Mariah Carey on.
Mazda, how much would it cost to have you take out Ben Parkey and X-Mar?
Oh,
There's a donation button at the bottom of his Twitch page. Donate and find out.
Yeah.
Welshie, there's also a donation button at the bottom of my Twitch page, even though I'm not live, and I can disconnect and we'll have to restart the server again. Just don't do what Keegs did. Because whatever happens on my Twitch actually pops up on Simplay, so... You remember what Keegs did, Dan? who generously donated $3?
Bin Laden.
And I'm live on Twitch and it popped up, Bin Laden's donated $3. And I'm like, yep, cheers, Keeks. Dean Wasaki, though, he was generous. He donated a $5.
What a nice guy.
On the softs. Never thought I'd say that.
What do you mean you're struggling on the softs?
All my practice has been hard on the front and softs on the rear. But the strategy doesn't work.
Completely different drive on the softs.
Oh. So here's Civic. They've not seen much of Civic, so let's go on board the Corvette. Let's go in the cockpit view. Civic, obviously brand new to Simplay Motorsport. What's up? Oh, best go and tell him to move then, aren't you? Civic, pass us that bowl of sweets, please. I'm going to finish that bowl of sweets. Civic then in the Corvette. How will he do? There's currently been one vote on this. How many people are live watching at the minute? There are 8 people watching. There's been 1 vote. It doesn't tell me who's voted, so in the chat, let me know who's voted. But they have said Dan will finish 3rd. The vote will end with 2 hours left of this race. So you've got plenty of time to get your vote in. Oh, an X-Mark there. Very twitchy out the second chicane. Nearly allowed Civic to come back here. And Dan lapping quicker than Joe, but Fury, he's the man on the mission in the 36ers still. Oh, Civic's round. He's kept it out the wall, but has lost it at Ascari. And Mazda's got the hurry up. Where is Maz? Only at the Lesmos. But that, though, will help Mazda just gain on Civic. As Rabbit Joe's now coming up to lap him. Dan, coming down the start line. X-Mark then. He'll be in the pits. He's going to do 1 more lap here. So extending that run even further over Ben Park. He has a 33-second gap. Afternoon to Fury's mum. Hope you're well, Laura. Actually, speaking of Laura, I need to message you later about Donington. Rabbit Joe in the pits.
Yep. Wow, what a great lag that were then.
Oh.
When when someone's going in the pits because the server lags out, and when you're going around the corner and it lags out for you.
Oh,
nice.
That's going to perk Chris's interest. So Joe in the pits, Fury in the pits. Fury could have gone longer there and extended his run, but he's chose not to. X-Mark will need to pit this lap. Ben's gained 3 seconds already. Is X-Mark fuel saving a little bit this lap? No.
Soft tire, I can't believe I'm actually saying this. Soft tires feel horrible.
2 votes. And both people have voted Dan will finish 3rd.
Didn't mean to swap tyres.
Have you not changed tyres, Joe?
Yeah, I did. I didn't want to.
Ah.
But I suppose it timed perfectly for a pit stop piss.
That's good to hear, Laura. And Joe then practicing as well as Mazda for in a pit stop week.
Yeah.
But here comes X-Mark. He's got to jump into the pit lane this lap. We've got under 2 hours here. Sorry, just over 2 hours. Got under 4 hours to go. X-Mark in. Ben Park is at Ascari. Dan is coming to try and unlap himself. And only a lap behind X-Mark. So can get on the lead lap of X-Mark. But X-Mark obviously still in that pit lane at the minute. Ben Parky coming through will take the race lead here. Nicky's back up to 4th. You're a lap down to Ben. Ben's just started lap 74. X-Mark's on lap 74. You're on lap 73. So you're not a full lap down yet.
I am pushing so hard just to catch him.
X-Mark's now away. And where's Dan? Coming through Ascari. Sorry, X-Mark's going to start lap 75. He's not yet crossed the line. So Dan is a lap down. Not 2 laps down, though, so that's a bonus.
I love that you're giving me false hope every single time. Dan's a lap down. No, he's 2 laps down. Oh, I don't actually know how many laps down he is. I'm a lap down. The guy's red. I can't unlap myself. Right?
Yep.
I'm going to have to force my way through. Maybe put him in the wall. Might have to pull out the Kelly cut.
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
These two have got to have some bad luck. And what's that saying? Sometimes in the world you got to make luck?
Yeah. There's make luck, then there's just deliberately driving into folk. The worst thing is, the way the World Endurance has gone for you, you'll go to cut them off, and you'll end up with more damage.
Yeah. I'm trying too hard now.
Mate, this car's not built for
I
soft
thought I had a
tyres.
plan then, and it's just completely ruined it. I thought I had them on strategy, but clearly my poor driving has affected it.
Civic in the pits. Master unhappy with the car. Civic looks like he's got some damage. Could have probably gone longer. 3 people have now voted saying that Dan will finish 3rd.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the optimism. I mean, you're more than welcome to add a vote by typing it in if I can actually finish 2nd. That'd be lovely.
Yeah, if you think Dan will finish higher, say in the chat.
Matt clearly doesn't think I will.
Well, with your bitching and moaning, mate, you probably won't finish 2nd. But
You know, on a Wednesday night, Dan, when I've explained to you about Dean. Oh, there goes my race. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's that. What you're doing now sounds like Dean on a Wednesday.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm actually 2 laps down. Dean's only 20 seconds behind.
Nah, Dean's normally 2 laps down as well.
Oh, sorry. So, yeah. My bad.
So I brake by, see if that changes out, because it feels horrible.
If you want to watch Dan's point of view, please head over to his Twitch on Orthodub16. Another vote's just come in. Someone, and I can't see who's voted for this, by the way, has said Dan will finish 5th.
Guess
Right,
who,
thanks.
guess who that was?
That was you, wasn't it? Rabbit Joe being savage. Joe's just said you'll finish 5th.
That's what he is, isn't it? That's what he's hoping for.
No, it was just a random press. As low down as I can.
Oh, brilliant. I hope you liked the video while you was there, Joe, as well.
No.
If you want to check out Orthodubs' POV of this race, go over to his Twitch on Orthodub16 and watch his POV from there. I do have some other links of the other boys. I will tell you theirs as well. Nicky is live. He didn't give me his link. He said I would send it you, but there's a bit of swearing on there, so I'm not going to. I was like, okay. There's been swearing on here, Nicky, but that's pro.
Oh, mate!
They're swearing, and then there's prolapse. You know, that could be a whole different kettle of fish.
Is Ben orange?
No, that is Xmart that's just lapped you. So
He's just gone very deep.
when Dan said to Mazda, take Xmart out, he was joking. Was he? Was he? Maz, set up a Twitch, get a donation button. There's a button at the bottom of your page. Ben Parkey is live on YouTube, and if you want to see Ben Parkey's POV, head over to... in fact, I don't think he's live anymore. He's got the old webcam going on the screen. Look at Ben Parkey here. He's got an actual trophy in his room and things.
I would have a trophy in my room, but hey, I've got a canvas instead. Oh, God.
Oh, there's no wonder Ben Parkey's rapid. Look at the setup he's got there. That's Pro League.
I can't really look at it right now, Matt, because I'm busy driving.
I've not put it on the stream. You carry on driving or doing whatever it is you're doing. 5 votes now in. Someone else has said that Dan will still finish 3rd. So there's 4 votes for Dan for 3rd, and Rabbit Joe said he'll finish 5th place.
Ironically, the person I'm about to lap is the guy in 5th.
Yeah, the guy.
I break a bit early sometimes.
Do not break check Dan. Shit will get real. Someone else has voted saying that Dan... no, there is only still 5 votes. So 4 people have voted Dan to finish 3rd. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't hit that thumbs up button on the stream, please hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe if you are new as well. 13 people now in the video, so it's starting to pick up a little bit. Let's hear from you in the chat as well. We've not seen Furby in a long time. Let's have a look at what he's doing. And here he is. He's plodding along. Second quickest man on track at the moment. Joe was a second and a half quicker than Nicky on the last lap. So Rabbit Joe flying.
Oh, you are fucking me.
Mazda's got no rear wing, and Dan's put a lap on Rabbit Joe. So 5th place may be off the table for Dan, but Dan's got to lap a GTE with no rear spoiler, and look at how easy... Oh, I didn't think Mazda were braking there. Dan. The worst thing is for Joe is Fury is now coming. He's within 2.5 seconds, and Furby flying. Gives a flash, Furby.
Sorry, Maz.
Alright, pal.
Smithy in the chat, afternoon, Fury's mum. There's another vote in, and someone else has said that Dan will finish 5th place. 33% of the votes. 5th might be off the table now. He's a lap ahead of 5th and 6th. Excuse me. If you do think Dan will finish higher, comment in the stream. I didn't put that one down as an option. There was only 4 options I could put, and they was the 4.
Do you think I'm just going to go backwards? Thanks, Matt.
Based off of your attitude at the minute, you are Dean Wasaki in this. Hey, Maz, back me up there. Yep. Cheers, Fury, for the flash.
Am I, though?
You're just whinging like Dean would.
I dare to go on your stream there, because you whinge a lot.
I don't whinge. I just shout when stuff doesn't...
do.
I don't whinge.
Yes.
I shout when things don't go my way. I don't whinge about it. And yeah. Gary can tell you I don't whinge on stream. I just shout when, like green pies. Yeah, launch. Yeah, but that's because Dean were annoying me.
Matt gets more annoying and whingy when he goes on about how he's winning the championship, and a guy who's not doing half the season is beating him. So, you know.
We didn't know he was only doing half the season, though, did we? And I was moaning because I had to choose my car. I think Nicky may have the AI in. Nicky's pitting with 35 litres to go, and that car slowed down. I think that's the AI in Nicky's car.
Right, well, we're going to test.
He's in the pits, so Fury's got past Joe. We've missed that. But Nicky in the pit lane. Joe and Fury are coming now. Where's first place? Civic's. Mazda's just behind Civic. Is Gary on the lead lap of these? Oh, no, he's a lap down. Otherwise, he's not too... No, he's not. Gary's on the same lap. Oh, GTE's hotting up. They're all pretty close to each other on the track. So GTE's hotting up. Where's Fury? Here comes Fury out the Parabolica. Nicky in the pit lane. Fury's going to take 4th place. Rabbit Joe looks like he's going to come round and take 5th place. 7 votes in the chat. 71% of the votes has gone the way of Dan will finish 3rd.
Thank you to the 4 people currently watching my stream in a minute. Much appreciated. If you haven't done so, hit the follow button. And obviously go and look at the Simplay Motorsport stream as well. See how the AIs are still taking me out.
But just see it from a wider point of view.
A more dramatic point of view.
Yeah. Come and also... You can hear it on Dan's stream, but also come and listen to Dan Whinge over here. Like and subscribe. Keep going, Dan. I love the enthusiasm. You've got to keep going till the end, and I love that attitude. Never say die. Do you know what I mean?
My foot is planted to the ground.
Yeah, I'd lift it off the ground when you're in the corners.
You're right. It's an LMP2, Chris.
No wonder you lost your rear wing earlier then, if that's the attitude. Oh, he's behind Gary. Good job Gary's in the car this time. It's not the AI. Dan Jinx, he's weaving. Oh, what's that? Gary's wheels just disconnected and suddenly turned left on him. Oh, what a shame. There's a donate button at the bottom of Gary's Twitch page to turn left on Dan as he comes past him.
Gary had Twitch?
I don't know. It's there now, isn't it?
He's gone in the pits, now he's going to put the AI in.
Imagine. Gary then into the pit lane. Bit early for this stop. 61 litres of fuel left in the car.
Yeah,
Didn't he leave his...
No tyres, I have no idea what he done with them, but...
Oh, the AI's run Gary out of tyres then. Nicky then behind Rabbit Joe by some 33 seconds. Joe's 8 seconds behind the back of Fury, but Fury is the quickest man on track at the minute, lapping in the low 136s quite consistently here, and he's 1 minute 29 behind the back of Dan, so not quite a full lap behind Daniel yet. So is Fury just going to possibly... In fact, no, Fury is a whole lap behind Dan. I don't know why... Say 1 minute 30 because he's over 1 minute 30 behind Dan. But Fury flying, if he can unlap himself from Daniel here, pitch strategy, Dan's got a pit before Fury. So if Fury can unlap himself, hi Fury's mum, I'm not too bad, thank you. Just a little peeved about the weather at the moment as can't work on the car due to the rain and wind, but pretty certain we'll catch a break soon. The weather's been atrocious all weekend. Hope you're all staying safe and staying well. Master brake check him.
Dan, be careful of me, this car is not stable. And I'm not joking. The strategy's gone to pot.
Dan, be careful of me as he's mid-corner. That's track limits there from Unorthodox 16. Got to stay between the white lines. That is not part of the racetrack. Got to stay between the white lines.
Shut up.
That is track limit violations from Unorthodox there. That's one call.
Even including this one allows you to run it, so shut up.
All four wheels over the white line, if you ask me.
You do chat some complete and utter rubbish at times, don't you?
Go on, call me a name. I dare you. Mazda and Joe's listening. Yeah, right. Mazda, Joe, penalty point.
I didn't say you're an idiot because of the shoes.
Don't care. You used the word idiot, and therefore,
Oh my God, this car.
I didn't say you got a penalty for it. But Fury is right behind Unorthodox now. Fury flying a 36.2 again. He's really got some pace today as young Furby. After his stress and frustration of GT3s at Texas, which has dropped him down the standings a little bit. He's now on the back and looking, not at the minute for a podium. He's not going up. If he passes down here, it's not for a podium. But we're down on a different pit strategy than Fury. Fury being able to go that bit longer. This could really help Furby out here. So Furby got to unlap himself. My sister had a Furby. They was annoying as fuck. Joe, you're probably too young to know what Furbies are.
Matthew, who was annoying as fuck.
Oh no, I stayed well away from his sister. She did me head in. But if she is watching, happy birthday.
Mine's trapped my finger in the door and dropped after the end of it.
Oh, lovely. And that is Civic keeping well out the way of Fury and Dan. And Fury again, another 36.5. Dan only a 37.9. So Dan just he's got pace in that car. And Fury late on the brakes, really closing up to the back of Dan. And Dan's bum cheeks just getting a little squeaky here, a little squeezing, tensing them together as he's nervous with Fury on the brakes. Doesn't want a lapped car to put him in any danger. But Fury wants to clear Dan and get around the track. And be trying to be on the back of Dan. And Dan, look, he's going to let him go. He's not going to fight Fury too hard. He knows he's a lap in front. But now... Oh, Dan messed the chicane up big time there. Fury up on his Delta as well. So Fury flying at the minute. And that's put Fury technically on the same lap as Dan, theoretically. So Fury flying on Orthodubs now has to be wary that this green and black LMP2 car is coming for him.
Starting to struggle with tyres.
Did you double stint them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
massive damage.
Yeah,
so
you.
I'm gonna lose time anyway.
Fingers crossed for you to get out to the car soon, says Fury's mum in the chat. 7 votes still in. Dan 71% to finish third, fifth, 29% of the votes. The vote will be live for another 9 more minutes. And then we might have to get another little vote on the stream. We've lost Green Pies, we've lost Welcher, we've lost Emo Guy in this race. But they will all still score points. It's not like GT3s where you don't score a bean, you do score points for finishing in the in this category. Get the votes in on the chat then for what you think Dan will finish. If you think he'll finish above 3rd, 4th or 6th or lower than 3rd, 4th or 6th, comment in the chat. is Fury, a 35.9 last lap. He is flying. Ben a 36.6. Fury is the quickest man on track. Mazda's lost 4 seconds last lap to Civic. He lost 5 seconds to Gary. So Gary coming at Mazda a little bit here. Gap's 41 seconds. Gary's up on his delta as well. So Gary about set a best lap. In fact, did set a best lap of a 45.7. So Gary going full beans as well. Still got the wipers on. Civic 16 seconds ahead of Mazda. So the GT spread out nicely. Nicky 38 seconds ahead of Rabbit Joe. Behind Rabbit Joe, sorry. Lapping similar pace to Joe as well. So Nicky Go doing a decent job at the minute. Just struggling a bit through the second chicane. Rabbit Joe, 22 seconds behind Fury, 39 behind Nicky, but there's no wonder he's lost out because this man, 36.4, quickest man on the track and is consistently doing this pace. Fury is flying. And he's absolutely doing the business here today. Dan then, third place. He's 1 minute 36 behind Xmart. He's a minute 26 ahead of Fury. Xmart 46 seconds off the back of Ben, 1 minute 36 ahead of Dan. And as we know, Xmart, Ben 46 seconds ahead of Xmart. And Mazda in again. And that's another early stop for Mazda. Maz?
Tyres. They're shocking.
Are you going to the hards?
No sauce.
He's staying on the soft, so this gives Gary a chance to catch him. Gary on the back straight, Mazda in the pits. We'll just stay with this a second. But is this going to give Civic a win on Simplay debut? Mazda's now away, coming out the pit lane now. Gary coming down. Mazda's 50th race. Is it going to be back-to-back second places for Mazda? With Andy not being here, though, will give Mazda the championship lead. I don't know how long in between I could take my naproxens. I'm on my stronger tablets today. 8 votes in. There's another vote gone the way of Dan, going to finish third. That's giving Dan the uplift that he needs. But look at this little battle for GTEs here. Gary's got the go faster window wipers on. Aye, they're off now. That's a shame. Oh, go on, have a send it, Gary. Go on, a cheeky send it halfway through this race. Got Xmark coming up to lap them. And Gary and Mazda are in a battle for what is effectively, they're all going to be on the podium of GTE. Oh, Mazda! Oh!
Back end is not happy there on the...
Gary there gets out the throttle and avoids Mazda losing the car nearly into the side of him. They've got Xmark coming to unlap himself, to lap them. Xmark's going to the inside of Gary. Gary's giving him the room and respect. Mazda does as well. And that has forced Mazda wide. And Gary, thank you, Mama, for the carrots. Up the inside. Job done at Ascari P2. And that was a cheeky thank you flash to Xmark there for giving Gary P2 in class. Andy in the chat. Gutted I couldn't race today. Has Dan been thwarted by the AIs again? No, he had a little mishap with Gary that gave him 4 damage, nothing big, and then lost it on his own, which gave him the real big damage. But Dan, he needs a bit of motivation at the minute, so he's still going. Fury now on the back of Mazda to put a lap on Mazda, but Xmart there really giving Gary a good run. Fury again in the 35s. He is absolutely flying at the minute, and Fury up the inside of Gary once again. And Dan's just lapped in the 36.4, so Dan's pace 1.5 seconds quicker than Xmart. And with 3.5 hours remaining, it's a shame he couldn't be here today, Andy, because Mazda's struggling. But we hope to have you out there for Fuji nonetheless, either way. We've lost 2 likes on the stream, so thank you to whoever's unliked the stream twice. Appreciate that one. Xmart, though, in second place from Ben Parkett, who's coming down to start lap 88. Dan's in third, 1:35 behind Xmart, a minute 23 ahead of Fury. Fury's fourth. And absolutely a man on a mission after he lost. Fury's lost a wheel in this race, let's not forget. Lost it on his own and lost a wheel. Rabbit Joe's P5, 38 seconds ahead of Nicky, lapping very similar to Nicky. Civic is in P7 with Gary P8 ahead of Mazda. As Dan look, is the car in between the 2 GTE drivers. So what will Dan do here? We've lost 2 likes on the stream, so thank you to the people who's done that. We'll end in 3 minutes the poll of where you think Dan will finish. Oh, we got one of them likes back up to 16, so that's good. Here comes Gary131, just slowly pulling away from Mazda. That's Dan then in a little early, Dan. Tyres?
Tyres.
Tyres the problem.
It's got hotter, I think.
Oh.
Tyres aren't lasting as long.
Can you press options in the pits and see the temperature, or do you not get that luxury?
It's 19 degrees.
19 degrees. So there we go. Apologies, the stream just seems a bit laggy. We've lost another like, so thank you very much. We're back down to 15. So thank you for that. We are going to go to a quick ad break on the half an hour mark, because I need to just pop to the toilet. 2 minutes left, though, of the poll. Get your votes in. 8 votes in. 75% of the vote says that Dan will finish 3rd. 25% of the vote says he'll finish 5th. Nobody said he'll finish 4th or 6th. Dan, though, still in the pits. Fury at Ascari. Dan's now away, full fueled and tyre change. Fury's at Ascari. 30 litres of fuel, though, so this is where the pit strategies are going to start to play out. So Fury, yes, he's caught Dan quite a bit. Did a 37.1 on the last lap as Xmart put a lap on him. Or in fact, has Fury caught Xmart here to unlap himself again? I think Fury may have caught Xmart.
Caught him.
Yeah, he has. Fury's flying at the minute. Really driving well. Mazda's back onto the rear of Gary. That little notification means that he's within a second. And here comes Mazda. As we head to Fuji next on the 19th of March, I believe it is. We head to Fuji. So exactly a month today. And then I do believe there's no World Endurance in April. Or if there is, I think it's a bit... There is, actually, yes. It's a bit earlier in April, isn't it? Because we got that one wrong. So there's a 3-week break in between Fuji and the one in April. Because... when me and Dan originally did the calendar, we was planning on doing Spa the weekend we was at Donington. So everybody was going to take... What it was right, Kelly was bringing his Simrig trailer. And we was all going to do it at Donington Park live. Do you know what I mean? That was the plan, Dan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, sweet. So calendar. World Endurance. 19th of March then is the 6 hours of Fuji. Then the 23rd of April. Nope, that's wrong. It's the week before the 23rd of April. We never edited the calendar. The week before the 23rd of April is the 16th of April will be Spa. And then we hit round 5, the 21st of May. We head to the Algarve for 8 hours of Algarve. That one starting again at midday, but finishing at 8 p.m. instead of 6. And then Le Mans 24 hour on the 18th of June, the day after Mazda's birthday. I think it's starting on Mazda's birthday on the 17th, on the Friday night. The 24 hours of Le Mans, in which I hope to be participating myself. Anybody wants to share a drive? I'm happy to travel. Come and share. I'll go to Scotland. I'll share the drive with Chris. And that then brings the end of the poll. So 75% of the vote saying that Dan will still finish on the podium. We're going to take a very short break as Furby in the pits. Flying Furby, says Fury's mum. But we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in around about 5 or 10 minutes time for the final end, or for the final 3 hours of this race. Do not go anywhere.
I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, fly from the end, so I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, fly from the end, so I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, fly from the end, so I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, fly from the end, so I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
I'll go back live in just a minute. Welcome back then, everybody, for the World Endurance Championship. There is just over 3 hours remaining. Yeah, Phil, I know there was no sound, buddy. We was just watching that while I was just sorting some bits out. But we've got a special guest with us, Sweet and Sticky, back in your box for, about an hour, I think it was?
Yeah, I've got about an hour, yep.
So there we go, then. Sweet and Sticky in your box for an hour at least. Just to run you through the results at the order at the minute. Ben Parkey, 20 seconds ahead of Exmar, but on completely different strategies. Exmar tank is double the amount of what Ben Parkey's got left in it. Unorthodox, after the disastrous mistakes he made earlier on, can he fight back? He's 135 behind Exmar, but again, on a different strategy completely now. He's got to fend off this man who is still lapping in the 1 minute 35s, and Fury absolutely flying out there. 1 minute 26 behind Dan, but a minute 8 ahead of this guy. Is Joe still in the car, or has he gone while I've been away?
I'm still here.
Joe's still in the car, so it is still Joe. Nicky in the pits for his stop. Civic, we believe, is still in the car as well. Excuse me. He is 53 seconds ahead of this man, Mazda, who is struggling on the tyres. The soft tyre's not doing the job, and the hard's not good enough yet. Gary trying to hunt him down. 12 seconds is that gap, but you feel that may be extended because Gary's only got 4.1 litres in the pits. Is Gary still in the car?
At the moment, yeah.
At the moment, yes. Good morning, good afternoon, Kelly, should I say. How are we?
Very well, mate. Yes, very well. Sweet and Sticky back in your box. Been a little while, hasn't it?
Yeah, been too long, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely too long. And nice to be back. As I said, I got about an hour with you. I've just been at work, so I'm here now. And yeah, got to catch up and get up to speed as you just run me through who's where. And yeah, I believe Dan's had some incidents. You were just saying another
yeah.
AI
no
accident, I hear?
No, he clipped the back of Gary's AI, only got 4 damage on the front wing. That wasn't the big incident. The big incident was when he was behind Exmar, and I believe lost it on his own, and that cost him to lose his rear wing, get 100 on the back, and he's had some damage and had to repair, but was running an absolute blinding strategy after not having the pace of Ben Parkey. The later this race goes on, the more Dan is starting to get that pace back, and is lapping the same as Fury. We have lost Welsh Emo Guy and Green Pies through disconnections, but that seems to have settled down now. As I say that, the black clouds are rolling in, and that's when we had the trouble earlier. So, all being well... no, not on the game, at my end. With the real life weather, when the black clouds rolled in earlier, we was having a few laggy moments on the stream, and that's when we lost Emo Guy and Welshie. And they're starting to roll back in again now with 3 hours left. Yes. So if Welshie and Emo Guy and Green Pies are all still around, they could still get back in, but we'll have to go laps down. Obviously, it's not going to be fair if they stay on the lead lap, but we'll have to start at the back of the grid. They can get back in to fill the grid up if they wanted to. But 3 hours into this race, Kelly, 3 hours 5 minutes left. We've got a good fight on in the GTEs. They're all on the same lap until this man's going to dive into the pits.
What is Gary faffing around at the back?
He's on default.
I'm still waiting to get back in.
Everybody's running setups. Gary's just turned up, rocked up, loaded default, and gone.
It's the story of his season, isn't it? You know, since he's been Daddy Gary, he's just rocked up and yeah, I'm getting a message saying internet connection is low. SharePlay might be lost. Let's hope not. Yeah, that seems to be the story of Gary's year, isn't it? A little bit. Just rock up and do the thing, sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
That seems to be how Gary rolls, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, 100%. But well,
the AI in for a little bit longer.
Are you putting the AI in now?
Yeah.
And that is music to Daniel's ears. The AI is in the car. Dan?
Oh yeah, so there could be a crash. Yeah. Does that mean, Gary, you're going to run out to the shed and see if you've got that pipe for me?
No, because the workshop's about 20 miles away.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Otherwise I would have done.
Okay, we'll come back to that then,
I
shall
would
we?
have done it Thursday night.
Yeah.
It's a shame, Kelly. We was just mentioning you just before we went to that little break and before you came on. We was on about that me and Dan got the calendar wrong. And it's... excuse me, and had scheduled Spa round 4 for the same weekend as Donington. We then came up with the idea that if you were up and get this sim rig trailer built, we could have all just done it at Donington in your trailer.
Yeah, I kind of priced that trailer up to build it, and I reckon give or take it's going to cost me in the region of about 10k. And just funnily enough, I just haven't got the money right now. Or certainly not before Donny this year, anyway.
So what they'll have to do is they'll have to turn up with their own sim rigs, their own PS4s, their own monitors, but Kelly will provide the trailer. So there is shelter.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a problem with that.
There's no trailer.
That's suitable, but am I towing it from Cornwall to Donington Park?
No.
No, not a chance. I got a gazebo, put it under there.
Yeah, put it under the gazebo. My tent's big enough that could hold 2 sim rigs side by side in the middle, I think, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think the campsite electricity is powerful enough to run it all and stream it all, but hey, we'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Plug into the mains, borrow their Wi-Fi, tell everybody else to not use the Wi-Fi, and away we go.
Yeah. I'm sure none of that will work.
Be fun though, wouldn't it, if we was all at Donington live broadcast, all in the same building?
I'm sure it would be, yes. And maybe in future years, if and when I build a sim trailer, then yeah, maybe we can have it there. But we'll see. That's plans for the future. That is got other fish to fry right at the moment. And look at all this gaggle of cars all in one spot.
Yeah, that is Ben Parkey X-Mart, I do believe. No, it's Nicky X-Mart, Mazda, Unorthodox and Fury sedan, trying to put a lap back on Fury.
Yeah.
But Dan's obviously, if you look at the fuel, as that's an interesting line through the parabolica. If you look at Dan's fuel compared to Fury's, he'll be making a stop relatively soon.
They both will, by the looks of it.
Fury
on, what's that,
23 litres down on 17. So Fury's probably got an extra lap over Dan. Mazda said Gary was up in front. There is Gary, and this could be pandemonium as we come to the second chicane and the Lesmos. Nicky's gave Gary's AI a little cheeky rub there. Next up is X-Mart to get past, and Dan is sweating already. Squeaky bum time as Gary's AI is all over the place. And this is the enjoyment of World Endurance, Kelly. I'm so happy you're here to witness this. Look in the background. There is Unorthodox. Mazda's not going to let Dan at Fury. Yeah, Fury and Gary's AI's off. Oh, he's wide. Oh, he's on. Oh, they're 3 abreast, and Dan's right there. Oh, Dan.
There's Maz in there as well. Look out,
Gary's AI.
Gary's AI is an idiot. He's a complete idiot.
Dan's going side by side with Gary's AI as they come up to the Ascari chicane. Dan is through and is trying to get Mazda at the same time. Mazda just gives Dan enough room, but Dan thinks, no, I will wait until we're on this straight here. And Dan, how was the nerves through that lot?
That's brilliant. I reckon a couple of AIs should be in there all the time. Just set a couple of AIs running and leave them going there.
I don't think Dan's talking at the minute. I think he might be sweating and swearing.
Well, that's the most
bloody thing.
That's the most fun I've had for ages. That's brilliant. As I say, I think we should put them in all the time. I think they should make an appearance on Wednesday and Thursday nights. A couple of random AIs, just whatever settings Gary's happens to be on. I don't know if there's an idiot setting, but that one's definitely.
Whoa!
Do you know what I mean?
You've just said the word idiot, and Master and Joe's in the party. That's a penalty point.
Really, idiot? What's the matter with idiot?
Bryn got a penalty point for saying it last week.
Oh, right. I think he was directing it at somebody, though, was he not? I was directing it at a virtual person. I think Gary's AI won't be offended by me calling it an idiot.
This is 2022. Possibly could. But
Is his AI gender neutral?
Well, I don't know. We'll have to speak with him. But Mazda's taken the lead after all of that. Taken the lead from Civic by some 19 seconds. Gary's now a lap down, or Gary's AI is now a lap down on the rest of the field. Nicky currently last in the LMP2 category of the guys that are still running. Excuse me. 1 minute 36 off the back of Rabbit Joe. Has Fury just had a spin? No, that's Joe at the bottom of our screen there. That's Fury on the back of X-Mart. And then that's Dan just behind Nicky Fury flying in this stage of the race. Dan's fuel, 11.9. He's got a couple of laps. Is Dan the next one to pit then?
Yeah, looks like he could be.
Yeah, Dan.
Some interesting weaving up and down the straight there a little bit.
It was a little bit. He defends again now. Fury's a lap down on Xmart. In fact, Xmart has let Fury go. Dan then, 11 litres of fuel, probably 1, maybe 2 laps at a push on this fuel.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, probably that. In the comments, Peaceful Stepdad saying hello. Hiya, mate. Good to be back. And it's been fun already. First 10 minutes have been awesome.
Yeah, it's been non-stop action. And Dan absolutely loves it when the AI are in the car. Xmart 30 seconds off the back of Ben parking. And Dan has actually closed the gap to Xmart. And Xmart is the next car for Dan to pass. But, again, that would be to unlap himself, put him on the lead lap. But you look at the fuel strategy. Xmart's got a good 47 litres, whereas Dan's only got 10. And Dan will be pitting. Oh, bit of a wiggle on the grass there for unorthodox.
Yeah, how much fuel does it take to do a lap round here in these LMP2s?
Xmart's crossed the line with 4 litres and come in with about 4 point something and come in with like 1.1. So it's about 3 point something litres, I reckon. 3 to 4 litres you're looking.
Right. So 4 litres to be fair. So
yeah.
Looking at Dan's fuel right now, he could squeeze out 2 laps. Is he going to, or is he going to pit at the end of the next lap?
Is he going to pit now? He has been pitting early because tyres have been an issue, but drivers have double stinted their tyres, Kelly, and gone for it as Dan decides to go for at least one more lap. So as he crosses the line, the fuel is 8.4 litres. Could he push out an extra lap's worth of fuel? The thing for Dan here is he's got to go longer to be able to get the fuel to the end. Sorry, to get Xmart that bit closer. The closer he gets to Xmart now, the closer he'll be after the round of pit stops, and the closer he'll be after Xmart's next pit stop. So strategy starting to come into play here, and like at Silverstone, Dan had to catch Xmart towards the end and pass him. This looks the way of it at the moment, but Ben Parkey's not out of this one. He had a bad stop earlier. We're not sure why. That cost Ben a lot of time, and he's only 30 seconds up the road from Xmart. So Dan still kind of in this race. We did a poll earlier. 75% of the vote said that Dan would finish third, but the only options was third, fourth, fifth or sixth. So we didn't really give him many options. What I will do is I'm going to put a new poll up of who will win the GTE class.
Okay. And at the moment, that's Civic who's leading that one.
Mazda's just took the lead.
Yeah. And is that the lead on merit? Is it? That is the actual lead. And
that is the GTE race lead. Yep.
Right, okay.
But obviously, Civic has pitted a lot earlier, 76 litres compared to Mazda's 8. So Mazda will be in the pit soon. We're expecting Dan in this lap, although he's not going to. 5.8 litres in the tank, he's going to push it till the very end. So a new poll up. Who will win the GTE category today? The question now is if Dan unlaps himself from Xmart, gets himself back on that lead lap of Xmart, if you will, he's just bringing that time down, and every time there's a pit stop, he's bringing himself back into play of gaining on Xmart on the next strategy, on the next set of pit stops. Xmart, 41 litres here. Let's go on board Dan in the cockpit view, and let's see how Dan is. Look how smooth he is on the wheel. As Xmart,
it's let him through, isn't he?
That was a strange one.
Well, he probably knows that Dan's got to come in this lap, so
is Xmart
having an accident.
Possibly so, yes. Is Xmart in the AI?
Well, that's also a possibility, isn't it?
That was a very, Dan has gapped him very quickly here.
That's twice that Xmart has let people through very easily. He pulled out the way for Fury, now he jumped out of the way for Dan. Is he doing it because, well, those guys are a lap down and they've still got a lot of work to do? So is he just not getting involved and just racing smart, or is it the AI?
Well, this is the question.
Obviously, that is AI is obviously set to really nice guy, isn't it?
Well, this is the thing. So I set the AI up before the race. The skill level is on 60, meaning that they're not too slow, but at the same time they're not too fast. Their aggression is on 0. So they are set to not be aggressive at all. You tell that to Gary's AI, as Dan then does come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. A 36.0. I've got a feeling that's one of Dan's fastest laps in this race, because I've not seen him in the 35s, only Ben and Fury in the 35s. So Dan then in the pits. Dan, are you double stinting the tyres here or just for fuel?
Double stinting.
Double stinting the tyres. So he's pitting then for fuel here and keeping the tyres as they are. Daft Punk Kelly back at it once again. I've not heard you say that for a while.
Around the world, around the world. Sorry. One more time? No,
So Dan in. 50-50% at the minute. 4 votes in. 2 people reckon Mazda, 2 people reckon Civic for the GT race win. It's a shame there's no Andy out there tonight, because that means Mazda will take... He's at work.
Oh, fair enough.
As is Sutty. We hope to have them back for the next race.
I suppose real life stuff's got to get in the way from time to time, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about the real world, unfortunately. Fury then coming through. He's gaining on Dan. Dan's out the pits. And on his merry way he goes once again. And that's... Oh, look who he's got to pass. Round 2. Ding, ding, ding.
Now, is that brimmed full of fuel then, 74?
74 is the maximum it goes, yeah.
Okay, so Dan full of fuel, double stint in the tyres.
Oh.
What's going to happen next? Is it going to be... Is Dan... Oh, that's Ben Parker in pits.
Yeah, that's in relatively early as well, because he still had 27 litres worth of fuel there, so he's in relatively early. And look at Gary just squeezing Dan, and Dan is through. And that one looked a bit easier than the last time, that was for sure.
Bloody AI!
Still looks a bit nervy. You've got to love that AI, haven't you? Yeah, I don't know what is with Gary's one. He's I don't know. Maybe the aggression's set to 0. You know,
he turned in on me.
I
think if we want to fill the grid in Pro-Am, I think chuck a few AIs in there if we want to fill that grid in Pro-Am.
Yeah, I do too. I think it'd be funny. Yeah, and set the aggression to if 100%. Imagine what they would be like. Imagine what Gary's would be like.
Oh, Gary would have just turned left on him and put him in the wall. Gary would have just...
I think he would have probably rolled down the window, got a machine gun and shot everybody.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Mazda's in the pit. Civic's coming down the back straight behind Gary. So here comes Mazda in for his stop then. Furby also into the pits as well. Furby's just away now. And Mazda in. Mazda, is this a normal stop or changing tyres?
Changing tyres.
So a tyre and fuel stint for Mazda, which will give Civic the race lead back in the GT category. And down the start straight he comes now as Fury gets off the limiter. And guess who Fury's got to lap?
Oh, they've both got angry Gary's AI to lap. You think it's some artificial intelligence? You should never trust it. It's going to take over the world, and this is the start of it. Look. Aggression 0. This guy.
Where's what? I mean, does Civic have the AI in as well? Because that line looked very similar to Gary's line, although Civic not lapping as slow as Gary, so I don't know if Civic's got the AI in or if he just clipped the grass there. Here comes Fury. Gary looked to defend that one, or his AI did at least anyway. Oh, turn in, slam the brakes, there we go. I'll either hit the back of Fury or I'll brake check myself into the front of Civic. Gary's car, oh, it's all over the place.
I think Gary's AI should make an appearance all the time. It's brilliant. Go on, crash into Civic.
Oh, brilliant. The Corvette gets through with Civic then, so he is through. I wonder if he's a Honda Civic. I wonder if he likes the Honda out Civic.
I wonder. It might be, considering his name is Civic, what? VTS or something like that?
VTI-S, yeah.
Yeah, that's got Civic written all over it, hasn't it? Quite literally.
Yeah. That could be a Matt Neal fan.
He could be, or he could be just a. I'm not going to start. I don't know the guy.
Yeah.
I don't know the guy. So
He's a prolapse driver.
Is he? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't think I've had the pleasure. So.
I think all prolapse drivers ought to become Honda fans. Got a bone to pick with you anyway. While we're live on stream, you said that
while we're live on stream, mate.
You said at Texas that Nicky's McLaren looked like a Honda the other night because he was cutting the grass more than he was on track. Did you not see the two? Did you not see the two? Did you not see the two Acuras dominating at Texas the other night? Not on the grass, but on the tarmac.
I did see the one dominating, yes, absolutely.
Well,
So,
Smithy is the GOAT and did a terrific job nonetheless as well. Joe in the Ligier, all the LMP2s are Ligier Nissans, not the Ligier Honda.
Just bear with me 1 sec, Matt. Just somebody knocking on my front door.
No problem.
1 sec.
So the Ligier Nissan then of Rabbit Joe, who is 25 seconds off the back of Fury, but 1 minute 36 ahead of Nicky. Jozo's got a pit sharpish because he's got 23 litres of fuel. Ben Parkey drops to second and is 1 minute 36 ahead of Dan. Where's Dan? Just coming through Ascari. Ben just out the Ascari chicane heading towards excuse me, the Parabolica. So Dan is that far away from unlapping himself from Ben and being on the lead lap. There then, Dan 3 litres less than Ben Parkey on the fuel. Exmart 29 litres left in the tank, but leads this race by some 43 seconds here. And Exmart has driven a very, very good race for himself today. He's driven a fantastic little race. We were surprised by his pace at Silverstone. I has been surprised by his pace here. Dan says that this is obviously, Exmart's pace, and it's nice to see. It was nice to see his pace up there Thursday night in the GT3s as well. But can Exmart take an LMP2 class win and an overall race win here at Simplay Motorsport on the World Endurance calendar? That would take him, now bear with me on this one, I've just got to find on the list of race winners, Exmart has 2 wins to his name all the way back in Season 3. That's the last time Exmart won a race, Season 3. So can he get on that top step of the podium today and add a 3rd race win, which will take him above the likes of Valeside, Smoky Devil, Look Bar, Green Pies, D Biggs, Deeks and Peaceful Explosion, and we'll put him in the category of 3 race wins with Falguest, Little Each, Welsh Emo Guy, NJ Phil, That Bozzy Boy and DJ Phil Green. So in some good company up there. To get up to where the KLF 900 is, you've got to win 5 races, as Exmart now has the joys of passing Gary's AI, and that was relatively calm for Gary there. He saw the LMP2, he gave it space, and Exmart on his way through there.
Yep, that was boringly simple. The Gary's AI must know we're talking about him.
Nicky then, we've not seen this man much today. He's had a quiet one. He had a cracking, pretty much 4-hour drive, battling Fury. He's had a bit of a quiet one today. He is still in this race, though, against Rabbit Joe and Fury. Strategy's coming their way. More Joe, because Fury's pace has been absolutely electric. Can Nicky, who's got a pit stop over Rabbit Joe at the minute. Joe will have to pit before Nicky. Can he get another place here? Obviously, your old teammate Kelly from Pro-Am last season and the season before. Currently running P6 in class and overall in a fight with Joe. But obviously, strategy at the minute, you can't read too much into it with 2.5 hours left.
No, typical endurance. The first 10 minutes is usually great, and the last 10 minutes, and the rest is about strategy and keeping your head down, really, isn't it? It's hard to understand who's where on raw pace. So it'll all sort itself out in the next 2.75 hours.
Hopefully so. If Unorthodox was to win today's race, that'd take him to 31 race wins. If Fury wins today's race, that'd take him to 21. Gary would go to 19 if he gets a class win. Mazda would go to 10. He tying himself with this Cora driver on 10 wins apiece for them two. For Ben Parkey, he'd go to 7, tying himself with BT Targa and Monkey Boy. If Rabbit Joe was to win today, he'd tie himself with a great KLF 900 on 5 wins apiece. Nicky as well. If he won today, he'd tie himself on 5, but I don't think Joe and Nicky are in this for the race win. I think they are a bit too far back. Who else is in the chance for a win? Civic could obviously win on debut. And that is pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole grid spoke about there. Civic could get a debut win. The last time we had a debut winner, I'm trying to think now who won. I won on my debut in the GT5s. I'm trying to think if we know anybody. Enplava's not had one.
No.
Ben took a race win, but that was his 2nd race of the night, not the first. So that wasn't his debut. No, I won the first Red Bull ring. So that was Laney's debut.
Nicky getting past Gary's AI reasonably simply.
Did you win on debut?
Me? No, I didn't win on debut.
No.
I think I put podium. I can't even remember what my debut race was, to be fair.
Well, it was season 3 you came in, wasn't it?
Season 3 I came in permanently, but I think my first race was 2.4 at...
Right, so that's not competitive race.
No,
so
that was a podium, but I think that was a podium because there was only 3 of us left in category.
So season 3, let's have a look.
Season 3. I think my first race was Daytona Road, I think.
You qualified 5th for the first race of the season in season 3 at Spa, in which Fury took the win, and you got 7th place. You got 3rd in the second race, but Fury took a win there. I'm just trying to remember. I'm sure we've had another debutant winner.
I can't think who that would have been off the top of my head. Maze Gamer?
Maze Gamer, yes, at Zoo High last season. And screen share has ended because of something, not sure why. We're just going to pop to a quick break screen. We'll be back in a moment. So I'll get this one sorted again.
I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, fly from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
We sorted the share play out so Kelly can see the same screen, and we are in raring to go. As what has happened to Mazda? A bit of a shout there from him. What's happened? Oh, big spin, big damage to the front of that 4GT. That is a Ascari. He's had to wait for Fury as well. Mazda, what happened?
Just lost it back end.
So on his 50th appearance, yes, you heard me right, Mazda's made 50 appearances in 2 years nearly. He's just starting now to maybe lose that ground to Civic. Civic 50 seconds out in front. And Mazda, what's the damage situation?
Only 7 on the front.
Only 7?
Yep.
You've got no front aero.
Yeah, its front bumper's missing.
He carries on his way, so 7 damage. These Fords are built strong.
You're going to live with that for a few laps, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's obviously going to need to get his head down and get his...
Yeah, 50 seconds behind Civic and 55 ahead of Gary. So we wouldn't want to pit just yet. Oh, that was Civic across Ascari. So he had a moment there through the Ascari chicane. So Civic as well having a bit of a problem. All these GTs just starting to struggle. As what time are we on now? It is 4:45. The sun just starting to set, it looks like, as well. It just looks like the clouds are starting to... the shadows are just starting to come in a bit more as the sun gets lower.
Yes, you're quite right. Yep, absolutely. So, yeah, it's what, 4 o'clock. This is obviously real time, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it'll be kind of dark by the time we finish the race. Yes?
Yeah, Silverstone was completely dark by the final half hour, 45 minutes. This looks like it'll be getting to that stage come the end of this race. Obviously, we're in February now. It's been another month since Silverstone. So we're more towards the springtime now, getting closer towards it. So it's just staying a bit lighter at night, but you can see the shadows taking over, and soon the artificial light, because there's a lot of trees around Monza, isn't there? It's surrounded by a lot of trees, not a lot of open area. So the artificial light of the car should soon start to take over. You look at Rabbit Joe. Where's Joe on track? Coming to Ascari. This is quite bright still there. Look, not a lot of trees, shadows forming on the track there. You look at where Dan is, though, coming up to the second chicane, up to the Lesmos. Very, very dark. Yeah, Dan. Let's go in his cockpit view. This is Dan's view. If he runs this view, that is. Still not too bad, I'd suppose. No, I think he runs on roof camera.
Yeah. That's what I understand.
Is that true, Dan? Roof camera?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Oh my God! Guess who's in front of Dan again?
Oh God.
Oh God.
I think Dan's just realised who's in front of him as well.
Anywhere. I'm going anywhere. I'm going to go for a cup of tea. It's going to hot up again because Gary's idiot AI set to idiot settings is going to get in Dan's way.
Yeah, Dan's caught him at probably the best time here. Yeah, he's probably not. It's a good job he didn't catch him at the Lesmos like he did earlier on. Dan gets in front of Gary, and that's the easiest. Gary has made it for him. Rabbit Joe in the pits. Joe, is this change of driver or are you still in the car?
I'm still in the car for one more stint, then I'm going to head off.
Yeah, no problem. So Joe still in the car. The lollipops have loaded up. The overalls are doing something. The helmets are staying stationary. Yeah. They're dancing that fast to the beat that you can't see their bodies moving.
Yeah, that must be what it is. Either that.
I could be sharing a drive in this car, Kelly, at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe might be coming round, depending on circumstances. Joe could be coming round because he's not far away from mine. And I could be sharing an LMP2 drive with Rabbit Joe for the Le Mans 24-hour.
Been there. I've experienced that, sharing a physical share drive. So it's, it's interesting, as Dan will probably tell you. Although Dan did most of the stints, I did... I don't know, I can't remember what I did. I probably did about 40%. Daniel probably did about 60% of it when we did the Nuremberg Nordschleife 24.
Yeah, for cancer research, which we raised over £1,000. What an effort that was. That's got to be coming up to a year ago.
I think it is, mate. Yeah, I think it is. It was towards the spring. It was a great day that.
Should we find out?
It was good fun.
So part 4 was the 1st of May. So which means we'd have started on the 30th of April.
Yeah.
So there you go. The weekend after Donington Park is when we did a year of the live stream for cancer research of the Nordschleife 24-hour. What an effort!
Yes, it was. And as I said, it was a great day. We Master off again. What's going on, Maz? Is that damage just affecting you a little bit, or you just struggling to concentrate?
I just clipped it and sent the car on 2 wheels, so I had to quickly turn to make sure it didn't roll.
Where was that? Lesmo 1, was it?
Yeah, that was the first of the 2 Lesmos. Nicky then, after Joe's pit stop, 48 seconds behind Rabbit Joe. So Kelly, we go to British soil on Wednesday night and Thursday night for Oulton Park. You looking forward to Oulton Park?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Absolutely not. I'm not expecting the kind of drive that I had on Thursday night. It's not a track I'm very good at all, and it's very narrow, and I need as much tarmac as I can get my hands on, really. So I don't know. I haven't done any good practice yet. My teammate was messaging me last night, that being City Apex, saying that he's got a cracker of a setup and that we're going to murder the whole field. So I look forward to that. I don't know if it's going to pan out quite like that, but I'm not looking forward to it, I must admit.
What about Canada a week on Sunday? The next Grand Prix race. Canada, obviously a track that we don't see a lot of here at Simplay Motorsport, being it not on Project Cars or not on a Sao Corsa or GT Sport that we've done in the past. So it's nice to get our hands on a track that's not seen on streams much, and that should be an absolute cracking race.
I love that track. Absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic. And, of course, hosted probably one of the best races that ever happened.
Jenson Button.
Jenson Button, 2011, coming from, I don't know, about 300 pit stops and being last to winning the race. And, got to be his finest drive and one of the greatest ever Formula One races.
So if he pitted about 9,000 times to win that race, Gary 131 has got a shout at Canada, pitting about 16 times and still winning the race.
Of course he has, yeah, absolutely. And pit stops come thick and fast in the F1 series with the safety car. And I don't know, I was going to say I don't know if I like it or I don't like it, but it's, it would certainly make for hard work if we had safety cars in GT3.
Oh, wouldn't it just? Yeah, wouldn't it just?
I don't know if I like it or not, to be honest, but it does kind of spice things. It gives you an opportunity to be still in the mix with so many safety cars, you know, which certainly benefited me first round of the season, which was my best round, but that was probably because so many people crashed. I don't think most of the field knew what they were getting into in round one, and my consistency just happened to drag me through. Other than that, it's been a pretty rubbish season for Formula One for me, but I am looking forward to Canada because that's a track I really do love. So hopefully we can make the McLaren go a bit better and get that first win before Lando Norris.
Yeah, indeed. I keep hearing you talk to Dan about this one. Emo Guy, I'm looking forward to Alton Park. Still remember my double touring car win there. That's from his touring car days at Motive. I do believe. I think me and you would have covered that one, Kelly, if I remember right, or... I certainly, and I remember it. I certainly covered it, whether it was with Kelly, yourself, or Dan, or whoever. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, Nicky into the pit then, so Rabbit Joe gets back into P5. In fact, he's well ahead of Nicky. In fact, he's going to put a lap on Nicky. Joe is that far in front, but Joe needs as much gap to Nicky as possible because Joe will be putting the AI in. Can't do the end of this race. He's got to pop out somewhere. So Joe's AI could be in for a couple of hours here. This Joe's last stint. In terms of other pit stops, Exmar, oh, look at this. He's cutting this fine at the Parabolica with 1.5 litres left in the tank. He himself is going to dive into the pits. Now, this is where we see if Dan's strategy of just pitting for fuel and not the tyres is going to work. Ben Parky up the road from Dan. Is he? Yeah, Dan's coming through Lesmo too. Ben's on the straight towards Ascari. So Dan's still a lap down to Ben at the moment. But this is a chance where Dan could unlap himself from Exmart and put himself on that lead lap. And the hard work that Dan's done could be undone. We finally got to 20 likes. So thank you guys and girls for being in the stream and liking the video. If you could, share the stream around anywhere. And let's try and get it a bit more out there as well as we head into the final 2.5 hours of this race. We're under halfway and these boys have all had a grueling test and none more other than Gary's AI. You have to feel for his AI because drivers are just coming at him thick and fast, and Mazda has had another off here, cutting turn 1 and 2, that is. Mazda struggling.
Outbreak yourself?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Master, you're just going through a bit of it for a minute, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, mate.
Yeah, hopefully it'll come back to you a bit, and what can you say? When it's not happening, it's not happening.
Well, this is it. Hopefully Master can get back to it and see what he can do as he goes. But where is Dan? He's just coming. No, this is towards the second chicane, so he's unlapped himself by some margin to Exmart. And the bonus is here is the longer Exmart's being held, the more Dan is gaining on Exmart as he gets towards Exmart being... obviously, it's a short lap. Exmart now away. You see the white dot on the map now. That is Dan, who is now on the same lap as Exmart. 6 votes in the chat say that Mazda will win the GT class. Rabbit Joe's had a bit of an off. No, not the way he's driving at the moment. Exmart's off the limiter. Dan's coming to Ascari. So Dan's about half a lap behind Exmart. So Dan's strategy at the minute is working. He's really done well. Dan, the tyres on your car you're double stinting, how are they feeling at the minute?
What?
The tyres. Horrible. Cheers, Dan. Great.
Like a race car driver to tell you like it is.
Great in-depth analyst report from Unorthodox here. Rabbit Joe then. Joe?
Triple stinting my tyres.
Joe's triple stinting his tyres.
Must be like jelly.
For them and like a twat. Well, I'd lose too much time going back into the pit, so...
Like an idiot.
Yeah, we apologise for Joe's language. He's under pressure.
7 votes. Mazda now at 71% for this race win in GTEs. Mazda doesn't understand. According to our timing screens, Mazda's 3 seconds behind the Corvette. He's not. He's nearly a minute behind the Corvette. Mazda's coming up to the first of the 2 Lesmos. Civic is heading down towards turn 1 and 2. But thank you all for the votes in the chat. We'll keep that vote open for about 5 more minutes. And then it's had a good half an hour for people to get in and put their vote on the stream. So, Joe... It is, isn't it? You like. See, I'm trying to do it on a Wednesday, but because I've got to try and get out for qualifying, I keep forgetting to start the poll because I've got to qualify. Do you know what I mean?
It's so difficult, isn't it?
Whereas F1, I wait a bit on F1 before I go out for the qualifying stint, you see. I let the track rubber in a little more on F1. I've got a bit more time. I've got 18 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But it's very clever. We like that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some more channel reports, if you will. Some more in-depth sort of letting the viewers communicate with us as content creators.
Yes, that's exactly what we want, is interaction. There's one of the drivers there just doing their best horse expression.
Yeah, that was Mazda. He's
having a bit of a moment. I couldn't do it.
Let's go on board him in the cockpit. Look at his wheel, nice and steady, a bit jumpy left and right. You see, that's just obviously the bumps of the Monza circuit. Down into turn 1, 150 metre board.
150 metre board? Much later than that.
It must be.
What was that?
Who's gone straight on?
If you want to go straight on, that's okay. Be my guest, because I can break any year later than that.
What, the 150 metre board?
Yeah.
I usually let the 150 board pass me and then hit the brakes.
Oh, yeah, but the 150 board's my guide.
Yeah, but like past it. Do you know what I mean? In between, like 125 metres. Yeah, like
but
that.
these GTs are a bit quicker than a GT3.
Yeah, true.
Mazda into Lesmo 1. Who's this behind him? This looks like... Mazda on the curb. And Dan, once again, finding the GTs a little difficult to pass. And Dan will be having nightmares again tonight. So, yeah.
These LMP2 cars are a lovely thing to drive. I've played with them a few times. I haven't driven them competitively. They are lovely to drive. There's so much power.
Do you know what? Do you know the car Mazda's in?
Yeah, the
Ford GT. I can't drive that.
Can you not?
It used to be my go-to car, right? And this is weird, because you know as you can't load Imola?
Yeah.
I used to drive this car all the time. It was my favourite car to drive. Then I came on one day, during lockdown as well, came on, and me, Mazda, going online and goes on to finds a public GTE lobby. Yep. And now all of a sudden the car won't turn for me. So I can't turn at high speed with the car, as if it's like glitched out.
What, I can't turn it at all?
So I will turn my wheel, and it will just marginally move the steering wheel on the game. Only the Ford GT, it's the only car that does it to me. And I used to hammer the crap out of this car and drive this till the cows came home. All day, all night sort of thing. And it's as if the game's just glitched it. I now still can't drive the Ford GT.
Maybe you've worn it out.
Possibly so. But I have to slow. So like you come up to this little left-hand, right-hand bend there that's flat. I'd have to lift off loads for that just to get the car to turn in. Strange.
Bizarre.
Very bizarre.
Yes, the intricate workings of project cars. Like I said, I can't. Well, we know it's that I can't load out Imola. It just won't. Gets to about 17% and won't load. It might have something to do with the Dirty Gate scratch right through the middle of my disc, but there you go.
Yeah, possibly so. Mine's digital download, so I don't know what my excuse is.
I don't know why that would happen, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Dan couldn't load Donington for many moons back. Had to rebuy the game.
Yeah. That was
That was eventful.
Well.
Yeah.
It was eventful.
It was eventful as him lapping Gary in the AI at the minute. How is Gary doing? There he is. Look, plodding round. 1 minute 19 behind Mazda. Mazda still some 58 seconds off the back of Civic, lapping quite similar. Nicky with 62 litres in the car. He's matching Joe's pace. Fury, bit of a slow last lap of 141. Dan's oh God in. Where's Gary? He's there. Dan's catching Gary again. And it's round God knows how many. And look at where Dan's catching Gary. Not at the back straight this time. Hard on the brakes goes Dan. Gary through the first chicane like an absolute beast. Here comes Unorthodox though. On the power now. He'll want to clear Gary. I tell you what. He's
it just drift right out to take him out, didn't it? It's like magnetised, isn't it? Do you think he don't like pink or something?
His car just got wider and wider as Dan got closer to the back of it.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I will tune into every... As soon as Gary jumps back in the car, I'm out.
Oh, excuse me.
Brilliant.
Dan lives to fight another day, and the poll has ended. Mazda 71% for the GTE race win. Well, he's got 20 litres of fuel more than Civic, so he's got the run over Civic on fuel. In terms of the LMP2s, Nicky 59 litres. Rabbit Joe has 50. Fury's got 24. Dan's got 21. Xmart 62. Obviously, Xmart, look at the difference. Xmart to his competitors. Nearly 3/4 of a tank fuller than Dan and Ben Parkey. Ben Parkey 25 litres, Dan 21. Ben's got 25 litres, Dan. He'll probably do a lap extra than you or pit the same lap as you. But Dan, he's slowly, Kelly, getting back into this race for a second place here, isn't he?
Yeah, pace is good in the 137s, as is Fury and Xmart, but Ben flying on a 136, but Rabbit Joe in a 139, so yeah, he's on pace, still with a bit of work to do, but it's moving in the right direction.
It is moving in the right direction, and some 3/10 slower than Ben on the last lap, but the bonus for Dan is he's got some 33 seconds behind Xmart. So remember last time Dan was about to pit, he was right on the rear end of Xmart. Now it's a 33-second gap, but it was right on the rear to unlap himself. Dan has now unlapped himself and is only 33 seconds down the road from overtaking Xmart. So Dan right back in this race. Latest poll, can Dan get the top two, yes or no? We already had a poll earlier of where Dan would finish in this race. 75% of the votes said third, but Dan has been grueling away here and has been working hard and tirelessly to get himself back into this top two fight without the help of Gary 131's AI. Can Dan get himself back in the top two?
Yep. The poll's out there. I've just voted.
No.
So,
you voted no there, Kelly. Oh, strange.
No, I didn't. Yeah, very good, man. Yeah, so got a sooty apex wooden spoon there, I think.
Yeah. Gary, for the time being, all alone on the circuit. Who's the next car that we think we're going to see in the pits? Civic has got Xmart behind him. Civic trying to get lapped by Xmart and stays well out the way. Unlike Gary's AI who drifted out wide there, Civic stays nice and low and lets Xmart through. Next car to pit is probably going to be on Orthodub. So we'll stick with Dan for the time being.
Yep. What's the next round of the endurance?
Fuji.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Night race.
And that's on what date?
That is the 19th of March.
Right.
And that will be a night race, I do believe. We said, Dan, or night into morning, I think we said, in the spring.
What, in real time?
Real time, yep. So it will be a midday start again, but it will be in terms of night on track time.
Oh, I see. Right. So yeah.
What we should have done, I tell you what we should have done. We should have started it at midday UK time and figured out the time difference. So what's the time difference to Fuji?
It's not something I know off the top of my head, so I'll let you Google that.
Fuji time difference.
What's that, 6 hour?
It's
Fuji?
1 in the morning. Yeah, that's another 6 hour. It's 1 in the morning at Fuji right now.
Well, that's ideal then.
So if we start that 4 hours earlier, so that's midnight, 11, 10, 9. So it's 9 a.m. by the time, 9 p.m. by the time we start the race at midday here. So I think we ought to do a 9 p.m. race start for Fuji, Dan. I think that'd be quite a good one. 4 votes in, and everybody so far has voted yes. Dan can get top 2 in this race. He's got the gap down to 30 seconds to Xmart, so he's pulled another 3 seconds on Xmart's time. So he's got the gap down. He's also got the gap down to Ben Parkey. Ben lapping in the mid to high 37s. Dan constantly, well, maybe not, but another 6 tenths out to Ben Parkey's time. There's Fury in the background there. He's been in the 55s pretty consistently in this race and low 36s. Fury flying. Dan, 14 litres of fuel. What do we think, when do we think this man's going to come into the pits? Because he's got a bit of a gap at the minute. And pit stop around about, 2-3 more laps, do we think?
Well, yeah, so, we're thinking 4 litres. So, yeah, he's not going to get 4 out of it, is he?
I suppose it depends, doesn't it, on how his tyres are feeling.
Yeah.
Because obviously, double stinting the tyres is obviously a tricky thing to do. Exmart, though, down in the 1:39 last time around. Dan's got the gap now, 30 seconds. Exmart's at the Parabolica. Dan's heading towards Ascari. So every little bit of track, Dan is eking out some more time to Exmart. Let's not forget he's catching Exmart here. But when he last pitted, he was right behind him to unlap himself. So Dan has clawed that much back. And every bit of time he gets closer to Exmart, it's just going to help for when Exmart makes his next pit stop. Dan could be ahead of him. Exmart will pull a gap, obviously, here when Dan pits. When Exmart comes to his next pit stop, Dan could be in front.
How much fuel has Exmart got left?
Exmart has 53 litres, so there's a while till we'll see Exmart in the pits. But let's not forget, Dan's got at least 2 more laps of this.
Yeah, so Dan's really going to lose some of this deficit.
That he's gained back. Exmart will possibly relap Dan. But let's not forget, when Dan last pitted, Dan was right on the back of Exmart to unlap himself. So Dan's clawed this much back. By the next time Exmart pits, Dan could be ahead of Exmart.
Absolutely. And I suppose it depends if Dan's going to triple stint these tyres. Dan, can you answer? Are you able to answer?
That's a no. Yeah. I take from that laugh.
I thought that was that kind of, you know, couldn't, not a language I understand, but I think it's probably a no. Yeah,
I think he may have also stuck 2 fingers up to you there, Kelly, and said, you know, on your bike, sunshine.
Right. Yeah, how rude. Well, maybe you just meant 2 stints, Matt. Maybe that.
Yeah, 2 stints. That's the thing. 2 stints. Yep. Yeah. Just telling his chat with his PlayStation camera on. He's just showing to his chat that he's only going to do 2 stints. Not the 3.
How rude to your father, isn't it? Hey, no respect. You think on Thursday night you would have dropped it so I could have a podium, wouldn't you?
You'd have thought so, but no. No,
he's only racing for a championship.
He wanted to copy me and get 2 wins and a bonus point. That's exactly what I got. That's exactly what Dan got.
Yeah.
I thought Texas was very interesting, by the way. I enjoyed Texas. It threw up a lot of unexpected results. So, you know, and Plava, Ben Park is struggling. You know, Smokey Devil and Ukbar struggling at times. As Gary's got Mazda on the back of him, Mazda trying to put a lap on him and apologise for Mazda's language. And Thursday night as well, Kelly, just a lot of the top drivers, Gary and others, you know, not having the best of nights in terms of just, you know, struggling with the track. And it was nice to see Wednesday night, you know, Dean got a podium, Yusuf got a 4th on Thursday. The back half of the grid seemed to get more of a shout this week because the top drivers seemed to struggle, and it seemed to just make the results interesting, I thought.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I will bath in my own sunshine. I did both of those results. I did a 4th and a 6th, both from the very back of the grid. I was last on the grid for both of those, and the first one, as people who tuned in saw that I didn't even get away until everyone had got almost to turn 1.
Yes.
I switched my own telly over by accident. I didn't really want to watch Netflix, but there you go. And it was... I think you're right. I think there were some people who were ill prepared and didn't really. There was a couple of bits on that track that were catching people out.
Yes.
Exit turn 1, and I say turn 1 as we go onto the infield, not the bit on the outfield.
Yeah.
The exit of the infield.
Yeah.
Again, under acceleration, there was a few people dropping it there, and the chicane of the infield, all bits that I think were underestimated a little bit.
As that is Ben Parkey into the pit, so Dan now goes on to the lead lap, and is able to get away. He's also gained a couple more seconds over Exmart, and yes, you're right, Kelly, the sort of bus stop chicaney area and the on and off the oval was the 2 biggest worries. That was the same in the wet, because the only puddles that formed was the exit of the pit lane, the turn 1 where it was quite a puddle, turn 1 where it dipped off the oval onto the corner, and again I'm classing turn 1 as that first proper corner onto the infield. So there was a puddle just there where the tarmac changed, and then there was a puddle just at the end part where you come up to the other hairpin onto the oval where the tarmac changed again. They were the only 3 puddles. So where you're saying people span obviously just accelerating too early out the corner, We then had a puddle to deal with on the Wednesday night, so it made that corners a little bit more tricky, and that's where you saw a lot of drivers. I watched the streams back. A lot of drivers either span out the pit lane or lost it at turn 1. I think it was Bryn himself, and I think Dean struggled. BMW, we know, is not the best in the wet, especially coming on and off the oval where the two puddles was, kept seeming to lose the rear. So Ben in the pits, Fury in the pits as well. They're both heading out now. Exmart has just taken the lead of this race, and here comes Dan. Got to pit this lap. He's just got back on the lead lap, but he's got to pit again here. Is Dan bringing himself back into contention for a race win? 5 people say that yes, Dan can get the top 2. Dan's got a pit now. What's the gap to... It's Ben Parkey. It's 1 minute 8 behind Ben Parkey, but that's not right because he's obviously got to cross the line. Xmart's coming to the second chicane. Dan is now in. So let's keep our eyes on Xmart and look for the white dot.
Yeah, well, Xmart's now the net leader of this race, but only by 7 seconds to Ben Parkey, if I
Yes.
remember correctly. Yeah, they're all quite close company, aren't they? Because Fury's not far behind on track.
Fury is... Yeah, he's just behind Xmart. No, he's not. Who's that? That's Nicky and Mazda. No, that's Ben and Mazda. That's Ben and Mazda. So Ben trying to lap Mazda, just being nice and patient through the Lesmos. And here comes Ben. Here comes Fury. Fury lapping quite well. He's just came out of the pits as well as Fury. And Dan's still stationary. And where's Xmart? The dots... Yeah, the dots on Dan's map have now gone red. So it's the 2 red dots we've got to watch out for because they're coming to lap Dan. As Xmart's coming in to the Parabolica, but 42 litres of fuel. And let's not forget, Dan's being topped up to the max. This will be repairing a bit of damage, changing the tyres. Is Dan... I think Dan's car's away. It came off the brakes. I think Dan's gone to the toilet. I think Dan's gone to the toilet. I saw his car roll. It came off the brakes and rolled forward a little bit. I think Dan's gone to the toilet.
Moving forward and backwards. And it's away.
And it is away. Kelly, can you still see?
Yeah, I can still see. I can see
right.
Dan rolling out the pits.
Okay, not sure what that said then. Dan is then away. Did you pop to the toilet there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dan just losing a little bit of time then maybe to Xmart as he pops to the toilet. Where is Xmart? Heading just towards the first of the Lesmos, but Dan now 3 minutes 19 off the race lead. But Xmart has to pit again in roundabouts. Quite a bit, I'd say, going to the toilet here. I don't know. We'll be able to tell when Xmart's pitted.
Well, like a proper endurance racer, you should have peed in the seat.
Mazda has to take his steering wheel off to get to the toilet.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, and Dan goes really deep there. Just getting to grips with the car again as he's come out of the pits. No real harm done. Pardon me, his tyres are going to be dirty again for a minute. I'm trying to understand why Maz has to take his wheel off to get to get out of his sim rig. I would really love to. Does he race that close?
I've upgraded the seat.
You know, so you what in the seat?
I've upgraded my sim seat.
You've upgraded your sim
I should have
seat
just peed in my seat.
To a proper seat, so I haven't got no sliding, so I can't slide out. And because it's a proper seat, I have to quick release my wheel.
Okay, so am I thinking that your seat
basically a real life car change I have to do.
Well, I don't have to take the steering wheel off my road car to get in and out of it, so...
Racing car then, yeah?
Race car. So I'm taking it that your wheel, your seat is actually physically connected to your... bolted to the framework that holds your wheels and pedals, yes? And you've got a bucket type seat to get in and out of. Right, now I'm up to speed and I understand why he has to take his wheel off. I get that, because there's no runners on it. Well, that's kind of along the ideas to the kind of thing I want to build one day when I get around to it.
Yeah. So Mazda then.
I'll have to put runners on.
So Mazda has to take the wheel off to change his seat. Not only that, but what we're seeing here is Dan now having to do another miracle drive as Xmart heads down towards the Parabolica. But once again, look, as Gary's AI has the lights on, Look who's in the picture here to be lapped.
Yeah, Dan having a couple of moments in this lap, just maybe just overdriving the car a little bit, trying to crack back on and, trying to move forward again. Needs to get himself back into a rhythm. And that's what this is all about, isn't it? Endurance racing.
Yeah.
It's about having a rhythm. And, you think about it, we're on a lap 138 laps.
And we've still got 2 hours, 9 minutes to go.
Yeah. I mean, lap 11 Thursday night, I wanted it all over. Because I thought I was going to get mugged from there on in, but as it happened, I managed not to. But yeah, 138 laps. It's a crazy amount. I still haven't done a race of this length, Matt. I mean, I did the Nordschleife 24, but it was like jumping in and doing an hour and a half, and then jumping in and doing another hour and a half. 6 hours later or something.
Yeah.
I haven't done one of these on my own yet. The longest one I've done was the 2.4 of Le Mans.
Of Le Mans.
So I would like to make an appearance in this at some point this season. I'm not quite sure what that is yet. What have we got left?
We've got Fuji Sport.
Yeah.
Oh, that looked a bit Civic. Speeding in the pit lane, 10-second time penalty. And that helps Mazda out. 100% of the votes say that Dan will get in the top 2 in this race. We've got Fuji Sport, Algarve 8 hours and the 24-hour Le Mans left to come this season. And Civic, has he just cost himself a race win? Mazda's got 22 litres left in the tank. Gary's AI, he's still plodding around, doing bits. Ben Porky's the next car to come up to that, as then is Fury. But every time Ben and Xmart seem to catch Gary, it seems to be on these lovely stretches of straight. When Dan seems to catch Gary, it's by the first chicane, second chicane, the Lesmos area. Look, Ben Porky straight through. Gary's AI tucks back in for the slipstream.
Well, Gary's AI is going quicker now. It was doing 1 minute 50s. Now it's in the 46s.
Yes.
So it's obviously just timing itself for the most maximum attack for when Dan was.
Oh, I thought it was going to turn in there on Fury. The question is it Gary in the car? Gary, are you there?
No.
I think it's Gary in the car. The AI wouldn't flash. Yeah, the AI is the Porsche is flashing, so it's not Gary's AI. So I think it's Gary in the car. He may not be able to speak on the microphone at the minute. So Gary is in the seat. So Dan, panic over. Gary's driving.
He's just gone deep as well after dicking around, flashing the lights.
Civic though. What's the gap? 5.5 seconds. Mazda's got to pit shortly, but 5.5 seconds with a 10-second time penalty. Civic has got some work to do in this race.
Now, is that going to be added on to the end, or is it going to be taken in pits 5?
No, that will be it's normal like GT3s. It will be added on to the end.
Added on to the end, right? It's not added on to the pit stops or anything like that.
No.
Not like Formula 1. Okay, that's fine. I'm hoping to do one of these before the end of the season. I tell you, it won't be Le Mans. I'm not doing 24 hours. But I'm kind of torn, really. I don't know. I think it's going to work out what dates I'm available, to be honest, is going to be the way it's going to work out. But Fuji's looking promising. But I don't like Fuji, but I always go quite well at Fuji.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
it'd be a shame if Dan. I'd love to race you on Le Mans. I think it'd be quite good if me and you split our strategies to where we was both in the cars at the same time. If you shared it with Dan and I shared it with Joe, I think that'd be quite good. Double points at Le Mans. No, I think if Dan's in for a title shot, I don't think he'd be willing to give the seat up on a double point night.
I just don't think Dan would be up for it again. Would you, Dan? He's probably concentrating.
Nah.
No, so I told you.
Yeah.
I told you. He didn't. I had the feeling he did enjoy it, and there was a few moments where he was really quite teasy. But hey, we won't go into that.
No. It was all for a good cause, nonetheless, that night. Yes, so it was all fantastic and all for a good cause. And here is Unorthodox. And let's check the fuel then. Xmark 28 litres, so he'll be stopping in around about 5 or 6 laps time. As you could tell, the evening is coming in here. Look, the sun just setting, just going that funny kind of colour where it's just dropping below the trees. And what's the state in Xmark's car in the cockpit view? Look, sun, look how low it's coming now, right below the sun strip, and really into the driver's. Yeah, into the driver's eyes now. And look how dark it is starting to get with the shadows around, look. So it is starting to take over here. Ben, he's got 57 litres. He's still going down the back straight. That's a camera angle we've not seen down the back straight. I don't know. That was a nice little view down the back straight there. I don't know why we don't get that camera angle. Here's Unorthodox. He's got 60 litres. Fury, 57 litres on board him. Here's Rabbit Joe.
14 litres.
He's got 14 litres. Cheers, Joe. Joe, is this your last stint of the whole race altogether?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So make sure you don't leave the game, but if you could leave the party just to cause lag issues to be none. And if you are back in time, jump back in the party before you get back in the car, of course. But then obviously it just helps out with the connection issues.
Gary, I'm coming.
At the minute, buddy. Nicky, he's got 25 litres. Civic has 73. Mazda has 15. The gap back to 5 seconds, but Mazda's obviously got to pit a long time before Civic. And, well, it's Gary versus... We believe Gary's back in the car. We'll see there. Look, the AI didn't touch the grass there. And we'll see...
Gary's flashing his lights. I don't know if he's not in the party or can't get to the microphone, but he's responded when we spoke. So you should be all right, Dan, unless Gary's just feeling particularly...
cheeky.
Annoying. Yes.
As Gary comes into the chicane, Dan wasn't close enough to get by this time around, and as we head towards the Lesmos, here comes Dan. Gary, I'd have made it a little harder for him than that, and just to joke around with him.
I would have just cheeky steering a little bit.
Just brake a little early, yeah.
Yeah. No, my luck, Dan would have ploughed right into the back of me, and he would have never forgiven me for that. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
I don't think Dan was ready to forgive Gary if his AI would have hit him one more time, but yeah. Hey-ho, X-Mart then 24 litres. So the next man to pit then is going to be this man, Rabbit Joe, and this will be the final sort of last 2 or 3 laps of Rabbit Joe's stint here. And that will be the last 2 or 3 laps of Rabbit Joe. At Monza, his AI is going to take over, and if he can get back in for them, that'll be brilliant. But we will have to wait and see.
I'm going out for dinner, so guaranteed won't be back in.
Anywhere nice?
Golden Eagle. So.
Golden Eagle?
Okay. Golden Eagle sounds like a Chinese.
What, in Reneth?
No, Golden Eagles. Yes.
Yeah, by Reneth.
Chinky.
I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Is it a Chinky?
It's just outside Reneth. No, it's a pub restaurant thing, but it is very, very nice.
I think it's the Fox and Hound.
Fox and Hound's closer to me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fox and Hound's down by me.
That's why I'm shooting off in a bit, because we're out to dinner as well tonight.
Anywhere nice?
We're going to Country Skittles, which is
run by Prolapse, and
putting her hand on my shoulder and shaking her head. We're not going Country Skittles. Where are we going? What do you mean no? Where are we going?
You're not.
Just run, what? Where are we going then? We're going somewhere else. What happened to Country Skittles?
Prolapse
I've got my bowling shoes on and everything.
Prolapse have closed Country Skittles today because they're too busy racing at Monza, so there's not enough Prolapse members to keep the Skittles factory open.
Yeah, wrong type of Skittles, I'm afraid.
Ah, right. Is it?
It's not just a pub where you only get Skittles. I mean, that'd be a Prolapse absolute dream, wouldn't it? But it's not that. It's not a pub where you just.
Is it 10-pin bowling?
Skittles. Yeah, no, it's Skittles. It's not 10-pin bowling. It's like a bit like I might be showing my age here. A bit like bar billiards, but on a bowling kind of scale. It's a bit more rustic than 10-pin bowling. So yeah,
right,
we're not
okay.
going there now. Where are we going? They've been affected by the storm. Oh, all the Skittles fall over. Right, okay. Well, we're not going there. Actually, we're going somewhere. Probably be Mackey's.
Well, hey, nothing wrong with Mackey's. If they've still got the chicken Big Mac on their sale, grab that because that was absolutely delicious. As we've got a fight on here for position of the race lead. X-Mart versus Ben Parkey for the race lead here. We was on board Rabbit Joe for his final stints of his race, but this is for position. Now, Ben Parkey, 49 litres of fuel. X-Mart, 19 litres. So at 2 different ends of the strategy, one sort of mid-strategy, one coming towards the end of this pit run. Dan 149 behind. Possibly 149 behind. He's only just come out the second chicane. So this is where we'll see how much time Dan lost by going for a little tinkle. There's 5... Go on.
What Dan wants here is these two to crash into each other, isn't it?
Well, he said earlier, what does my dad normally say? And I said, what do you mean? He says...
Dogs on shoulders.
No, something to do with luck. I can't remember what it was now. You buy your own luck or something.
Better to be lucky than smart.
Probably that one.
Make your own luck.
Make your own luck. That's what he said earlier.
I can't remember ever saying that. There you go.
So he could do with making his own luck by these two.
Yeah.
He can't do anything about it, but could do with them to just sort of have a little rough and tumble here. Why
they're fighting? Like, oh yeah, Xmart coming across in there, breaking just a little bit questionable.
That's it, Xmart. That was questionable driving. That you've been told by Kelly. So
only questionable. I didn't say bad.
That's it. Xmart's not going to speak to you for a week.
He hasn't spoken to me for weeks.
Here goes Ben Parky to the outside, and look at these two. It's really ebbing and flowing.
Yeah, Maz has probably got a problem again because he's doing his best horse impression.
I'd jump on board, Mazda, but this is too juicy.
We've got something to talk about here.
Yeah, Ben Parky really all over the back of Xmart here and really trying to make his life a little bit of hard work. And this is all going to be playing into this man's hand here on Orthodubs as he hunts them down. 147, so he's already gained 2 seconds. No, that's Joe in the background. Dan is coming up to the Lesmos. These two are coming up to a Ascari.
Yeah. So Dan's not a million miles away, is he?
Dan will pass Xmart when Xmart pits.
Yeah.
But the question is to unlap himself.
Oh, to unlap himself.
To unlap himself. But let's not forget.
1.9 down. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes, this is where we'll see how much time Dan has lost, because he got it down to 25 seconds on the track. So this is where we'll see if Dan lost how much time Dan lost, when he went for his little wee. But running different strategies, and we'll see who will be lighter on fuel towards the end. Will Xmart have to make a splash and dash towards the end of this race? Will Dan have to make a splash and dash towards the end of this race? That's what we don't know at the minute. But Ben Parky, once again, cannot get past. And Rabbit Joe, then, is in the pits, and that will be him done for this session. His AI will get to the end of the race. Can it stay ahead of Nicky? Has Joe done enough to stay ahead of Nicky? What's Nicky's surname? Because I said it wrong the other day.
I've no idea. Beard, isn't it?
Beard. Is it Nicky Beard?
Beard.
Yeah.
It's Beard, isn't it?
Right. I called him Nicky Davis the other day.
No, that's something completely different.
Yeah, that's Dan's mum, and I didn't mean to. Right. Yeah, I'm sat there, and I was like, oh, damn it. And I knew, the minute I said it, I'm like, well, no, that's Dan's mum. That's not Nicky. Yeah. So I know that one. But I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out what his surname was. As here comes Ben Parky, then he's got the run on Xmart as they come out the second Lesmos, and he's going to be on the inside for the Ascari chicane. But Xmart, is it me or is he just a bit quicker in a straight line than Ben? Ben keeping his nose in, and that's job done under the brakes. Ben Parky into the lead.
Sorry, mate, I thought he was going to drop it, and you know what Ascari can be like. Do you know what I mean?
You take that middle part wrong, and it's easy to just run too much curb and snap the rear, isn't it?
Yeah, it catches out the best, as we've seen when we've done it in GTE, GT3, sorry, and it's caught out the best many times. So
indeed,
I wondered if Ben just had a little bit of a twitch on the first part of the Ascari.
Looked like Xmart had the better straight line speed, but Ben managed to get him done under the braking. That seemed to be the rule of thumb in that move. Joe, AI in the car now. Any final words from yourself?
AI's in the car. Good luck, everyone. Please consider and let me know where I finish.
Yeah, will do, buddy. No worries about that one. I'll drop you a text.
Let us know what your meal was like, for future reference. So we all know whether to go or not to go.
When you get to the Golden Eagle, if they're playing the football, tell them, no, get this on, because I need to watch the end of this race. And tell them to put this on the big screen. That would be absolutely fantastic. Like and subscribe. Tell them, don't forget.
Imagine that, a sim pub that plays sim racing.
Well, Kelly, I've got a little fun fact for you, Kelly.
Yeah.
More people watch sim racing than real racing. True fact that is.
Really?
Yeah, Gary was telling me about it the other day, and I saved it for today. Oh, Ben Parky.
100, a little bit wide there. So he can do him any harm. Xmart comes back into play a little bit, but he's coming up to the Ascari chicane. Xmart's right in his slip there, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get him before the chicane.
No.
No, I think. Ben went a little bit deep in the chicane as well. This might give Xmart a run on the way out. Maybe not. Wasn't it 105 million watched the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix?
So 105 million or something like that watched the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. No, billion, I think.
No, million, 105.
Was it million?
You think 1 billion people watch Grand Prix? No, that would be
Well,
crazy.
I can't remember what it was. Whereas only 101 million watch the Super Bowl.
That's correct. That's
the picture I saw. That's the stat I saw. Sixth vote got in. Someone in the chat has voted that Dan will not get top 2. Xmart has got about 2 laps worth of fuel left in the tank. Master's back out the pits and wowing already. Why is he wowing? Because his race leader is right behind him. Nicky's still in the pits. He's been in a long time. So Rabbit Joe's AI is well in front. Joe, if you could just leave the party when you do leave us, so that we just hope for the connection. But have a nice meal. And we wish you the best of luck, buddy. Don't forget to tell the pub to like and subscribe.
Yeah, and lovely to hear from you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Good luck, everyone. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Yeah. Obviously, Joe, current defending Pro-Am champion after he beat Kelly.
He's not defending because
he's not defending. He can't defend. I suppose you can't say any Pro-Am champions are defending champion, can you? Because they can never defend their title.
No, absolutely. You're quite right. Unless, no, they can't. You're quite right. And yes, he had just that many, couple of more second places than his rival. No, I'm not bitter.
Yeah.
I am. I'm still gutted. Still gutted.
Oh, God's sake.
Probably Master having a problem, I would say.
Yes, and that is involving... Right, so that is involving the race lead of LMP2 and the overall class lead. Any damage to Ben... Did anybody tap Ben Parky or Xmart? No, so them two got through relatively unscathed, which Dan will be saying, great, Dan would have loved to have come round and see them have a bit of a pile-up. Dan's closed the gap a little bit to Ben Parky and Xmart. Xmart, though, 6.2 litres in the car. He's probably got one more lap. This lap, I'd say he's got a pit at the end of this lap. He is lapping slow. Oh, he's missed turn 1.
Oh, and he's missed chicane. He's missed the first chicane.
Oh, wow, Maggie.
And look at that, he gives all the time back, so that's good to see from Ben Park. He gives every little bit of time back there. And in fact, he's given that much time back, he's let Xmart up the inside. Yeah, so Ben Parky giving up the time there, which helps this man out, no ends. Fury, 34 litres in the tank. Gary, he's fine for fuel. Mazda's got more fuel than Civic. His Mazda's just pitted. So the next man in the pits will be this man here. I think he's got a pit at the end of this lap. I don't think he's got enough to get around twice.
Yeah.
But stranger things have happened. We will see what Xmark can do as we approach the 150 lap mark. Dan is creeping his way in. I'd love to know who that vote was who said, no, Dan can't get top 2.
Can you not see who's voted?
No, it won't tell me. I've tried to hover over it and click on it. Oh, Ben.
That was a jink, wasn't it? Oh, that really cost him as well.
Yeah, where is he? Across the gravel. There's Fury. Ben back on. And Ben here, just racing Xmart that little bit, is really playing into Dan's hands. Civic round at the Ascari chicane. Mazda back onto the lead lap. No damage, though. Oh, it's Dan catching Civic as Civic's regaining his speed and regaining that momentum. Dan catches the back of Civic there. Nothing lost. Too much. Xmart, he's going to chance a second lap. Oh, now then. 3.5 litres of fuel. He's risking another lap here.
3.2 as he gets to turn 1. I hope he's lifting and coasting because this is going to be tight, Matt. It's going to be very tight, isn't it?
This is going to be an absolute fuel save lap here. Has he just cost himself? Oh, I don't know.
It could be that person who said no to Dan being in the top 2 might be getting an answer before very long.
Yes.
Fury bouncing across the chicane in the background there, but Xmart 2.3 litres. That I wouldn't be taking that risk. What was that?
Dan's coming up behind Mazda.
Right. Mazda knows, apparently. Yep, so what's he got? 1.7.
Go.
Should have just stayed online, but okay.
You're alright, pal.
So, what have we got? 1.4? I think he's going to make it, but...
I think he is going to make it, but my God, that was tight. 1.2 left in the tank. I definitely not would I have taken the risk. 100% no. But only Xmart knows at what fuel he's using or what is being used fuel-wise, and he is the man on a mission at the moment, and he dives into the pit lane. Now, this is where we find out how much time Dan lost to Xmart through going for a little wee-wee, because if Dan gets to that 25-second mark, he's brought the gap back down to where it was before Dan pitted. So this is an interesting one. What will happen as we get into the final 2 hours of this race? Dan is unlapped himself from Xmart. The red dot in the pits will stay red for the time being. Let's go on Xmart screen. It's a blue dot on Xmart screen. Let's see when it will turn to the white when Dan's far enough in front that he's well enough to be unlapped officially, it will say. We know he's technically unlapped. The game doesn't register it as that. Xmart's away. I think he's double stinting his tyres.
So do I. That wasn't long enough to do tyres and fuel, was it?
No.
Because, the mechanics won't do two things at once. They got to do.
They do it all separately. Yeah. Dan's only at the second chicane. Xmart's out the pits. Yeah, that's rightly so. 29 seconds. It says 30 seconds. Dan behind Xmart. Dan's coming down towards the Lesmos. That's Ben Parkey's red dot now. So Ben Parkey's dot's just gone red. Where's Ben Parkey? He's in the thick of it, isn't he? Look. There's Ben, there's Fury, there's Rabbit Joe's AI, there's Gary131, still in the car, I think, Bert, are we? Yep, he's flashing away, he loves a good flash,
He does. Yeah, I'm sure he's been penalised for that in the past.
No, nobody's been penalised for flashing. I got a warning for...
I didn't mean in the car.
Oh, right, yeah, probably.
So Ben has got himself out of the Joe sandwich.
Yeah.
And,
Joe in the AI as well, let's not forget now. So, we've seen dodgy GTE cars. What will the AI do? As Fury gets past him as well. Yeah. What the thing is here for Joe, look, is Fury's lapping Joe. Joe's trying to lap Gary. Where is Gary? Oh, the AI's round. Yeah, the AI has dropped it in the gravel. Oh, and now he's in the wall. Oh, Dan's coming, and Dan's coming.
Look out, Dan. The AI is made a complete loss dinner.
And to be fair, the AI, I think the AI was very, very slow, knowing that a car was coming there. So the AI seemed to understand that Dan was coming. But Dan, the gap to Xmart, 52 seconds. So with Xmart not doing a proper full pit stop, Dan loses through going to the toilet, you have to say, about 20 seconds.
Yes, indeed. So, all to do. 20 seconds don't sound like a lot in a 6-hour race, but Dan, it's still all to do. But he's still moving forward.
He is still moving forward, but like you say, 20 seconds doesn't sound a lot over 6 hours. But when you get into the nitty-gritty, it does sound like enough of a margin to cause an error. Who have we not seen for a while? We've not seen Nicky. I am just going to pop for a quick toilet. We're going to go for a quick ad break, and then I'll be able to set the live feed up because it says we've only got 5 minutes left. So I'm just going to pop to the toilet, reset the share play up with Kelly, and we'll be right back in just a moment.
I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, fly from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away, drags me down. I need to focus everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end, so I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to focus everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end, so I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to focus everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end, so I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the final hour and 42 minutes. And we are in for an absolute cracking end and finale to this enthralling Monza session, if you will. It's been an absolute brilliant stream so far. It's been an absolute pleasure to have everybody who has took the time to stay tuned for all 6 hours, and to those who have been popping in and out, as long as you are liking and subscribing to the stream. It's all that matters. Come and support these guys. As much as me and Kelly are talking about it, these guys are the ones that are putting the effort in. As Ben Parky's just messed up the second chicane, it's these guys that are putting the real effort into driving this one for everybody. Just let Maze race instead. Same as the AI sometimes. Oh, that's we'll leave that one. We'll ignore that comment. As we've ended the poll there, Dan, 75% of the people think Dan will get the top 2. Let's give you a quick rundown. We've lost Welshie, we've lost Emo Guy, we've lost Green Pies. Ben Parky is the overall leader of this race, 56 seconds ahead of this man Xmart, but Ben is due for a pit stop anytime soon. This man sits P3. He'll be pitting within the next 3 or 4 laps as well. He's hit a wall, he's just said, but is some 43 seconds behind Xmart. Fury then is P4. He's a minute 14 behind Dan, and that puts him on the same lap as Dan, actually. So Fury coming once again, look, lapping in the 35s. Rabbit Joe has the AI in the car and is 6 minutes off the lead, 3 minutes 26 off the back of Joe. Nicky, 142 off the back of Rabbit Joe, he is down in P6 and last in the LMP2. Civic, with a 10-second time penalty to his name, leads the GTE category 1 minute and a half clear of this man. Just behind this man on track as well, actually. So he's coming up to lap this man. While Gary 131, he's a minute 7 behind Master. He's flashing his light still. He's just happy to be here. 23 likes on the stream from the 9 people. Let's hear from you in the chat if you're still here watching. It's me and Kelly in your box for a little bit longer because I know Kelly's going out shortly. And Kelly, the short bit that you've watched, it's been enthralling so far.
Absolutely, yes, it has, Matt. I've quite enjoyed it, actually. Yes, I do have to pop out later. I am going out later, but the big news is that we're not going to Country Skittles because they've been damaged due to the storms that the whole country's had, and Cornwall took a bit of a battering, and the restaurant we were going to is damaged, so we're going to a Mexican instead. Arriba! So we're going to do that instead. It's a little bit later, so what that actually means is I can stay a bit longer.
That's even better. Yes.
Yep. Exactly.
Absolutely brilliant. We have lost Welshie Green Pies and Email Guy, which was a shame.
Ben in the pits.
And Ben Parkey in the pits. So Xmart takes the overall lead of this race. Dan, probably with 2 laps of fuel left in this one. Double stint in the tyres has been the strategy. We assume his last pit stop was for a tyre change. That's why he went for a wee. We assume this pit stop will just be fuel and damage and go.
And poor old Dan has to go from the complete other end of the house that he lives in to go for that pee. He's in the upstairs room in the top corner of the house, and the bathroom is in the bottom corner of the house. So he probably manically came down the stairs like a raving lunatic, had his pee, and went back up the stairs like a raving lunatic, but still lost time to Xmark because his pit stop's done. Sorry? You jumped down the stairs. You be careful that you jump down the first bit, you'll go out through the window.
That's what he did, out the window, ran the ass through the front door. Mum, it's only me. Into the toilet, back upstairs.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to live in a bungalow, so my pee stops are much quicker. Although sometimes, when we have had in the past, the lounge door, the handle came off when I was going in the middle of a race, and or just in between qualifying in the race, I went for a pee, and the lounge door handle came off in my hand.
Brilliant.
So we've got a little serving hatch between the old school serving hatch between the kitchen and the front room, and I had to climb through that to get us out. But,
you Davis boys. Dan got stuck on the toilet for the Daytona 24 hour. There's always a story when you two go to the toilet.
Of course there is.
Yeah.
Of course there is.
It's never simple.
Yes, it is never simple. Life's never simple, and that's
no,
kind of what happens.
That is true.
So, yeah.
That is true. It's a good job we're doing this one this week because I'm not missing Wales kick England's ass. That's next week in the rugby.
Right,
so good job we didn't rearrange because we was going to Six Nations. Six Nations. We was going to rearrange for next week because of people's internet and the weather around. We've had a few problems early on this race. We didn't know if we was going to do it next. Dan put a post out last night to should we do it next week? Do we do it this week? Everybody was happy to do it today. So continue we do, so I don't miss the rugby.
Excellent.
And away we go here. Fury in the pits.
Yeah.
No, New Zealand don't play the Six Nations.
No, because they'd win it all the time.
No. Second place to Wales.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. Hayley not convinced on that in the slightest, but there you go.
Nope, neither am I. I've just got to hope and pray.
Honestly, I could sit here and talk rugby for literally minutes.
Let's talk about it for seconds.
Cream eggs.
Yeah, well, minutes I'd have to talk twice. You know what I mean? Say everything twice because I know nothing about rugby. The only thing I know about rugby is usually really big guys.
I'll have that. I'll last meeting.
As a recent gig that we did in a rugby club, Hayley got picked up and carried away by a rugby guy. Unfortunately, he put her back, but there you go.
Yeah. She didn't end up face first on the grass this time then, no?
No, not this time.
No. Steadier evening, that one.
She didn't. She doesn't do that at rugby meetings. She just does that at motorsport.
The motorsport meetings, yeah. What is it? What is it? Do we know? Is it about 62 days now, isn't it, or something?
I don't know what it is, but it's. But yeah, we're looking forward to it. That's for certain.
It is 61 days, 62 days until it starts, which will be the Saturday, the qualifying. But 61 days until we arrive.
Absolutely. So looking forward to that. Anybody
Indeed.
Want to join us? Anyone want to join us? There's going to be a lot of Simplay people there this time.
Kelly,
myself,
Dan, me, Mazda, Sooty,
Joe, a Fury even.
Fury.
And his mum.
Possibly Gary. I had to ask his missus on stream the other day to see if Gary was allowed.
I think it's a case of getting the baby settled, which is fair comment.
I think Arjun is coming for the Sunday. I think Mike said Peace was going to try and come on the Sunday. Rabbit Joe said he might. So yes, a lot of us going.
Going to be a lot of Simplay there if you want to put some faces to the names and come along and have a cup of tea or a beer or something. We'll be there for the weekend.
Dan saying, "Oh shit!" There. Apologies, Kelly. What's the situation, Dan?
Just realised my fuel.
Yep, 4.6. You're fine for a lap. Xmart's ran it less than that.
Yeah, I've gone into autopilot mode.
Okay, just kind of drifting off a little bit there, were you? Guess so.
Yeah, he's away with the fairies, is that boy? He's gone into autopilot mode.
Yeah.
So Dan's got the gap down to Xmart then to 35 seconds. So he's lost about 10 seconds after his little wee that he had earlier, toilet break that he had earlier, as he's nice and patient with Civic through the Ascari chicane and down towards the parabolic he goes.
I was just going to say that that is classic endurance rules, and that's how we play GT3, and that was classic. Civic was under no. It wasn't obliged to get out of the way. No blue flags. He was a slower car, but he doesn't have to get out of the way as world endurance rules are, and it's the way that we race at GT3. And I think it's a rule that we constantly tell people about because. A lot of people, their default of how motor racing works is Formula One. So, no blue flags in endurance racing and no blue flags in GT3.
No, and as we found times in Formula One, and there's been the odd occasion where the slower drivers at the back end of the grid have not cut out the way relatively easy and made it very difficult on the Formula One streams that we've had.
Yeah, yes, and in real time, in the real Formula One world, there is always an argument for getting rid of blue flags, and the skill of the lead drivers to get past. But of course, in the past, we don't know what it's like this year. But in the past, the cars have been so aero reliant that getting out of the way is or passing someone. A lap traffic is particularly difficult, but with the aero changes, they might be a different beast this season.
Exactly. Right. So here's a fresh development with an hour and a half left of this race. We say Fury's mum, I'll be there too. And Dan's always away with the fairies, says Jamie Brazier. He's not braked for turn one. Yeah, he's not braked for turn one there. Right, little development. That is Xmart leading this race, lapped Dan on orthodubs. Now, the last time Dan pitted, Xmart had lapped Dan, but was a bit further down the road than this. So Dan has gained some time here over Xmart. The fact he's on the back of Xmart now, let's not forget, last pit stop for Xmart was pretty much... Oh, Dan! Oh!
Another chicane missed.
What was that? We'll leave him to it. I think he's bounced off a sausage curb.
Yeah, it looks like he outbraked himself and took those sausage curbs. Those sausage curbs are hellish.
Yes.
In that second chicane, and he kind of bounced over that. Hopefully, he hasn't got any damage from that. That's the case, yeah.
Yeah,
just outbraked yourself.
No, cold brakes, cold tires.
Right.
Across the sausage curbs. So, yes. Now,
but Dan is still closer to Xmart. That's the thing. Before he had that moment, Danny's still closer to Xmart. You see him weaving there, look, just trying to get temperature. And the thing is, Kelly, as we roll in now to what is 4:30, 5 o'clock nearly, because of the qualifying session. It's 5 o'clock nearly here. It's 10 to 5 here.
Yeah.
It's 10 to 5 on the circuit. So... the temperature, still the winter, let's not forget, starting to cool down. So the soft tyres may not take as long to warm up, but you see down there just trying to get the heat in the tyres. Now, as we were saying, Xmart's last pit stop was a double tyre stint. So he only pitted for fuel and maybe a bit of damage. Dan on his last pit stop, sorry, not his last one, the one before that was a tyre change. So that's why Xmart was further up the road when he lapped Dan again. Dan's pit stop just gone. He's running his second stint on these tyres, but filled up for the fuel and repair the damage. So Xmart's next stop, we believe, is a tyre change one. Now, cooler temperatures, could that help the tyres last that little bit longer with the sun setting and the night starting to come in? Xmart here may have to change his tyres next stop, which will put Dan even further up the road. So if Dan can stick to the back of Xmart, if not unlap himself, race on for second place here.
So, do we know how many laps we could do on a full tank of fuel in an LMP2 car? The tank takes what,
74, 75 litres. Dan, do you know roughly how many laps it is between pit stops?
Nope.
No.
Let me do a little bit of calculations.
So 75 litres.
75 litres, and let me just get 75 divided by 4 equals 18.75. So 18, 19 laps.
Yeah.
Dan's still struggling for heating those tyres by the looks of it. 17 or 18 laps. Now, Xmart has got, what, about 40 laps, 40 litres left in his tank?
39.2.
39.2. So we are looking at 10 laps or so. Divided by 4 equals, just under 10 laps.
Oh, Rabbit Joe, what's happened here? Is that where Mazda's just said?
AI.
His AI is off. That is at the second chicane on the exit of it.
Oh, and he's making another absolute mess of that, isn't he?
And that is... No, that's Nicky. That's Nicky and Fury. So Nicky's unlapped himself from Rabbit Joe. So Nicky now on the lead lap. Rabbit Joe's AI having an absolute mare. Well, Mazda and Gary and co, the three GTs are all spread out by a minute. Right, Kelly, back to you with your fuel updates.
Yeah, I was just kind of, just trying to do some basic mathematics on this. So Xmart's got about 10 laps, 9 laps of fuel before he has to make a pit stop. We're thinking he's going to have to put tyres on as well as Fury goes round. Rabbit Joe's Rabbit Joe's AI has been a bit of a pleb at the moment as well. So they must go through stints. So Xmart 9, Dan's just pitted, a couple of laps in. He's probably got about 16, 17 laps before he has to pit, but won't need to do tyres. Oh, he will need.
No, he will need to do tyres next time round. Yeah.
Second stint. So they've both got to do tyres. Dan's got to get in front of Xmart and get a whole lap on him and pass him in an hour and a half. It's a big climb, if you ask me, kind of looking at it now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as Rabbit Joe comes into the pit. So his AI's brought it into the pit lane then, and this will allow Nicky then, who we believe is the next man to pit. And the next man, in fact, just looking at the fuel, possibly Civic. But these LMPs drink the fuel a bit more than the GT cars. Now, here we go, look. So, Dan, we said if he got on the back of Xmart, could make Xmart's life difficult for the next round of pit stops. Well, look, even though he's a lap down, Dan, right on the back of Xmart here.
Yeah, and he needs to do this reasonably quickly. What he doesn't need to be doing is faffing around, losing time behind Xmart if he's going to make this work.
Indeed, 100%. He needs to get out in front of Xmart and start to pull away. Dan with a 36.9 last lap Xmart with a 38.5. Gary, if you're in the chat, she's got me 2 cream eggs. Oh, what a woman.
These two going side by side, Matt. Sorry,
yeah, they are.
They're very, very close, but Dan looks like he's got the job done and is away. It's exactly what he needed. He didn't need to be stuck behind Xmart for too long.
No, so he's now in front of Xmart and on the lead lap, more importantly. Now, what this also does is, this brings him into play a little bit with Ben Parkett. Any troubles for Ben, and Dan is right in play here with Ben Parkett.
Yes, of course, now to go. There's still plenty of time to make mistakes. Make mistakes which, nasty mistakes, which have damage with them. So still time for that to happen. So it's still all to play for. Dan has got a mountain to climb, but it's not impossible.
No, it's not impossible. Is Nicky...
Nicky what, in the car?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Who knows? I'm guessing that they're all in a party together, that being Nicky and Ben Parkey and Xmart, and possibly Fury might be in there as well, as they're all Prolapse drivers. As Nicky gets a little bit all over the shop. As they're all Prolapse drivers, they might well as... Oh, who was that up on 2 wheels? Was that Dan? or was that Rabbit Joe just up on 2 wheels?
I think it was Dan. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit too much curve. Got the car up on 2 wheels. It's a lot of car up on 2 wheels, isn't it? Yes,
Just a little bit.
Yeah, which X-Mart is still there. Bit of a scruffy lap from Dan, I think. Maybe.
Next man they're going to lap is this man Civic, and he's the next man who we think is going to be in the pits just before Nicky. Then 12 litres of fuel in the car.
We don't know what the GTEs are doing a lap, do we? We haven't worked out what they're using.
No, 32 laps.
32 laps out of what? Out of a full tank.
Yeah.
And what's a full tank?
88 litres in the Ford.
88 litres in the Ford. 32 laps. Okay.
Dan just gapping X-Mart a little bit, and underneath Civic he goes, and Dan puts a lap on the Corvette there then. 164. Well, there we go then.
Yeah, 2.75 litres of fuel to do a lap in the GTE. As we see X-Mart just passing Civic. Civic close on him through the chicane.
Yeah, obliges. Goes onto the gravel a little bit, gets a bit of a poor run. And there's Ben Parkey within a second, 1.8 now of X-Mart. But X-Mart's tyres coming to the end of their life, let's not forget.
Yeah, Civic we were on board with in that Corvette. Not a favourite of mine, car-wise. The guy who works next door to my workshop has got one. It's horrible. His whole family are obsessed. They've all got Teslas, and they're obsessed with electric cars and all the rest of it. And he bucks the trend. He's got a Tesla, but he's also got a Corvette. So you know, for every good they're doing with their electric cars, he's murdering the planet faster than China. So with his Corvette, and it's, as I said, it's horrible.
Ben within a second now, sorry Kelly, of X-Mart here, just under to 0.8 of a second, in fact under 0.7 of a second now.
Hotting up, this is going to be a scrap. This is for the race lead at the moment.
And X-Mart's still got plenty. The last time these two were battling for the race lead, X-Mart had a lot less fuel in the tank than this, so this is a lot earlier for X-Mart on tyres that are coming to the end of their life after being double stinted. And let's not forget, the last time these two had a fight, it was a big scrap where Ben Parkey lost a lot of time. Dan's now on the lead lap. Even though these are about to start 166, Dan's only just started 165. Dan is ahead of these two on the track. So even though the stats say he's a lap down, or he's not, he's done a lap less, he's on that lead lap by being in front of them. So if these two start, tangling a little bit, Dan's just going to pull out even further. He's just going to close that gap. That gap is 1 minute 24. Watch that gap come down from Dan to X-Mart and Ben Parkey as these two are starting to get closer and closer as this lap goes on. And the more these two fight each other, the more this brings Dan into it.
Yes, exactly what Dan wants, really, is these two to trip over each other. How much fuel has Ben got on board?
Ben is around the same fuel as Dan, 44 litres. Yeah. Dan's got 11. Ben's 11 litres lighter than Dan.
So at this point, this is very much for the race lead. They're on very similar fuel, so their strategies are going to be very similar. So this is for the race lead, and as X-Mart made a little bit of a mistake, gives Ben Parkey a run up the inside as they come towards the Ascari chicane.
Yeah, get your words out.
And Ben Parkey has got the job done, so he is in the lead. X-Mart now drops into second place.
He does. Not done yet, though. Job not done yet.
Absolutely.
Like you say, Ben's got 20 litres more, 19 litres more in the tank than X-Mart. And Dan has got 11 litres more than Ben Parkey. What is Mazda owing at?
Huh? Car's coming alive.
Car's coming alive. Well, there you go. It's only took.
It's actually second 44.
Ah, well, there we go. What is Mazda? 1 minute 4 behind Civic. Civic's got to pit soon, though. In fact, he pits now.
Like now.
Yeah. Slows it down a lot earlier this time. Doesn't get himself the penalty this time around. Gets it into the pits without speeding. So Civic's in the pits. It's time for Mazda. If he was any other time to do a 44, it's now. Push like hell. Hammer time.
Yeah. A few more 44s. A couple of 43s might be useful. Mazda cracking on now. Cars come alive. It only took 4.5 hours.
It seems to be as the sun's setting and the temperatures are dropping, that maybe the soft tyres on the Ford are starting to work again now. Like you say, like Maz says, coming alive. Is this now where the Ford, with them lower temperatures, can maybe double stint its tyres? I thought Maz was having a bit of a wiggle mid-chicane there, but over the Ascari chicane he goes and comes out of it on the right side. X-Mark's lost 2.5 seconds to Ben Parkey. So Ben, I mean, he's still a good half a second slower than Danny's Ben Parkey, but Ben coming alive. And there is Mazda with Fury right behind him. Civic still stationary at the minute as Mazda's coming round the Parabolica here.
81 litres of fuel in that Corvette.
82. So it holds 6 litres less than Mazda. And Mazda, there you go, look, takes the race lead of the GTEs. Where's old Bert himself? Gary 131. There we go. 2 wheels. Yeah. Nice one, Gary. Yeah, love that. He's still in the car. He's flashing away.
Driving it like his stock car. Driving it like he stole it.
No, I've seen him drive his stock car. He sent me a video of him driving his stock car once.
Probably a lot more aggressive than that.
Oh, well, he was very aggressively warming his tyres up on the warm-up lap and span right round.
Oh,
Did a full 180. He sent me that video. I don't know if I've still got that on Facebook, but he sent me that video and it was absolutely brilliant.
I think you'll find that a stock car, not that I've driven one, but I think you find that they take some driving. I think they're a brutal animal, so...
yes.
I think they take quite some driving. So,
Last time around, Ben Parkey was 8 tenths quicker than Dan, and there is Ben Parkey in the background of Dan, but... Ben Parkey has a lot less fuel in the tank than Dan, some 11 litres less than Dan. So Dan can go probably 2 laps more than Ben. Will that work out at the end of the race? That's the problem, is how long in a stint can Dan go? Will Dan have to pit towards a full stint mark? Will Ben have to splash and dash towards the end of the race? We just don't know at the minute. And all this is what plays out in the final hours. The strategies start to come into play. What we need to figure out, Kelly, is let's say 1 minute 37 a lap. How long is that in total for a stint? So what is it? 18 laps. You said was a stint.
Yeah.
How long is that at 1 minute 37 a lap?
Now we have to convert this into time, don't we? So 1:37 a lap is actually 97 seconds, isn't it? So 97 seconds times 18, isn't it?
Yes.
7 times 18.
Fury has the AI in the car.
1746 seconds, and then that divide by 60. And what was I working out?
How long a stint is?
29 laps. No, that's not. 18 laps, we said.
Yeah.
29 minutes. 29.
Right, so we think 29 minutes. So
maybe. I'm just
roughly. So roughly around about the half an hour mark there. Fury's put the AI in the car. So Fury clearly going for a stretch and a rest. Dan says, great, 2 AIs to deal with. And let's not forget, if Gary's wheel starts to overheat, he might have to put the AI back in the car at some point in this race.
I'm just trying to think on my maths here. 1 minute 37 would be, or 1 minute 38, let's say, is 98 seconds. 98 seconds times 18 equals 1764. Then divide that by 60 to make it back into minutes. Equals 29.4. I reckon it's half an hour.
Yeah, so about half an hour a stint. So then, if Dan's got 44 litres left in his tank, can Dan get that 44 litres 16 minutes, meaning that Dan will have 2 stops left? His last stop will then be a tyre change and can go to the end. Ben may have to cut it shorter than the hour mark, meaning that his last pit stop may be a splash and dash at the end. X-Mart will have to definitely splash and dash at the end, because them 15 litres ain't going to get him another 16 minutes of fuel here. So, is Dan in a position that if he can eke out 16 minutes worth of time here, he doesn't have to splash and dash at the end? Is he bringing himself back into contention here?
Yes, that's a mastermind. That's a drive and a half.
Yeah.
That is something.
I'm reckoning Dan will be in about 17 minutes. He'll be forced in about 17 minutes.
Sooty Apex.
The 1 hour, just under the 1 hour mark. So yeah.
So possibly 2 stops for Dan.
2 stops, and that's it.
Go on, Terry Master.
Well, the GTEs are an hour.
Right, so Mazda's probably got 1 stop left to make. Sooty in the chat. Hi, peeps. Is Gary back in the car? Got the stream on mute while I'm at work. Yes, he is back in the car, Sooty. But Joe and Fury are in the AI. And why are you not going around the workplace telling people to get tuned in and involved? Gary's gone into the pits. The question is, Bert, AI or not? This is the big one. Gary on the headset, AI or not?
1 light flash for yes, 2 for no. None of that. He's out the car already, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, you can't pit in the you can't flash in the pit lane. Not till he's away. He is in the headset party, but obviously baby might be a bit disrupted or might be chatting with the missus or whatever. Is the AI back in Gary's car? That'll be 3 AIs on track. When Dan's strategy, we think, could be pitting under an hour. So Dan, 2 stops left. Civic, I think, has got a splash and dash if the GTEs can do an hour. Gary will have to splash and dash. Mazda, if he can last his 23 litres for another 14 minutes, could be going till the end of this race. Could have worked in his favour here. The sun's starting to set. It's going orange. The sun is starting to set. That is Ben Parkey behind Dan, but Dan has the slipstream of Nicky just in front to help him pull away. But what he is doing, though, is he's now 1 minute 16 ahead, 1 minute 15, behind Xmart for position. So Dan bringing himself back in for a top 2. Gary's flashing the lights. He's still in the car.
Yeah, he's still in the car, flashing his lights like that. Other than that, the AI really is quite more intelligent than we think it is. But we're pretty sure Gary's back in the car. Another apologies for Mazda's potty mouth.
Yeah.
He can't help it.
He can't help it. It's been like this for the 2 World Endurance streams in a row. But we'll let him off. He's been in the car for 6 hours.
Now it's coming alive.
Mazda, are you doing the full 24 Nürburgring Le Mans?
My body's saying no, but my head's saying yes.
We'll come back to that. I'm still talking about doing one. I just don't know. I don't know whether to do Fuji or Algar or Spa.
Algarve's 8 hour. So.
Yeah, I know that, but I like Algar.
Yeah.
What?
I like it.
Bloody hell. Yeah.
I'm allowed to.
It's a horrible track. It's an absolute disgrace of a track.
Mate, I'm allowed to like things.
That's
my prerogative.
Algarve is a lovely track on this game. I've got some me and Dan's got a story for you though. It does ebb and flow. Me and Dan's got a story though for you on it on F1. This is why it wasn't picked for the F1 calendar.
Which is?
So we did a multiplayer career in the Aston Martin and it rained at the Algarve. And then the second time we did it, it rained at the Algarve as well. And both times it rained at the Algarve, it is absolutely horrific. Also, trying to drive an F1 car at the Algarve like you would a GT3, there's a lot of sausage curbs, isn't there, just behind the normal curbs, in which in a GT3 car you kind of skim over the top, don't you? In an F1 car, you can't skim over the top of the sausage curbs. It's just nasty on the F1 game. And we didn't like it.
And I mean, my opinion is that I like the undulation changes. I like the, I like the nature of the circuit, and I would much rather drive that than I would Fuji.
Yeah.
Although I'm probably better at Fuji, to be fair, but because I think Fuji is an absolute Mickey Mouse circuit.
Kelly?
Sorry?
What car would you go?
Good question. I'm basing that on, if I was going to Spa, I think I would like to drive the LMP2 at Spa, but I think if I was going to go Algar, I think it would have to be the GTE, purely because I'm a little bit more familiar with that style of car.
In terms of GTE then, which GTE would you be of choice?
Rari would be.
The Rari?
Would be my car of choice, but then maybe the Porsche, because I've got experience.
You've got the
Porsche for sure.
Porsche for sure. Don't go asking Gary for a setup. He's pure default. This man then.
Ask his AI, to be fair.
Yeah, his AI looks like he's got more stable a setup. To be fair. As this man then's probably got 1 lap of fuel left to go. Ben Parkey's coming into his last 22 litres. Dan, 33 litres to go with 1 minute 10. What's Mazda got? 17 litres. Tough and touch and go for Mazda to get to the end on that or with one more pit stop. But this man will be pitting relatively soonish. He's pulled from Dan a little bit. As at Disco, Fuji is a bit of a circuit. I mean, in the snow and rain, I think he means it's rubbish. In the snow and rain, fair play.
He says...
I liked Fuji in the dry. I thought it was nice.
Fuji's
I'll
epic.
hook you up in the Beamer, Kelly, says Disco. Yeah, I don't know how I'd get on with the Beamer, to be fair. I haven't tried it, to be honest.
The Beamer's got over 100 litres of fuel. And, 100 litres of fuel. And it drinks it more than... the other GTE cars. X-Mart, 4.2 litres in the tank as he crosses the line. As Welshie popped back in the chat there. We've not heard Welshie for a while. Fuji is epic, he says. X-Mart is under his way onto his last lap of this stint. Now, Ben, 20 litres of fuel, 9 minutes to possibly have to pit 2 more times in this race. Ben's lapped Dan, so has something happened to Dan there?
Who
Dan?
knows? Any problems, Dan? What was that?
Give him a minute.
Okay.
Me and Ben have been battling for the last 2 or 3 laps, and he went on the outside. I rubbed with him, hit the brakes, and I lost the rear.
Any damage?
No harm done. Just ice fan around.
No damage then, no. I don't think there's any damage in that.
No, I've only got 3 on the front from when I hit Nicky earlier as well.
Right, so Dan just a bit of air at front aero, but nothing too major. X-Mart then is going to be coming into the pits this lap. There's no way he's getting to the end on 2 litres worth of fuel, as here he comes now then into the Parabolica. Dan, 1 minute 19 behind X-Mart. Will really gain on him. X-Mart, we believe, is in for a tyre change stop. So this then will be interesting to see. Where's Dan? First chicane as the night time is rolling in here, Kelly.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, we missed that battle with Dan and Ben. It was obviously a lap down battle, although a battle's just the same. But we have no way of knowing that that's going on, do we?
Yeah, that's a shame. It should notify you when cars are close.
Yeah. I'm hoping. I don't know if anyone's followed The Apprentice on BBC One.
I'm catching up.
They had a challenge the other week about building a computer game.
Yeah.
I came up with some word and wide idea about a sim game, which was really key for this kind of thing that we're doing for, for the simulation experience and for league experience. Where the director, the broadcaster would have so many more tools. To make it, to be able to show the public more angles and more views, and us knowing what was going on track a bit more. And that was kind of my concept on what could be done. And hopefully, we're moving forward into the next generation of consoles. Hopefully, and again, saying that the stat that you got from Mazda that sim racing is viewed so highly around the world. Surely we need platforms that are more broadcastable, give more options.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and that's just hopefully why the touring car game that is due out late at some stage this year will be, because it's going to be the first. Well, GT7 will be the first game, but let's talk about simulator games, not arcade games. If the touring cars is a simulator game that we're hoping it's going to be, with the fact that motorsport games do the likes of R-Fact, which is a big sim, with it coming to console, let's hope that gives us the options. We've had ACC that the spectator mode on that isn't great because the fact they've gone for the real feel of the cars. Project Cars 2 is outdated, so the touring cars game hopefully is the real first game that we can try and see if with the next gen consoles of the Xbox Series X and the PS5 out, is the first sort of game that gives us these possibilities of broadcasting on another level. Gives us the option, just helps us as a broadcaster out more. Because like you say, we missed that epic battle with Dan and Ben Parkey because of the fact we had no idea it was happening. If Dan were on the lead lap, so it's Dan's fault for not being on the lead lap, really, that we missed that battle.
Absolutely, and that's exactly right. And we've put a lot of expectation on this new touring car game, so I really do hope it lives up to, I mean, none of us seem to be hugely excited about GT7, being that GT is a little bit arcadey more than simulator. And, really, in all essence, Project Cars 2 is still the best option on, to us at the moment.
Yeah.
But the game is 5 years old.
Yeah, and that is the biggest problem.
Yeah, and that, and as I said, we don't have, as broadcasters and and all the rest of it, don't have the camera angles, the control to be able to give a real professional experience, and that's what it's lacking, and hopefully it's all going to catch up. Surely, the games companies will catch up on this and cash in on this. Do you know what I mean? Because it's growing and growing.
Yep, hopefully so. Right, going into the final hour and 5 minutes then of this race. Ben Parkey, 11 litres. He's got to pit within the next 2 laps, we'd imagine. Maybe 2 more after this. So this 1 and 2 extra could just get him underneath the hour mark. Dan will easily get to that hour mark. He's got at least another 5 laps worth of fuel in that tank, which means he should, if our calculations are correct, only have to pit 2 more times in this race. Ben, we're not too sure about. Ben, it's going to be touch and go as to whether he'll have 2 more pit stops or a splash and dash at the end. Exmar, he's just pitted not long ago. He will have to pit 2 more times and splash and dash at the end of this race. Fury's got the AI in. He will have to splash and dash at the end. Rabbit Joe, he may have to do a full pit stop towards the end of this race, but he's got 3 pit stops, we believe, still to do, as Nicky. Mazda, 7.1 litres, just needs to go for another 3 minutes, and he might be able to pit 1 more time in this race. Civic will have 1 more pit stop. Gary will have 1 more pit stop. Ben Parkey is in the pit lane then, so Dan will unlap himself, but crucially, if we've worked this, I think he's got 2 more laps in that car, and I think you're right, Kelly. I think he should have gone to the hour mark. Yeah.
I think he should have run that completely out of fuel, personally, if our calculations are right. And, hey, Rachel Riley, I'm not. Do you know what I mean? So the calculations, you were saying about Mazda, no, he's going to have another one, yes. But remembering the GTE does a lot better on fuel than the LMP2s. It's got further to go. But I think Ben Parkey, that might have been a mistake. And with the fuels as they sit at the moment, I don't know who's in the best position here.
I think Dan's in a great position here.
He is in a good position on the fuel, but is he too far back to be able to capitalise on that?
The thing is, what we don't know is how is Ben Parkey. That's a good stop. So I think Ben's double stinted his tyres then. So I think Ben is going to have to pit 2 more times and splash and dash it at the very end. I think Ben's got 2 stints of this. So you said just under half an hour.
So he should have to pit 1 more full time and then a splash and dash.
No, you see, 30 minutes and 30 minutes, that's the hour. There's 2 minutes left. I think he's either got a fuel save like mad or splash and dash with 1 or 2 laps to go. I think Ben's not getting to the end. Xmart has possibly got a splash and dash a bit longer than Ben to do the final maybe 6 or 7 laps. But Dan at the minute is in a position where Dan can go...
1 more stop and then a splash and dash, isn't it? 30 minutes.
That's right. 30 minutes will take us down to 31 minutes, and then he's going to be a minute left. But this is for Ben Parkey, sorry. So Ben will have to pit on like 30. Because Ben Parkey came out of the pits with like 1 hour, 2 minutes and 30 odd seconds remaining. So Ben will have to pit 32 minutes, and then he's going to get to the 2 hour mark and splash and dash. Xmart, who's got less fuel in the tank already, is going to have to pit around the 40-minute mark. Then pit with about 10 minutes left. So Dan is sitting in the best possible position here
Yeah.
Let's be honest. We talk about this a lot in GT3s with the glitch, as we call it. It's about 25 to 30 seconds with the glitch, which is rapid, in and out. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's 25 to 30 seconds. Ben could lose in and out just splashing and dashing. Never mind his other two that he's got to do. So that 30 seconds added on to Ben's extra pit stop could put Dan close to the back of him at the end of this race. I think Dan, with an hour left of this race and Dan having 15 litres to go, I think Dan has got this to the end. I think Dan is in a great place. The bonus for Dan as well is if you do your pit strategy on the fly while you're driving, the bonus is if you adjust your fuel, if the marker on the fuel thing is red, it won't get you to the end. So Dan on his second pit stop Dan has to avoid Rabbit Joe there. Dan on his second...
straight line.
Yeah, I did see. I thought the brakes came on there. Dan getting brake checked by Rabbit Joe. Mazda's in for his final stop. Now, Dan here... Whoa!
Whoa! That AI, that's Gary's AI.
No, yeah, it must be. Rabbit Joe. Yeah. Gee whiz. Yeah, that was crazy. Right, so, back to what we were saying. Dan, on that secondary stop on the half-hour mark, if he goes less than that half-hour mark, because let's be honest, he's under an hour now, still got 13 litres left, Dan here might not have to fuel a full tank for his final stint.
Yes, but he's at the advantage now on fuel. So
come on, he's there. Come on.
All right, Mazzy, isn't it? Woof. He does get excited.
He gets excited, doesn't he? Mazda, though, has come right out the pits behind Gary 131, who hasn't passed Mazda for... Yeah, Gary's a lap down. But Mazda, there's Civic just coming round the Curb Grande, I do believe it's called. Up towards the second chicane. Mazda is 9 seconds behind Civic. Sorry, he's 8.4 behind Civic. Civic has got a 10-second penalty, and Mazda believes he can go to the end.
Absolutely, and Mazda, as you can hear, getting excited. He's semi-hard and playful, and he can hear. He can see Civic. He's just down the road. Remember, Civic's got a 10-second penalty as well, mind.
So this is going to be the next man to pit, is unorthodox, and I think this man, in terms of we were getting excited about Mazda and Civic for the GTE race win, I think this man can be just as excited come the end of this race in the LMP2 victory. He wants to take the fight to Ben Parkey. A win here will put him and Ben Parkey tied on points going into Fuji in a month's time, and Dan, even though he's had some dramas, is in the box seat right now. His strategy, and I tell you what, he's not got the Ferrari strategist behind that in the pit garage. He's got some brains in there because this team have worked hard and tirelessly over the 6 hours to get this strategy bang on.
Absolutely, and typically endurance is all going to come alive right towards the end as everything starts to play out. Dan has got the problem that all the AIs hate him.
Yes.
And, he has got that problem to deal with as he comes up behind some more AIs as we go through this last hour. But yes, it's coming alive. How's it going to play out? It's still to find out. Dan is still a long way behind. But
now,
it might be the fuel strategy that saves his night. And just very quickly, I want to say hello to Fury's granddad. Tony's my sharp. I need to say hello to him. Because he brought me luck on Thursday. So, hello, Tony. Hope you're well.
I know you're there, but
question. Here's a question. Dan's got his sister down and her partner, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
You can just imagine now that Dan's sister, her partner, and his mum are all sat in his bedroom calculating the fuel strategy. Dan, you need to pit on this lap. Dan, you need to pit on that lap. And they're all sat there working it all out. And bringing Dan...
I doubt they're sat in the same room with him. I wouldn't have thought, because he'd be going absolutely nuts and telling them to shut up and let him concentrate. I don't think that'd happen, and there'd be quite a ding dong, I think. Dan,
right.
Is that the case? Is Becky and your mum sitting in the same room?
Becky's in her room. I'm in my room. Mum's downstairs.
Are they not sorting your strategy out for you? No. You've never done this yourself. You're not clever enough to figure this strategy out.
I've done this myself.
He's done this himself. Yeah.
Sun shines on a dog's arse some days.
He's live on Twitch. I reckon someone's in the chat on Twitch telling him what strategy to do. But we'll leave that one for another day. If Dan has done this, so what a strategy this could be for an Orthodox. 6.7 litres in the fuel. Stay with him because he is the one who's next in the pits. And
one more lap, Dan. Possibly.
You asked me at the worst time.
Mazda catching on to the back of Civic here. And Dan...
Yes.
The yes is doing one more lap as the sun is setting in the final 55 minutes here. Guys and girls in the chat, please share the stream around for the last hour. Let's get as many people in. Let's get as many likes and subscribes as we can in this last hour. Has Mazda pulled off a blinding strategy to win the GTA? Has this man, who's going one extra lap, pulled off an absolute blinder with 55 minutes? I tell you what, if Dan has to pit less on his second stop... That's going to shave a... We've said Dan could be 15 to 10 seconds behind Ben Parkey going into that last stint, yeah?
Yeah.
If Dan's shaving time off his second pit stop, could be closer.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get my head round now what I may think, and don't take this on board, Dan, because I don't want to be blamed for being your strategist. But I was just trying to work out now. Sorry.
You're already taking the blame now by saying that.
Well, I knew that anyway. I was taking the blame if I'd even turned up or not. I was trying to work out now what that second fuel stop would be. We know we can do. What do we know? We know we can do. It's 4 litres of fuel
4 litres of fuel a lap. 1 minute 37 a lap.
What was 78 in the tank?
70. 5, I think.
Was it 75?
75 to 78.
Right, and we said so divide by 4 equals 18.75 laps.
You know the bad thing?
What?
For fuel. What?
You up?
I need a wee.
Oh, you're just going to have to hold it.
You're just going to have to hold on to it, innit?
Yeah, you're making this exciting for the viewers. You're just going to have to hold it. Dan's in. Dan is in. Now, this pit stop should be just for fuel.
Now, stay on board with him, Matt.
I will do.
How much fuel this brings in. Yeah?
You wish.
You wish what?
It was just for fuel. Click on. You might
he's going to put tyres on as well.
Oh, it's tyres as well, which means his half-an-hour pit stop will only be for fuel.
Yes.
Whereas Ben Parkett and Xmart might be a tyres change on their second stop. Oh.
I'm going tyres to the end.
You changing tyres on both stops, or are you these tyres going to the end?
These tyres that are going on now will go to the end.
So, I think as well, Dan's second stop, Kelly. So 75 litres of fuel is what's in the tank.
Yeah.
I think Dan's second pit stop here could be for a bit of fuel, not even 75 litres, because if 75 litres gets him half an hour, Dan might only have to pit for 28 to 20 for 22 minutes of fuel.
40, just about 43 seconds stationary. That was to do tyres and fuel. We've got 75 litres of fuel.
49.3.
49.3 plus about 10 seconds in and out. So about 53 to 55 seconds in and out, plus the tyres and fuel pit stop. I think Dan's second stop, I think Dan could be 10 minutes. I think Dan could fuel 10 minutes less worth of fuel. So if we can figure out what fuel is only for 20 to 22 minutes of fuel, I think Dan could only fuel for a 20-minute stint towards the end. The thing is Dan will know. So if Dan adjusts his strategy on one of the straights, maybe the start straight, Dan will know on his strategy, because it goes, if it's grey, it'll be red, and then when he gets to the end of his fuel life, it'll go grey, and that'll mean his fuel, he tops up enough fuel to get him to the end of the race. I think Dan is in the box heat here. Question is, where's Xmart? He's coming up to the Lesmos. Dan's just through the Lesmos. Xmart, by the way, has got some horrific traffic of Mazda and then Gary 131, and patiently does it for Xmart. He's going to look at the second Xmo now. Where's Civic, says Mazda? It says Dan. Civic's a little further ahead of Mazda and Gary. So it is Mazda and Gary that Xmart's clearing. Ben Parkey coming down the start straight. Dan coming down towards the Parabolica. Now, if Dan's got this in him, he will press up on his D-pad and see if he's fueled to the end on his next run, because I don't think he needs to. And we're all calculating this, we're all trying to work this out, and hopefully...
I'm still trying to figure out what the sums I need to do. 30 minutes, we think a tank of fuel is about 30 minutes, just about.
36 litres.
36 litres, you reckon?
So, no, I've seen it. Dan has done what I've told him. Dan will only have to pit for 11 laps of fuel at the end of this race. He's going to have such a margin over his rivals. Wow. What a strategy. Dan is splashing and dashing.
That would be 44 litres he would need if you're reckoning 11 laps to the end. My head's beginning to hurt. We said 4 litres as a round figure. I think it's between 3.5 to 4 litres. Yeah, it is. Depending on but yes, late threes, isn't it? We're saying an average of 4 litres for a lap. If 4 litres, you reckon it'll be 11 laps when he needs to pit next?
Yeah,
that'll be 44 litres, which is obviously
still a lap down though.
No, you're not a lap down.
Well, you're still...
Oh, no, yes, you're a lap down to Ben Parkey, but Ben Parkey's got, we believe, has got 2 more pit stops to make.
Yes, he's got to do one pit stop.
He's got to do one full pit stop and a splash and dash. Whether that full... we think that his next full pit stop is a tyre change one.
Yeah.
Dan's in this race. I think Xmart is going to have to settle for a 3rd place here. And unlike Silverstone, where Dan did it on track, this is done over the strategy. And the pit crews have played a blinder. Fury, we do believe, has still got the AI in the car, 29 litres. Rabbit Joe, 13 litres with his AI in the car. Hey, we'll keep an eye on him for when he pits in a moment. Nicky, we've not seen much of Nicky today. Nicky, give us a flash if you're in the car and listening to the stream. I think Nicky is in the car because the AI would have turned the lights on, I do believe, if it gets too dark. So...
yeah, doesn't mean he's listening to the stream.
Doesn't mean he's listening to the stream.
I don't think he does, actually, from I remember being his teammate. I don't think he listens to the stream. I think there's only a few of us that listen to the stream and race at the same time.
Now, let's go from one battle, Kelly, to the other battle. Civic, 7.5 seconds clear of Mazda, with a 10-second time penalty. Now, the bonus here is Mazda reckons that Ford GT can go an hour full fuel and on tyres. Mazda then pitted under the hour mark and does not have to pit for the remainder of this race. And that gap is 7 seconds. Gary's unfortunately a lap down to these two. But Mazda here, do we reckon Mazda can get to the end? And if so...
If he can, then it's job done. Because 33 litres is very unlikely that Civic can get to the end without a pit stop. If Mazda can get to the end, then it's job done anyway. But he's only 7 seconds or so behind.
Yeah, 6.4.
6.4, and right at the moment, that's already job done.
Yes,
it's a 10-second penalty.
But what I think is the plan is the action for these guys is anybody who pitted over the hour mark. If they pitted with more than an hour to go, they've got 2 stops left to make. If they pitted under the hour mark, they've got 1 stop left to make. That's LMP2. GTE, if you pitted within an hour or less, you're done. If you pitted an hour and a minute more, you've got 1 more stop to make. So I think Gary and Civic have got 1 more stop to make. I think Nicky, Joe, Fury, Xmart and Ben have all got 2 more stops to make. I think Dan is the only man. Dan's the only LMP2 car with 1 stop to make. Mazda is the only GTE car that is going to the end.
That sounds good. If our mathematics are fine, all those you in the party or listening on the stream, don't take what we said as being gospel, because...
Well, I'm using an average is 2.7 a lap.
That's what I worked out, 2.75 for a lap in your car, because yours is, it's not all the GTEs are the same, are they, on fuel?
No.
Fury in the chat, can't feel my left leg anymore, and I can't brake properly. That's why he's got the AI in the car. Can't blame you there, mate. I know that feeling. You're stanky legging.
His fingers are fine because he can still type.
I knew you'd chuckle at that one, Dan.
I think we need a pit stop as well, because my share play is going to...
I think we do. We're going to pop to a quick advert from our delightful sponsor, Audio Sport. Make sure you go and check them out on Facebook. And we'll be right back in about 5 minutes' time. Also,
I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. I've been staring at the sun in my eyes. I've been keeping on the run every night. But you're too far away to see the signs. So I'm staring at the sun till I'm dry. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need to forget everything inside me now. Full speed ahead, far from the end. So I'm full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. counting down the days to get out. I've been looking for a way from this town. And you're too far away to help me now. So I'm counting down the days to get out. 'Cause I need to learn to forget everything that
the AI in the car, which means there's 3 AI drivers as Ben Parkey takes to the grass to try and get past Mazda. Darkness is nearly upon us here. Darkness is nearly upon us. The trees are shadowing the circuit, and it is. Let's just go on board, Ben Parkey, before you a quick rundown of what is happening. Look at how dark it is in that cockpit. Artificial light, definitely the way to go at the minute, Kelly.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, that's got dark really quick, hasn't it? And you say you're into the last 40 minutes. I'm going to have to dip out in about 15, so I'm not even going to see the end of this race. That's crazy. But I can watch it again because I've subscribed to the channel.
Yeah.
And you could like and subscribe, and you can watch back any of these great races at any time. You know, so I'm going to look this back a bit later on.
That is a fantastic. That is a fantastic plug to the channel there. If you want to watch Unorthodox 16's POV, go and do so. He is live right now on Twitch, twitch.com/Unorthodox 16 for his POV. But a quick rundown of this race. Ben Parkey leads the way, 45 seconds ahead of Xmart. But these two, we believe, have got one full pit stop and a splash and dash to go in this race. This man who sits P3 has got one pit stop and no splash and dash, and his second pit stop is only a splash and dash. So he is in the driver's seat, you think. Fury, AI in the car as he's stanky legging all over the place in P3. 4 minutes ahead of Rabbit Joe, but 2 minutes behind Unorthodox. He looks like he's going to be set for a P4. Rabbit Joe, P5 at the minute. He's out with the family. He's not back for the rest of the night. Nicky, we believe, is in the car as his lights are on. The AIs are the only 3 cars that haven't got lights on. Civic leads the GTEs, but the thing is, he's got one more stop relatively soon as well. The gap's down to 4.8, and Civic's got himself a 10-second penalty. He's got one more pit stop, whereas this man, as Gary's left the voice chat, so I don't know if Gary's going till the end, I'm not sure, but this man hasn't got to pit again in this race, and he's 4.3 behind him. He just needs to get home as cleanly as possible. Gary then, AI in the car, and look how much of a nuisance it's being on Fury as it turns it on Fury a little bit.
It's an AI scrap.
Oh my days. And that's Nicky just behind as well. He's going to be involved in this. This man a lap down on Mazda and Civic. And Kelly, chaos.
Lobby,
yeah.
It's like being in a general lobby. It's like being with the Muppets that race in the general lobby. The AIs are absolutely terrible, aren't they? But funny to watch, that's for certain sure. So yes, it's all hot enough towards the end of this race, just like an endurance does. And yeah, as I say, unfortunately, I'm not going to be here till the end, but certainly, it's certainly still all to play for, isn't it? I think Maz has got this dialed, really. Even if he had to stop again, he's within. I'm the commentator. He's within 10 seconds and a 10-second penalty for Civic. Even if Maz has to pit again, I think he's got this in the bag, but hopefully he doesn't have to pit again with 37 minutes and 53 litres of fuel left. So pretty much in the bag, we reckon, for GTE, as long as he doesn't mess it up. And if he does, I'll give him such a hard time. This is the interesting one. Who's going to win this race? Ben, Xmart and Dan are all about strategy. It's all about strategy. 193 laps later, it's all about who's got the fuel right.
And this is the biggest question today. Chat in the poll. Will Unorthodox win this race? Yes or no? And we'll bring you that vote. That vote will close within the final 7 minutes of this race as we go to find out. But Fury will be the next man to pit. One thing I did just notice here, Ben must run a lot more fuel than Xmart, because Xmart pitted way before Ben, but he's got 20 litres left. Ben's got 27 litres left in the tank. So Xmart's fuel saving must be better than Ben's. And is Xmart trying to eke out a bit more time here? We imagine that these two will have to pit around any time between now and the 30-minute mark to get to the end of this race. If they can pit under the 30-minute mark, they won't require a splash and dash, but we just do not know on what's happening. This is based off our calculations and not what is actually going to happen, so we have no idea.
Yeah, this is based on our calculations, and I wouldn't take it to the bank. But it's only what we're, as mere commentators, trying to work out what we think is going to happen. So you're watching Xmart. He's got 19 litres of fuel. It's about 4 litres of fuel per lap. So that would make it about 6 laps, 5 laps or so. And he's got to come in again. And do that. So
4 laps. It's at the end of this lap. It's 4 laps he's got to do to close to the 30-minute mark. Like you say, he could require just a splash and dash at the very end of this race. Ben Parkey, 26 litres, may not need to splash and dash. We may have just been slightly off because we thought Ben just pitting before the hour mark needed to splash and dash at the end. He may have just saved enough fuel, but there's only one way to find out, and that's by sticking around for the next 35 minutes. This man's the next man in. Will Fury come back in the car now as his AI comes in?
We'd like to hope so. So our calculations being rounded up and, kind of it's about this and about that might work out that both Ben and Xmart will only have to stop once. Then it's going to be Dan pinned into 3rd place, I think. It's really, as I said, I think if I'm going to come and commentate...
I genuinely thought that your calculations were way off. I really don't think I have a chance of winning this.
Okay, well, there you go. There's Dan saying that basically we talk rubbish, and he's probably right, to be fair, looking at it. And, if so, then it's all to play for as we go into the second half of the season. Where are we? Round 2? Is this round 2?
Round 2.
Round 2. We move to round 3, which will be... Fuji, of course it will, at the night time, and still all to play for with that, of course, but as Dan's putting a lap on Civic and just passing as a back marker, so still all to play for. If I'm going to commentate on these again, I'm going to try and do some strong figures, get some actual figures written down, some accurate figures, so we can try and work this out a little bit more accurately, because it is a huge part of endurance racing is strategy. So I think we need to sharpen up on mass, Matthew.
Yeah, I reckon you're right for this one, Kelly. As we go into the back end of this race, it'd be great to have you in commentary again. It'd be great to get a bit more, like you say, sharpen up our math skills to get to the end. One thing we are 100% certain on is that Mazda will get to the end of this race. Nicky into the pits. That's early. That's early, so hopefully unless he's out of tyres, that is early. Rabbit Joe still going out there. Fury's back out the pits. That'll be Fury. Possibly. Now, this is the theory. Fury, we think, might have to splash and dash. We think half an hour. Fury's pitted with 33 minutes left to go. Xmart, if he pits before that half an hour mark, what will he do? The question as well is does Xmart and Ben Parkey have to pit for tyres? What will they do? Dan is 58 seconds behind Xmart, and we think that Dan will be ahead of Xmart when Xmart next pits.
You can change your fuel load on this, can't you? You
can
go lean. Yeah, you can. We don't have to do it in GT3 because it's not really that essential, is it?
I don't know.
But you can't you? You can just flick down and go from rich to
lean
or whatever. So, it might be worth trying to work out. Some of these guys might be leaning it off a little bit. Yes, that's a bit handbags. That was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's Fury's AI in the car and just tapping the back of Xmart as well there as they come through. Xmart's still got to pit, and we think he's got 2 laps left of fuel. Maybe even stretching it to 3 to make it his last pit stop. But handbags indeed with Fury there, and you say you don't have to put the car in lane in GT3s. All I'm going to say is Dan at Bruno.
Well, yes. If you don't put enough fuel in, then you do. But if you do your race properly, if you sort your fuel out right,
you're welcome.
Then you don't have to.
Yes, exactly. You're welcome, Dan. You told me about the stanky leg Wednesday night. I've got you back tonight.
Xmart, Dan, you get used to it.
It's all just a one-upmanship all the time, isn't it?
Hey.
You don't see me doing it hop along duffing, do you?
Well, shit. I thought you'd have had my back considering you said you dropped the pad the other night.
Well, you told me, you've said it a million times about
yeah, but I was just, I don't commentate on you anymore.
You got to remember, Matt's like an elephant.
My gravestone say, "Here lies Welshie who dropped the bat." On race 1.
Here lies KLF who put Smokey in the wall. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you know, here lays Matt who had some questionable moments. You know, you just can't get away from it in this place, can you? The banter is right.
Nope.
And as I said, Matt is
Gary's
like an elephant.
AI tried to take me out again.
Oh, never!
Oh, he obviously fancies you because he keeps trying to take you out. But you've got to remember, Welshie, that Matt just is like an elephant and never ever forgets.
No. This is true.
Forget.
Civic then.
The female element of him. Sorry to
So we've lost Civic!
Oh no, where's he gone?
I think he's been disqualified. I think he's sped in the pit lane.
Oh. Can
So
you shed any light on that, Maz? Did you were you paying attention to where he was, what he was doing?
He'll go into the pits, but that's all I saw. And
Maybe he was speeding in the pit lane.
Civic then will only come away with a third place because Gary is promoted to second in class now. Oh, Civic. 5 hours, 30 minutes in, and he sped in the pit lane.
You've got to be gutted, haven't you? You've got to feel for him.
Yeah, you do.
Really have.
Pushing maybe too hard to just get in and out the pits to get ahead of Mazda. And Mazda then... Yeah, he's
comes up on the stream or nothing.
no, that's what I mean. He's literally... There's a car parked in the garage, and that is Civic.
Well, Maz, you might as well just kick it into top gear and put your feet up, because you're just going to roll this one home.
Mazda then is going to win this race. Don't forget, there's no points for fastest lap in this one. Well, he's got a lot of work to do to win it because he's 2 laps ahead of Gary here and pulling away at 5 seconds a lap. Oh, 100%.
It's got to roil. I mean, imagine that one, Matt. You'd dine out on that forever, wouldn't you?
If Mazda cocked this and Gary's AI got past him, he'd never live it down. He'd never live it down.
Oh, commentator's curse, Maz. Just keep it together. Keep it going.
Xmart has got under the half-an-hour mark then on this strategy at the minute. Let's not forget, though, full tank of fuel will probably still be needed for Xmart here to get him to the end of this race, whereas Dan and Ben Parkey will both pit a little lighter. What's Ben running? 14 litres. So our calculations are just a little bit off, under the half-an-hour mark, and Xmart's going to have one more lap at this. Only one more lap, because he's not going to get to do a second. So Ben Parkey and Xmart maybe not having to splash and dash. So people saying in the chat, Dan, 67% on the vote saying yes, he'll win this race. Looks a little more unlikely as it's unfolding now. Our maths a little off, but second place on the cards.
It's fair to say that neither of us are going to end up on countdown anytime soon, because our mathematics is probably way out. Well, it seems to be way out. But it depends on how much fuel Dan needs to put in the car, and I'm not even going to try to work it out because he needs to sort that out for himself, and he seems to be on top of it more than we do. So it's how much fuel Daniel has to put in, and is Ben and Xmark going to stop for tyres? We know Dan did tyres on his.
I think Ben needs to stop for tyres because his last pit stop seemed relatively quick. I think this is a tyre stop for Ben. So Ben fresh tyres till the end, maybe. Xmart, though, the next man in the pits. And who's he coming up behind? He's coming up behind Mazda, who's, again, had a little swear word there. And it's a good job he didn't lose that car, because imagine losing it into the side of Xmart with 28 minutes to go in the race.
Both cars written off. Imagine the ribbon they'd all get. Imagine
Yeah.
the car.
Let's go in the cockpit view of Xmart then. Is the artificial light is now the main source here, and there's no track lights around the circuit. The drivers are just relying on the lights of the cars. There's no lights around the circuit here at Monza that are on yet. You'd imagine they'd have been on by now as darkness does descend upon us. To think at Fuji, if it is going to be a day race, Fuji would have been probably still light at this time of night now, because we'll be another month in and towards the springtime. Oh my days, he's pushing it. Wow, this is a gamble.
Sure is. He goes another lap. 3.9 as he goes over. He got away with it last time, didn't he? We thought he was pushing it as we come up to the 200 lap mark. 200 laps.
Yes, Ben Parkey. Where is he? Coming up to the Parabolica to start 200 laps of this race. I know, crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Imagine at the beginning of this, you said it's a 200 lap race. You say this, but Mazda, what was Daytona? 1,000 laps, just short? 900 odd laps of Daytona, and Mazda did the full 900 laps. No, it was the road course. It was the road course, right? At least it wasn't the oval.
24 hours of the road course, and Mazda did all 900 odd laps.
Can we remember what the Nordschleife was? How many laps did we do around that?
I can go and check.
Like about a 7 or an 8 minute lap, wasn't it? Or 9 minute lap, something like that.
Yeah, if not more. Right, let's go back to Xmart. Let's see where Xmart is then. Coming to Ascari with 2 litres in the tank. Oh, God, you would not want to run out of fuel here, would you?
Imagine it. Just rolls round Parabolica and just splutters to an end. Oh, he'll get there, I think. I think he'll make it, you know.
1.6. Oh, no.
1.6 as he comes down to
1.4.
Parabolica.
1.4.
He'll make it. He'll make it. He's going to get round. He's going to get round, Chris. Don't worry.
83 laps. Oh, saying that, that's 83 laps of the second part. We had to restart it, didn't we? He's pitting now. He's in the pits with 1 litre to go. So we're actually well off. These are only using 2 point something litres of fuel, Kelly. So we worked out 4. They're using 2 point something.
He had 3.9 as he went over the line, didn't he?
Yeah, so they're using 2.8 litres of fuel. So we got that horribly wrong.
Yeah. Well, has he been lean on the last one? I don't know.
That's it. Xmar's been running.
Where's Dan?
Engine.
Where is Dan? That's the question. Coming out Ascari now, as you can see. Look, the darkness is taking over here. Oh, little wide out there from Dan.
No,
see, the crazy thing is, see on the stream, it's dark. See on my TV, it's daylight, still daylight.
Daylight for me.
Yeah, it's reasonably dark the way me and Matt are watching.
Yeah.
I'm playing
I'm not going to get
with
second here, boys.
Head down. The second is still on the game. It's still reasonably light. So we did 83 laps there. And then when we redid the lobby, we were 76 laps in. So we did just... So 83 plus 76 is... 150 odd laps around the Nordschleife we did in 24 hours.
Yeah.
So in a third of that, we've done more here. So we'd have pretty much doubled that, if not nearly tripled that, by the time a 24-hour race would have been done at Monza. But Monza's 1 minute 37 a lap.
Just the thought of it now even sounds horrendous, doesn't it? Doing all those
Now,
laps around the Nordschleife.
so because we was wrong on the fuel load, Xmart's only had to put 43 litres of fuel in the tank. Dan, 22 litres still to go with 24 minutes left, didn't get past Xmart. So Dan, with probably one more pit stop to do, isn't going to... We are, and we can only apologise. We got excited for a minute.
We are just commentators, do you know what I mean? So what do we know about anything, really? You know? We're not strategists, so I apologise if our maths was completely rubbish, but I'm going to try and be more prepared for the next one.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to have to go. I'm going to miss the last 23 minutes of this as Ben Parkey comes in.
Thank you for joining us, Kelly.
It's been my pleasure, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I was only here for an hour, and I stayed for nearly 2.5. So, good luck to everyone, and I'll watch it back on the stream a bit later, like everyone else can, if they miss the end of it. Good luck, and hey, I'll see you guys all next week. And,
see you on. I'll see you on the podium.
See you on the podium.
Yeah, I'll see you on the podium on Wednesday night. I'll tell you again Wednesday just to remind you. But yeah, see you later, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Cheers, guys. Good
And
luck for the
thanks
rest
to
of the day.
KLF then for joining us in the commentary box. And it's just me, Master, Welshie, and Dan left in this party now, as Gary has left us. He'll obviously be sorting his little one out or something. And I have to apologise to Dan because mine and Kelly's calculations was well off. And Dan is now in a fight for second place.
I'm not in a fight for second.
Shh.
I'm not. Just
Get your head down and get it done.
Yeah,
we are watching you and we are behind you. Come on, boy.
Stop being Dean Wasocki.
No, but think logically here, boys. I have to put it in lean just to get to the end.
Oi, Maz.
Head down, mate. Head
Thank
down.
you.
What can happen? Head down.
I didn't even hear him. I got muted.
Oh, you're muted, Maz. You're muted, Maz. You're muted, Maz. Says, yeah. Don't forget, you're not muted for me, so everybody can hear for me. Ben Parkey then leads this race as we come into the final 22 minutes. He's 54 seconds up the road from Xmart, and there's on Orthodubs. And Gary and Mazda have had a coming together as Mazda's put a lap on Gary. Gary's AI has destroyed Mazda.
Wow, he could have... Oh, my God. Somehow I didn't get
Could
any
have destroyed an
damage.
LMP car and not a bloody.
Well,
GT car.
X-Mart's the next car that will catch Gary.
Oh my god, I don't want to pass him.
So X-Mart's the next car that will catch Gary 131. Oh, Gary nearly clouts Mazda up the rear there.
The back on.
These AIs are terrible. Absolutely terrible. Can Dan then get this second place? 10.9 seconds to gap. X-Mart has got to get past Gary. Shut up, Dan, and forget. Yeah, Dan. Can he get this one to the end? Is he going to be able to get anything done here? We'll have to wait and see. I will apologise to Dan. Mine and Kelly's calculations was way off. And we thought Ben Parker had to pit at the half-hour mark. Turns out he didn't. He was pitting around the 25-minute mark, so going till the end. He's got 52 litres of fuel in. But, 203 laps. He's on. X-Mart's on lap 202. Coming to start his 203rd shortly. As is Dan. And you have to say, Dan again just cannot buy luck in this World Endurance Shop. Fury's round. Now is Fury back in the car? You was just about to tell me that, weren't you?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, who's this coming round? Someone's flicked up Fury's... Is that Nicky? No, that's Ben.
That was Ben.
Did Ben just pick up some damage from hitting Fury's bodywork there? There is still bodywork laid out on the track by the Lesmos. Who's the next one at the Lesmos? It's Nicky. And then it's Mazda. So will the bodywork have disappeared by then? But Fury in the wall. And did Ben Parkey get damage for hitting that bodywork? Could this bring Dan into this race, maybe?
That body works right on the exit if anybody runs wide.
Oh, Nicky's now hit it wide and it's bounced off the wall. Where's Mazda? Coming up towards the Lesmos now. And then it's Dan. Dan wants to get as close to Mazda as he can. The bodywork's on the exit of the second Lesmo down the straight. Is it still going to be there? You tell him. Just push, Dan, says Mummy D in the chat. It's on this corner here. I think the bodywork's... It's gone. It's gone on mine. So bodywork gone as Dan and Mazda come round. Did Ben pick up damage? He stayed out, so can't have picked up too much. Coming through the Curva Grande. X-Mart second place. He's losing time to Dan. Dan's coming as X-Mart's about to lap Gary 131 into the Ascari chicane, and that is job done. Enplava, I'm back. Did I miss a lot? You've missed a fair bit, to be fair, Enplava. But good to have you back with us. Good to have Mummy D back with us as well. Next car for Gary to be lapped by is... Where's Dan? It's Dan. Dan will be the next man to lap Gary 131. If you want to check out Dan's POV, go over to his Twitch and check him out on there. But not before you've liked this video. Someone's just unliked in again, and it's down to 26, not 27. So cheers for that.
Oh, Joe, man. AI, Joe.
Yeah, it's the AI in Joe's car. Here comes Dan then. 11 litres in his car. He's gaining on X-Mart, but we'll have a splash and dash at the end of this race. Five votes in the chat saying 60% saying that Dan will not win this race. Is it Fury or his mum driving? I don't know. It's either Fury, his mum, or the AI. But either way, it's got no front end and it's dark, so no one can see where Fury's car is.
It's not pitting anywhere. It should have pitted for lights.
And look at where Dan is catching Gary. Oh, that's probably the safest Dan could have done there as Gary's AI went wide. That's probably the safest moment for Dan there. As it is getting darker and darker by the minute as we roll into 10 past 6 at night. 17 minutes left of this race. And it's Ben Parkey from X-Mart, from Unorthodox, from Fury. How many times did Dan was taken out by someone's AI? He's only clipped one AI, lost it himself behind X-Mart.
Rabbit Joe nearly hit mine.
And Rabbit Joe nearly hit him. Fury early ought to get into the pits, but if that's the AI, it probably won't pit until it's out of fuel or tyres. Rabbit Joe is coming into the pit lane. It's not me, says Fury's mum, so it's not Fury's mum. Nicky's going to get to the end. I think Fury's still got the AI in because I think that's why it's not pitted him, because it's not need fuel or tyres. Gary, I don't think's back in the car. He can't give us a flash. Where's Dan, though? Oh, no, I don't want to quit the session. Where's Dan? He's there. Currently, 6 seconds off the back of Xmart, but has a pit stop to do. A splash and dash. Not technically out of this race with 16 minutes left. Things could still happen. You put the pizza in? Okay, you're going to do ours after? Yeah, that's fine. Pizza for tea tonight. Hawaiian, Chris. Pineapple.
Not a fucking chance.
No.
I said fucking.
What we got?
Stuffed crust
Got
margarita.
a pepperoni and a chicken barbecue one.
Come on, hurry up, timer. My wrists are in agony.
Anybody would like to join us later? I'm sure Dan's going to run a test session for GT3 tonight because he can't get enough of driving.
I'll be there. Why not? Let's do one.
It is Fury in the car and not the AI. So Fury is in the car. So I wonder if he's just still struggling a little bit with his leg. He's got lights. No, he hasn't. Nope. That is Nicky. No, that's Ben Parkey. Where's Xmart? Coming through the Kirby Grande. Where's Dan? Dan will be on his last lap before his pit stop. This is where Dan needs that bit of luck if he's to catch Xmart in this race. And fair play to Xmart. He's drove like an absolute beast today to stay on the lead lap of Ben Parkey and stay within touching distance at times. And fair play to Ben Parkey as well, an absolute fantastic driver. And Dan as well for chipping away and keep going. Dan's just having the unlucky moments this season in World Endurance. As Rabbit Joe's back in the pits once again. What is going off there? That's twice now. 72 litres in the tank.
Has he not said it for changing tyres?
I bet he's not. Little Leach did that in the Daytona 24 hour.
Yeah, but it's going to keep putting for tyres.
Yeah. Keeps him off the track, I suppose. One of the AIs keeps them off the track. At times, there's Fury, P4 in the car. There's Dan and Xmart. Joe's AI is now away. As Xmart and Dan are both coming round, but Dan's got to pit. So Rabbit Joe out the pit lane. Where's Xmart? There. Oh, just as they're coming up to the first chicane. Dan's in the pits. Rabbit Joe coming out of the pits. And Xmart to the outside, and somehow they don't touch. And Xmart gets through. And Dan could have done with a little wiggle there to Xmart. Dan's in, no change of tyres. The fuel in the tank, 13 litres. Why is Dan not yet away? He's away now. Bit of damage maybe to Dan's car to be repaired. Nope, no damage. Ben Parkey coming through to put a lap on Orthodubs. So the poll of will Dan win this race?
Well,
75% said no, and them 75% are correct. And I apologise to Dan because me and Kelly got that one a bit wrong.
Even I knew when you lot were saying that, I didn't want to say nothing.
It was entertainment for the stream.
Exactly, I knew back then that this was no chance.
You're like Dean, you are. You never think positive.
No, I am thinking positive. Let's just be realistic, though. I'm not going to catch these.
Second place is still on, 36 seconds, 12 minutes remaining. It is. He could make a mistake.
Let's be honest, he's done 6 hours of racing and he hasn't hit nothing.
He could, yeah, but it could be this last. It could be this last 12 minutes where a mistake happens. Xmart though, rounding the Parabolica now. GT class looks won by Mazda, but that's not over yet.
You know, I don't think I'm going to make it.
And also, I'm behind Ben, so when Ben crosses the line, I'll be the next car to come across.
Rabbit Joe back in the pits again here. 37 seconds the gap. 11 minutes 40 remaining in this race. Exmart, Kerber Grande on his own. The next car is at the Lesmos, and that is Nicky. The traffic is all by where Dan is at the moment. Rabbit Joe in the pits. With Rabbit Joe's AI pitting a lot here, this brings Nicky right back into this race, you know. Nicky 58 seconds behind Joe, and if Joe's going to keep pitting every lap, this brings Nicky right back into this race for a P5. Dan gets ahead of Rabbit Joe. That's the bonus for him. He's got to clear Gary, I believe. No, he's cleared Gary. Gary's coming down the start straight now. Now the artificial light starts to take over. Never give up till the end. Anything can happen, Dan, says Mummy D in the chat. And that is right. Go upstairs and clap him right back ahead because of his negative attitude.
I'm not being negative, I'm just being realistic, boys.
10 minutes left yet. Stranger things have happened.
You don't get it.
Yeah, I do get it. Stranger things have happened. Welsh's won a race before.
Exactly.
Dean got third. Dean got third. You know.
Anything can happen. Head down, get on with it. Anything can happen. And I'll just do a wee hey, Exmart crashes, hey. There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. Safety crash, fuck me.
I think what we need for the next race a safety car. So if there's a bad crash, we can call a safety car out.
We need Storm Unis to come through and just wipe the LMPs out.
Bring the pack back. Bring the pack back together, eh, Dan?
Yeah, and then the last lap I passed Ben and...
I've been telling you, disconnect.
Yeah, disconnect. Yeah, after the 6-hour race, we'll get.
5 hours sitting here waiting, and we stopped on the last 20 minutes.
Yeah,
10 minutes of that.
disconnect now. We'll get going for the last 9 minutes. Yeah, damn right.
I might get, anything can happen. I might get second.
Go.
Oh my god, that was close.
Well, you did 20 odd laps. These boys have done 200. Whilst you get second place. Yeah. Joe's AI into the pits again for a change of tyres. It's not changing tyres. He's clearly not set that on his strategy. And Nicky here then is going to claim a P5 in class then. And a P5 overall on Rabbit Joe has just struggled a little bit. Who's this in front of Mazda? Where's Mazda? There. That's Ben Parky in front of Mazda, which means it's unorthodox behind Mazda.
Put it that way, I nearly, outbrake myself and nearly into the back of him. Like, it would probably Code Brown,
Exactly, Mummy D. Dan, stop being so negative. Stop being a negative Nelly, says Fury's mum. And Fury's granddad just puts a laughing emoji to that one. As here comes Dan. On the back of Mazda, he pulls to the inside, and Mazda gives him plenty. Oh, he thought about turning in. Maz, if you'd have just tapped his rear and span him round there, you'd have never heard the end of that. Dan would have gone mental.
Unorthodox fucking posse on you, mate.
Yeah. Dan would have been driving up to Doncaster to knock you out.
Well, my tyres are cold, so I've got no...
The gap is down to 33 seconds here with 8 minutes left in this race. Exmar is now gaining closer to the back of... somebody. Rabbit Joe. So Exmart's got to clear an AI next up. As Dan laughs, this could be Dan's moment.
No. False hope.
Yeah. Squirrel.
Yeah. And here comes Exmart.
By the time he catches that AI will be back in the pits.
Exmart coming through the Ascari chicane. Rabbit Joe halfway down the back straight. Is Dan going to be right? Will Joe be in the pits by the time Exmart gets onto the back of him?
Yep.
Dan's still being very negative.
You negative Nelly, stop it.
I think you and Dean need to team up. Used to have been a right chat together.
Rather not, thank you. I'd like a driver that would finish this season.
Actually, to be fair, Dean's not retired yet.
I don't care, we'd spin it too much.
Joe's in the pits as Exmart goes flying past him.
Told you.
Sure, he's right there at front end.
Yeah, we know that. It's another time Dan was right and the commentator was wrong. But Dan's still in this race for second place. 31 seconds. Anything can happen.
Make me laugh.
Thanks to all the guys and girls that have been watching and tuning in the stream and commenting as well. It's been a pleasure to have you all here. Hope you've hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. As here comes Dan to put another lap on Rabbit Joe. Not just yet. Actually, Joey's out the pit lane. So oh God, Joe's going to hit Dan, isn't he? He's pitted for Exmart. They're side by side coming into Tier 1, and Joe is... I mean, I know I said you can catch Exmart, but yeah, that's corner cutting. That's not counting.
I mean, I'm not...
Anything can happen, told you.
And Plava, I could hit Dan because he doesn't know where I live. There you go. Latvia's a big country. Yeah, but we're in Latvia, that's the problem.
I'll pay one of your Latvian friends.
I have a special set of skills.
I will find you. I will kill you. Dan then. On the back. Mazda's pitted. So we thought Mazda could get to the end. Apparently not.
What the hell?
Exmart then will be behind Mazda. Mazda should just get out of the pits before Exmart. How much does Dan want to donate to the Mazda Trust to play ball?
None.
As Dan on the back of BT Targa now, 24 seconds to Exmart. So he's caught Exmart to the back of Ben Parkey. Sorry, wrong driver. Same team at least. Dan could get back onto the lead lap here if Ben lets him through. Switches to the inside at the Parabolica.
Yeah,
Ben's not having any of that. Dan on the lead lap. He's coming. He's making this interesting in the last 5 minutes. Keeps it just within the track limits. Look, 2 wheels on the right side of the white line. Will he stop for turn 1? This is the question. 22 seconds the gap to Exmart. We go back to Exmart now, who's got Mazda right in front of him. And Exmart trying to lap Mazda just before he gets to the Lesmos. And that is job done at Lesmo 1. And Exmart's through. Rabbit Joe's in the pits yet again. Where's Gary on track? Oh, Gary's a bit far up the road. The next car that Exmart will lap... I don't quite... In fact, no. The next car the Exmart will lap is Gary. But with 4 minutes lap, Dan is on the lead lap. Let's not forget. Where's Ben Parkey gone? And he's had a moment. What happened to Ben, Dan?
Don't know. I was really focused on chasing Exmart.
20 seconds the gap. 19.8 seconds the gap. It's coming down. I don't think Exmart's got the fuel. Exmart's in lean. Exmart's in lean. He's not at full throttle down the back straight. He's only got 7.8 litres in the tank.
Oh, he's pushing that.
Exmart's got it in lean. He's at 3/4 throttle.
I thought that when he weren't catching me.
He's at 3/4 throttle. Dan is in this race.
Woo.
Rabbit Joe's just texted me. Just seen on stream, I keep going to the pits because I forgot to set it to change tyres, for fuck's sake. Yes, you've lost 5th place because of that as well, Joe. Dan, 14 seconds to Exmart.
He's not going to make it.
What's Dan laughing at?
Oh, this is funny.
Is that Mazda catching Exmart? I think Mazda's catching Exmart.
The Exmart's not exactly pulling massively away.
Mazda's catching Exmart here. This is game on for Unorthodox. Could Dan win the race?
I'm not going to win it.
Optimist. You said you wasn't going to get second a minute ago, so a bit of optimism here, please.
I'm still 10 seconds off. We've got 2 minutes left to go.
Had to make sure.
Exmart's done her, Dan. Yeah, but Gary's got the AI in, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, Elk could go.
Exmart last lap was a 1 minute 43.8. He's going to get 2 more laps in here, is Exmart, because he's ahead of Ben Parkey. He's still got 2 more laps to do with 4.7 in the tank.
Yeah,
He's not making that.
1 minute 43. He's got 2 more laps to do. I don't think Xmart's getting to the end of this race.
He's not.
Because Ben Parkey has got to cross the line for the race to be finished. Xmart's got to go even slower. Dan's within 9 seconds of him now. He can smell the blood.
Is he short shifting as well now? He's short shifting.
He's short shifting. He's 3/4 throttle. He's short shifting. He might be lifting and coasting into the corners. Xmart's gap is 9.7.
Yep, he's lifting.
Look at how much he's lifting. Oh, Xmart's got 2 laps to do this. He's got 3.8 in the tank. Dan's on for a potential race win.
He's not going and running out of fuel in the last lap. No way.
He would still finish 3rd because Fury's lap's down.
He's off! He's off! He's off!
Xmart's off! Xmart's off at the first Lesmo with a minute left to go. Dan is in this race 2 seconds 30 behind. What, 2.3 seconds even behind. Where's Dan? There's Dan. He sees him. Let's go on board. The cockpit view. Master stays to the left. He's slowing right down. Here comes Unorthodox. I knew I'd work the fuel out right. I said Xmart would have to splash and dash at the end, and Dan didn't buy it.
Go Xmart's fuel. Go Xmart's fuel. Let's see what he's got. He's got to be on 2 litres.
2.5 litres. Xmart has got to pit again, surely. Dan is still on for this race win, technically, because Ben Parkey's not yet finished. Here he comes! Here he comes! Yes. 2nd place at the very end!
Yeah, buddy!
He's in the pit. He's in the pit. He's in the pit.
He said Xmart wouldn't pit again. I said he'd splash and dash at the end. Yes. Who's right now, Dan?
You keep that head up, boy.
Look at the session remaining. Oh my god.
26 seconds. Ben Parkey's coming to the line. I think he's going to take a race win. He's also going to lap Xmart. Unless he's going to let Xmart finish. Ben Parkey wins the race here and takes a 2nd race win. But it's unorthodox. Xmart, a lap down, has crossed the line, I believe. I think he's just crossed it now to finish. He's going to be 3rd place. Where's Fury? I think he's just crossed the line. Not sure if Fury's still going. Nicky's coming to the end as well. Has Mazda finished? No, Gary's not yet finished either. So Fury, I'm not sure if Fury's done. No, I think Fury's got 1 lap to do. So it is going to be Nicky. Nicky's the next man. Nicky is going to take a P5 in class. Rabbit Joe's going to take a P6.
You couldn't make it up.
He comes to the line, Rabbit Joe. He finishes as well, which means Fury is going to get P4. Who's next to cross the line? It's going to be Unorthodox. Oh, I can't get 2nd place.
You said race.
Unorthodox will come to the line for the race win. For the race win, for 2nd place. After 5 hours 59, after 5 hours and 58 minutes, Dan refused to take 2nd because he couldn't get it. At the end of the night, he does get it. Gary's going to cross the line for P2 in class. Here's the winner of the GTE's Mazda, who on 50th appearance will take his 10th race win of his Simplay career, tying himself with the great Matt Irmovich. And Ben Parkey, he goes to equal 7 race wins with Monkey Boy and BT Targa. But there is your race winners, Ben Parkey and Mazda. And there's also a 2nd place for a man who didn't think it was possible. But what a 6-hour race that was. What a stream we have now. Me and Welshie and Dan and Mike have got some stewards' decisions to sort out, because we're going to try and get them done before tomorrow evening so we can get them posted. But what a job that was. Driver in the day in the chat, I'm going to give it to Master. Unlucky to Civic, who got disqualified in the pits. He drove a cracking race. Rabbit Joe was good. I'm going to give my driver in the GTs to Master, and I'm going to give my driver of the day in the LMP2s. He never says me on a Wednesday night. Never says me. But I'm going to give it to Unorthodox for that, can-do attitude and never say quit. Oh, no, wait, he did say quit. but got second. Dan and Master's going to be my drivers of the day. Fury's Grandad, well done to all who took part. You're all winners in my eyes. Yes, very well done to everybody who got to the end of this race. Even Welshie for turning up and doing an hour and a half, 2 hours. And Emo Guy and Green Pies for participating as well. Well done to Civic, Gary, Mazda, Rabbit Joe, Nicky Fury, X-Mart, Unorthodox, Ben Parkey. We'll be back live for the 6 hour of Fuji on the 19th of March. Make sure you tune in for that one because it is a night race and that one's going to be absolutely fantastic. Dan and Kelly will be in your box on Wednesday night for British Soil Alton Park in the Pro-Am. I'll be back with Nicky hopefully on Thursday night for the Pros Round Alton Park, and your F1 race at Canada will be live a week on Sunday. But from all of us here at Simplay Motorsport, have a great weekend. Stay safe out there while the weather's a bit atrocious at the minute, and we'll see you in the next one. Good night.